Chapter 5292, I'm serious, no more fusion talk. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Are you sure? The godchild stared at him with suspicion. I can't force you to do what you don't want to do. Li Qie accepted defeat. Who knows? The godchild had the word doubt written on his face. Am I such a bad man? I've always been true to my words, no? Li Qie smiled wryly. Is that why you were chased from east to west? The godchild said. Oh, this matter? That wasn't my fault and your brilliant daughter has her own thoughts. I was merely a witness. Li Qie said. Bah, we were merciful for not chopping your crow head off back then. The godchild said with disdain. I know you are joking because both of us know that her leaving was inevitable whether I was there or otherwise. Li Qie said, deep down, you know that my appearance didn't affect things. Hard to say, crows are bad luck. Maybe working alone would have been more auspicious and successful. The godchild said. That's what family is, working together despite negative superstitions. Li Qie smiled. Watch your mouth, we are not family. The godchild jumped back and kept a distance from Li Qie. One day you will have to agree because I'm sincere in this matter, don't you think? Li Qie said. Save this for the future. At the very least, the current me wants nothing to do with you, unlucky crow. The godchild said with disdain. Alright, no need to get so worked up. I'm just traveling around to check out the past on top of catching up with the people I care about. Li Qie said. No thanks. The godchild patted his robe as if trying to wipe away bad luck, but if we really want to bring it up, then it's your fault for not disciplining them well. How is it my fault? Li Qie stroked his chin. Assassination is fine but only when successful. They tried and only ended up with a mess. The man said. You can't blame them for that. Even you might not have been able to do it. Li Qie said. True, and I was careless too. This outsider's Tao was unlike anything I've seen. The godchild admitted. Because it's not from your epoch. In fact, it shouldn't appear in this world at all, yet it still did. Li Qie said. Perhaps Celestial Court came up with something. The godchild said. I don't know about that, but the outsider came for a reason and certainly left behind ace cards to minimize the risk. Li Qie said. We couldn't investigate this matter fully. Your disciples were rather ambitious, challenging and attacking everything too quickly. If you want to know, you will have to put in more effort. The godchild said. And that is why I'm back. This is my epoch, so whoever they are, they will need to be obedient or I'll turn them into fertilizer. Li Qie declared with a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. I'm no stranger to your merciless means, nothing good will come from this. The godchild said. Well, my people will come out okay. Those who are smart know which side to pick. Li Qie stared at him and said. The godchild didn't bother to look at him, still focusing on the sky. You all have shouldered so much in the past and I'm here to resolve all the problems. Li Qie said. Find the original at pori.com. Anything but the fusion. The godchild asserted. You're tying my hands here. Li Qie rubbed his chin. Well, find a way or stop calling yourself an epic lord if you can't deal with something so trivial. It's embarrassing. The godchild said. It's not that I can't do it, it just goes against my principle and it is not the perfect solution. Li Qie said, but I respect your wishes. All of you are independent now and it is not up to an outsider like me. Since when are you so understanding? The godchild asked. I've always been this way with you because we're family. Li Qie joked again. The dark crow I know was definitely a control freak, always wanting every step to go the way you want. The godchild said. Sigh, that wasn't the case at all. Li Qie waved his hand. Why are you actually here? If you want to move things along, just go directly to him. The godchild said. You brothers haven't seen each other since the separation. I'm here to arrange a meeting, nothing more. Li Qie said. No way, I will not fall for your trap. The godchild strongly refused. Don't worry, I am not forcing you to do anything you don't want to do. Li Qie shook his head. That's not the first time I've heard this. I should have just killed you back then. The godchild said. Let's not dwell on the past, we're adults now. Li Qie smiled wryly. I will never meet them. I don't know what tricks you have up your sleeve for the actual process, but your intention is as clear as day. The godchild snorted. Chapter 5293, Boom. A loud bang suddenly interrupted their conversation. It was as if something was hammering the sky vault itself. Zzz, the portal leading to lesser firmament became resplendent. Li Qie and the godchild looked up and saw oval-shaped crystal walls stacking on top of each other, forming a barrier to seal this region off from the rest of the world. The crystal walls. The godchild furrowed his brows after seeing this. Rumble. Detonating blasts came from another side within lesser firmament. Nonetheless, they could still be heard through the barrier. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. Something's happening. Li Zhitian murmured. A dark fog suddenly appeared within the radiance, surging and slamming into the barrier. Something seemed eager to break out of confinement. I have some business to take care of. The godchild disappeared into the sea of people. Li Qie smiled and shook his head before leaving with the group. They found the new area of the tavern and saw that there was no customer still. There's an issue with first brother. The boss of the tavern glanced in the direction of lesser firmament while bringing Li Qie a plate of side dishes. Cultivators including hidden emperors and Dao lords became alerted as well. They could tell that there was a problem happening but no one could enter. Rumble. An endless power erupted from there and swept across the two continents through the barrier. Although people couldn't fully witness the scenes unraveling in lesser firmament, they could see majestic figures shrouded in heavenly laws, roaring and attempting to suppress the fog. Moreover, a coffin seemed to be in there, barely visible. There's something ominous inside lesser firmament. A dragon lord whispered. Lesser firmament has been reclusive all this time. Only a selected few could actually visit. Thus, this resulted in speculations regarding the secrets within, that certain ancient emperors and monarchs were hiding something. Buzz. A ray from outer space descended, a figure appeared outside of lesser firmament. This was a youth with an impressive aura, easily recognized by everyone. Xiao Qingtian of Azure School, why is he here? Outsiders were surprised to see him. I, Qingtian, humbly offer my support in a time of crisis under my master's order. He bowed and said. Everyone focused on the second half of his statement, under my master's order. Is Illumination Conqueror appearing again? One dragon lord whispered. This was a name known across the upper continents. His fame didn't diminish through time and inactivity. His influence couldn't be overstated among the people. After all, he was the leader of the coalition against the race once. His contribution couldn't be forgotten. We appreciate the kind gesture, but please return. A visual phenomenon of a beautiful pair of wings appeared in the sky along with an answer. The wings were holy and virtuous, prompting others to kneel in reverence. Who is that? Anyone could tell that this was an incredible existence. Immortal Emperor Guanfeng. An old existence could recognize the voice. All the emperors and monarchs from lesser firmament have lived for a long time. Listeners knew that Immortal Emperor was a title used during the ancient eras. Currently, many conquerors and Dao lords have lived for eras. However, these emperors and monarchs were beings from before the Great Calamity. Lesser firmament, unlike the other alliances, didn't actively recruit conquerors and Dao lords. Their members consisted of mysterious cultivators from the world before the cataclysm. Chapter 5294, Immortal Emperor Guanfeng, the third emperor of Eternal River School, gained his title because of his love for phoenixes and anything related to the mythical beasts. The Tao of the world changed entirely after the calamity. Thus, some ancient beings including the Emperor rarely showed up again. Boom! The power within Lesser Firmament continued to ravage the barrier, seemingly wanting to crush the entire region. This sent the majestic figures flying. However, they stabilized and activated their suppressive power. This actually affected the rest of the upper continents, freezing everyone else while causing the world to quake violently. This is not good. The strongest members of the upper continents all activated their heavenly gaze. The eruption of power was frightening. Everyone else wondered if these emperors and monarchs from Lesser Firmament would be able to stop it. I humbly offer my assistance, however weak I may be. Xiao Qingtian bowed, still wanting to enter. Alas, the portal remained closed. Boom! A heavenly hammer descended and caused cracks in space. The fabrics of reality couldn't withstand its weight. It exuded laws from conquerors, pulsing with a suction force capable of pulling everyone in. Next came numerous high-level conquerors, looking like gods. The leader was a conqueror adorned in silver armor with coursing lightning currents. Heavenhammer Conqueror, and is that the famed group of dragon lords? A big shot took a deep breath after seeing this group. One of the 7 conquerors. They stopped appearing after Illumination Conqueror's abdication. A dragon lord murmured. Heavenhammer Conqueror was the oldest disciple of Illumination Conqueror, possessing 8 Tao fruits. He contributed meritoriously during the wars against the race. Under him were capable dragon lords who had survived countless battles. Despite abdicating and leaving the reins to Tao Alliance, Illumination Conqueror remained influential. There were 7 conquerors with absolute loyalty to him. Heavenhammer was one of them. They all joined Azure School afterward, hence its current prestige. We stand together. Lesser Firmament, just say the words and we shall subdue the evil together. Heavenhammer and his follower stood before the portal. Their appearance made everyone else think about the gravity of the situation. We are grateful for your support, Azure School, but there is no evil inside Lesser Firmament. Please return. Immortal Emperor Guanfeng answered. Rumble. A meteor from the horizon interrupted the conversation by smashing into the barrier. Surprisingly enough, instead of breaking the crystal walls, it started fusing into them. Perhaps this was one way to enter Lesser Firmament without needing to break the unbreakable wall. Since it paused for a moment, everyone finally got a good look at the meteor. It turned out to be a full set of armor not worn by anyone. Within the armor seemed to be an ocean large enough to accommodate the upper continents. A bright moon also played within the ocean, seemingly embraced by it. Li Qia had seen it back in Imperial Attendant City while chatting with the old man in the courtyard. It was crossing through unknown dimensions during its travel and finally arrived at Lesser Firmament. What is this? Everyone stared intensely at the armor set. To read the uncut version, go to poread.com. Moon Embrace. An ancient Grand Emperor hidden deep in space became emotional. It's Moon Embrace. A knowledgeable dragon lord blurted in astonishment. What is that? Younger cultivators have never heard this title before. One of the 5 legendary immortal armaments. The dragon lord said. Those who were still alive from that era couldn't believe their own eyes. This title still held as much weight now as it did then. Moon Embrace, in and of itself, was already incredible. However, it also represented an all-supreme emperor who ruled the world once. During his reign, he was feared and revered by the upper echelons of both the race and the people. 1. Guanfeng means Phoenix Observer 2. This was Sea Shroud Moon before. Changing to Moon Embrace. Chapter 5295. The master of the armament was none other than World Emperor, a grand emperor that had once ruled the 13 continents. He was utterly unstoppable with the help of Moon Embrace, having the confidence to disobey Celestial Court during their inquisition against the people. He and his clan stood before the might of Celestial Court, preventing them from taking one step further. This gave enough time for the remnants of the people to escape and recoup. Rumor has it that eventually, he fell in battle and his clan was wiped out. Moon Embrace disappeared in the river of time as well. Today, it had returned with the intention of entering Lesser Firmament through the crystal wall. This naturally shocked all the spectators, especially those who had the pleasure of witnessing World Emperor's might in the past. Though he had passed away, he still lived in their heart. Where have I seen this before? The man in the tavern stood up and murmured after seeing the armor. He couldn't help touching his chest. In this split second, it was as if he was wearing Moon Embrace, a perfect fit that felt just right. All eyes were on the crystal wall and the armor. Hearts started beating faster because there were only 5 immortal armaments in existence. As far as the public knew, Purewood Divine Emperor had one. Crimson Emperor inherited one from Flame Emperor. However, it was lost after his death during Immemorial Epoch War. Immortal Monarch Yi had one as well, inherited from Six Dao Monarch. As for the last immortal armament, it had never appeared before, so no one knew what it was or its current location. These armaments followed them into Immortal Dao City, so it has been a long time since one was seen in public. Was this just a coincidence or an omen of what was to come? Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thevpori.com. Remember, this armor set was far more precious than any treasure at the Imperial or Dao Lord level. This particular one had proven its value numerous times in battle. Moon Embrace. Xiao Qingtian's eyes gleamed as he teleported closer and reached for the armor. The moon within the armor immediately became resplendent and sent him flying. He spun 10 times or so before regaining stability, almost spitting out blood. The armor's auto defense easily repelled a 12-fruit dragon lord before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, it continued to fuse with the crystal wall in an attempt of breaching Lesser Firmament. Boom! The fog billowed and reached for that section like tentacles. Seal. The majestic figures continued to perform a powerful seal against the fog, attempting to stop it from reaching the armor. What is that thing? Did it summon Moon Embrace? The big shots took a deep breath after seeing the mysterious force. Other Dao Lords and Emperors gazed deep into Lesser Firmament, wanting to find more information on this mysterious being. Lesser Firmament is suppressing something extremely powerful. An emperor from a distant realm whispered. Everyone could tell that Lesser Firmament was in full lockdown. The emperors and monarchs there did not take this matter lightly. Fellow Taoists, let us help you subdue this evil. Heaven Hammer shouted again. No need, leave. Immortal Emperor Guanfeng wasn't as polite this time in his refusal. Outsides exchanged glances, wondering why Lesser Firmament didn't want any help. Whoosh! Violent gales uprooted mountains before crushing them into bits. An auspicious cloud with a golden outline emerged and illuminated everything. It smashed into the barrier and caused Lesser Firmament to quake. There was a conqueror standing on top of the cloud who declared, Lesser Firmament, heed the decree from Supreme. The conqueror had a sacred aura. His robe was gilded extravagantly from top to bottom. He seemed to be the master of the elements, capable of summoning rains and winds. His very presence blotted out the sky. God Cloud Conqueror. A big shot shouted. Chapter 5296. This famous conqueror hailed from Heaven Alliance, capable of controlling elemental forces to destroy his enemies. However, the crowd members didn't remember his past exploits or his impressive presence. God Cloud Conqueror, his wife cheated on him, right? Even birthed a daughter with someone else. An expert whispered to his group. Smack. A senior immediately smacked the back of his head and glared at him. His wife, an imperial queen, cheated on him with 3 Truth Dao Lord from 8 Desolaces. The world didn't know the reason why for this occurrence. First, 3 Truth Dao Lord was known to be a particularly upright cultivator. Why did he have an affair with a married woman? Sure, there were emperors in history who had a wife-stealing fetish or had a fancy for imperial daughters. This did not apply to 3 Truth Dao Lord who displayed unparalleled integrity, never participating in any questionable activities. It was one thing for the famous duck egg buyer to do this due to his reputation. It just didn't make sense for Three Truth. Nonetheless, this escalated to the point where Celestial Court became involved. God Cloud Conqueror led powerful allies for a hunt. This put Dao and Imperial Alliance in a tough position. After all, Three Truth was in the wrong here and God Cloud had the right to obtain revenge. Though he was powerful, he couldn't handle fighting several emperors and conquerors at the same time. Just moments before his death, Darkfrost Dao Lord appeared and prevented the enemies from desecrating his corpse, also saving his daughter. Three Truth entrusted his daughter to Darkfrost with his remaining breaths. Given her own circumstances, she couldn't take care of the infant and had to leave it to Dao Alliance. The Alliance sent her down to the lower continents and asked the prominent figures there to take care of her. This finally brought an end to the turmoil triggered by the affair between the race and the people. The baby sent down to the lower continents was none other than Truth Conqueror. Of course, another victim was God Cloud Conqueror, whose reputation was ruined by the ordeal. People stopped talking about his feats in battle, only how he was cheated on. Although he had killed Three Truth Dao Lord, the humiliation persisted. Nonetheless, no one dared to be too blatant in front of him. After all, he could easily obliterate most cultivators. Buzz. A phoenix rider with a 5-colored radiance appeared behind the barrier. The bird had wonderful runes, especially the ones on its back. They exuded a sense of virtue, impressing everyone with their appearance. Immortal Emperor Guanfeng. The crowd shouted. The ancient emperor wore a feathered robe and seemed untouchable, just like an immortal. He loved the mythical beast and anything related. After spending his whole life with this obsession, he finally obtained a phoenix mount. God Cloud, Heaven Alliance has no influence here. The noble emperor said. Lesser Firmament is suspected of hiding sinners, hand them over immediately. God Cloud took out a badge belonging to Supreme. Listeners became emotional because the word sinner was rarely used in the present day due to its historical significance. Why did Heaven Alliance bring it up? Who was Lesser Firmament hiding? The Emperor shot out a divine beam with ancient mysteries, easily destroying the badge. Return from whence you came, Supreme and Heaven Alliance cannot order us. Guanfeng said. Poof. A lantern suddenly manifested into reality. Its light pulsed outward in waves and illuminated the region. Within the light was a fiery conqueror. Instead of sizzling, his flames released the wails of the burned victims. Lantern Conqueror. The big shots recognized him as well. Originally a lantern, he managed to reach the Dao and was acknowledged by Heaven Alliance, eventually joining it. He displayed his formidable power during Emperor War, burning numerous gods and dragon lords to death. Their screams still echoed even now. To read the uncut version, go to poread.com, we demand an answer. He said while the flame flickered, seemingly eager to burn Lesser Firmament. Lesser Firmament answers to no one. A scholarly swordsman glided through the air and interjected, Dao Alliance is here to assist Lesser Firmament. Sky Sword Dao Lord. The crowd naturally recognized this famous cultivator. Heaven Alliance shall be no more. An ancient and dreadful voice echoed across the upper continents. Just the voice alone could crush the myriad realms. Everyone had to look up at him. Illumination. Skysword Conqueror's expression changed after hearing the voice. Illumination Conqueror. Everyone became startled. Although Illumination Conqueror was not actually present, his words alone struck everyone like lightning. Chapter 5297. The crowd still remembered how Illumination Conqueror stopped Heaven Alliance and slew numerous dragon lords and sovereigns. In fact, even Dao lords and conquerors went down. Because of his influence and power, he garnered numerous supporters during Emperor War. Only a selected few had the same authority as him among the people. Moreover, his threat was not empty since he could most likely kill everyone from Heaven Alliance in the crowd right now. However, Lesser Firmament deserves destruction as well for harboring Heavener dregs. This is a looming disaster that needs to be eradicated," he added. Everyone became startled after hearing this. Some stared at the mysterious fog and had different guesses about the situation. "What does Lesser Firmament have to do with the Heaveners?" a youth asked. "Harboring Heaveners? But who? Why does Illumination Conqueror want to eliminate them?" a dragon lord murmured to herself. Lesser Firmament was the home of ancient emperors and monarchs from the people. However, they were being accused of harboring enemies. What was their actual stance? "This is our own internal matter, you need not worry, Illumination," Immortal Emperor Guan Feng responded. The members of Firmament had lived for a long time now. Although Illumination was a rising star, they didn't need to be subservient to him. It is everyone's responsibility to eliminate potential disasters for the greater good while always attempting to defeat the race. Illumination responded. "Well said. This is our world." Some big shots from the people wholeheartedly agreed with this comment and respected him for always thinking about the people above all else. As long as he was around, there was hope of eradicating the race. Taking in sinners is an unforgivable crime. A voice from the other side of space had the same dignified presence. "Supreme." Everyone trembled after hearing him, the leader of Heaven Alliance and the ultimate Dragon Lord. "Lesser Firmament, hand them over," he demanded domineeringly, leaving no room for objection. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. "I shall not show mercy to the dregs of the past." Illumination spoke. Everyone stared in the direction of Lesser Firmament, wondering about the existence inside. Whoever it was, they were hated by both Heaven Alliance and Azure School. Of course, a few cultivators had a pretty good idea at this point. Boom! Lantern and God Cloud came together to open a portal. They each pulled one side of the gate and created a pathway for a majestic legion. They came out with enough momentum to crush the stars. Heaven Alliance's Legion, a crowd member said, noting that the members were all sovereigns and higher. They marched forward and looked eager to attack Lesser Firmament. "I can't miss out on this fun, Suddenly, a wild aura manifested into reality. Ferocity is here too. Everyone became startled after seeing the owner of the aura. Rumble. Behind Ferocity came another portal. The scene beyond the door was a great pagoda. Incredible cultivators from all over the world started walking out, gigantic dragon lords, demon emperors, eight-eyed creatures. The Tower of Warriors. Divine Alliance is joining too, a spectator whispered. Sword Sea Dao Lord created the tower and let Ferocity be in charge. Another said. Despite three great powers posturing against Lesser Firmament, Sky Sword Dao Lord announced, "Gentlemen, leave Lesser Firmament to deal with its problem. Everyone should leave instead of violating Blessed's pact." The pact had maintained peace for a long period, but now, it appeared Divine, Heaven, and Azure School were willing to break it. This meant that war would return to the upper continents. Fellow Daoist Sky Sword, Dao Alliance was established to protect the people. "Are you here as a representative of Dao Alliance? I'm sure protecting Heaveners isn't a part of its mission. Perhaps it sorely needs new leaders." Heaven Hammer questioned. Many cultivators from the people actually agreed with this, hence their support for Illumination Conqueror. The rift in Dao Alliance was no longer a secret. Azure School seemingly had a different vision for the future than the current leadership in Dao Alliance. "That is a good question." Skysword Dao Lord took off the robe with the Dao Alliance symbol and said, "I represent 8 Desolaces Dao and I stand with Lesser Firmament. If you wish to press the issue, I am ready to entertain everyone." The scholarly Dao Lord revealed his muscular physique hidden beneath the robe. Chapter 5298, The gentle Dao Lord who always spoke with the grace of a scholar now revealed his bulging muscles and arms as thick as a bowl. He seemed primed to fight anyone including Supreme and Illumination Conqueror. His strong stance surprised the members on the other side. Search Tinyurl. com/2p9mv8w for the original. Since he no longer represented Dao Alliance, the restrictions were gone. In fact, 8 Desolaces Dao might actually be stronger than Azure School, consisting of Dao Lords originating from 8 Desolaces. They are showing their fangs now. Someone said. Dao Alliance shall be one again. A Dao Lord from 8 Desolaces commented while observing the situation. Recently, Dao Alliance had been falling behind compared to its peers. The biggest reason was due to internal conflicts caused by Illumination Conqueror. Though he created Dao Alliance initially, many high-ranking members eventually had a different view than him. In reality, this also occurred in Divine Alliance. Many of its members didn't share the same prejudice toward the people, harboring no wishes of eradicating their enemies. They preferred to live together in harmony. The belief in harmony spread from Dao Alliance to Divine Alliance before reaching the rest of the land. Illumination Conqueror maintained his aggressive stance and garnered numerous followers, starting a ferocious war. Eventually, Pure Sun Dao Lord and his sword overwhelmed everyone. Illumination Conqueror's branch weakened, resulting in his abdication and the creation of Azure School. The same happened in Divine Alliance. The aggressive branch there also lost the war, giving room for negotiation. Blessed Dao Lord took charge and created a pact with a focus on peace and harmony. Today, Illumination Conqueror returned, seemingly wanting to finish what he had started. This infuriated Skysword Conqueror enough for him to discard the mantle of Dao Alliance. Not like this, those who have been used to peace did not appreciate this potential spark of war. Things are different now. Principal Conqueror is gone, Illumination Conqueror is back. The warlike branches are rising once more. An old dragon lord said sentimentally. This is precisely what Heaven Alliance wants. A big shot said. This power had always been ambitious and had a strong prejudice against the people. Its members considered themselves to be the rulers of the 6 continents. The pact of blessed and political circumstances after Emperor War restrained their ambition. However, with peace came recuperation and changes. All the alliances have been able to grow stronger without losses from war. Moreover, prosperity and harmony between the 2 factions also accelerated growth. None expected the recent changes in leadership. Although All Things Dao Lord was still in charge of Dao Alliance, Azure School was making a strong return. Is the same thing going to happen to Dao Alliance, All Things Dao Lord being forced to abdicate? A neutral dragon lord worried for the future. Some big shots who had lived through the wars had no desire of returning to a similar terrible period. Moreover, they would be forced to pick a side, not to mention being treated as cannon fodders. I think we are being too pessimistic. Remember, we have enjoyed peace together for so long, the grudges aren't as strong as they used to be. Illumination Conqueror won't have the same pull. A powerful ancient ancestor commented. Meanwhile, Skysword Dao Lord revealed another side of him, looking furious and ready to kill Heaven Hammer and the others. You want to fight? He looked around and uttered coldly, Illumination, Supreme, Sword C, come here then. Let's fight to the death. No one answered him despite the direct challenge. They didn't wish to be the ones breaking the pact directly. This maneuver was an attempt to test the water. Furthermore, they understood the seriousness of war and didn't want to be the ones starting it without an actual justification. As apex cultivators, they still cared about their reputation. The support for war must increase even more. The top emperors and conquerors must unanimously express their desire of breaking the pact before taking the next step. Being the one to start the war meant living in infamy. This subdued their desire of taking out the eternal enemies. Of course, they also understood that following the pact was just an empty formality right now. There was nothing enforcing its rules. Fellow Daoist Skysword, we truly appreciate your sincerity, the same for 8 Desolaces Dao. Immortal Emperor Guan Feng laughed and said, it is all right though, we shall entertain our uninvited guests. I do find it strange to see Azure School acting as if they are in charge. Chapter 5299, our Azure School considers protecting the people as our mission. Xiao Qingtian defended his sect and master. Cowards who only care about their own personal grudges, don't call this a mission. When we were fighting against Celestial Court, all of you were still playing in the mud. Immortal Emperor Guanfeng sneered. He's not wrong. A crowd member said. Some still recalled the contribution of these cultivators from the previous epoch. Although it was now the era of Dao Lords and Conquerors, they still have yet to fully replace their predecessors. Azure School and Illumination Conqueror were revered for their achievements against the race. However, in the grand scheme of things, what they had done was inconsequential. Countless emperors and monarchs of the people marched to the front line during immemorial epoch war. The current stalemate in the 6 continents was built on their flesh and blood. Even apex cultivators lost their lives back then. Thus, what Illumination Conqueror had done was child's play in comparison. It wasn't fair to compare Supreme's current group to the apex emperors. Only those such as the Duck Egg Buyer and Pure Sun Dao Lord were eligible. Guanfeng and the others survived the previous wars, so they weren't afraid of the upcoming challenges. Why dwell on the past? Just hand over the sinners or we will flatten your sect. Lantern Conqueror threatened with an army behind him. We don't care about the sinners or whatever, hand over Moon Embrace. Divine Alliance should be the one keeping it. Ferocity laughed, clearly stating his intention. The evil remnants of the Heavener race must be exterminated. Otherwise, we will be letting down the wise sages who have sacrificed their lives for the great cause. Heaven Hammer said sternly. Many members of the audience snorted after hearing this. Of course, they didn't wish to join the feud. Is this it? Just these few conquerors? Someone laughed and the portal to Lesser Firmament opened for a split second, allowing a divine throne to fly out. It was shrouded in an immense radiance, pouring down imperial laws unceasingly. Everyone saw a youth dressed in a white robe with embroidered dragon patterns along the edges. He kept the top of his robe unbuttoned, showing off his muscular chest. He was unreasonably handsome and held a golden cup filled to the brim with the finest wine. An enchanting beauty rested her head on his knees. He exuded a temperament of dominance and freedom, not looking like a proper emperor in the slightest. The majority of the crowd had no idea who he was either. Immortal Emperor Yang Sheng. Xiao Qingtian was one of the few who had an idea due to his impressive knowledge. Doesn't look like a healthy lifestyle. The big shots were surprised to see the emperor so different from the title. Hearing the characters in his title painted the image of a healthy grandpa, gray hair yet no wrinkles. It would also imply a focus on nurturing the mind and character for longevity. However, this man had nothing to do with this concept, whether it be his age or his conduct. Drinking and spending time with a beauty were the acts of a licentious young master. Maybe someone had misunderstood when giving him this title. The crowd didn't know that he was the second emperor of Myriad Bone's throne. Back during his era, he was rather meticulous regarding everything, his meals, clothes, conduct. Everything was in harmony with the world and its flows. If acquaintances from back then could see him now, they would think that he was an entirely different person. He gazed at the crowd while gently caressing the beauty's head, not giving a damn about the opponents. People didn't know how to feel. Should they be jealous of his lifestyle or look down on his seeming lack of character? It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Anyone else wants to play or just Heaven, Divine, and Azure? He finished his cup and the beauty immediately poured him another. Since you all wish to destroy my lesser firmament, I shall massacre you like pigs. He laughed and was even more direct than Immortal Emperor Guanfeng. The opponent's expressions soured. Immortal Emperor Guanfeng and Sky Sword Dao Lord, at the very least, spoke while keeping their status in mind. Yang Sheng, on the other hand, spoke like an uneducated young master, not caring about his own image or the other party's. Stop wagging your tails as if you're someone important. Heaven Alliance only consists of Celestial Court's hounds, don't be arrogant. As for Azure School, a bunch of cowards with dead wives and destroyed sex gathering together. I spit on your so-called noble mission. The Emperor went on, since you talk so much about protecting the people, Celestial Court is still right there. Launch an expedition and kill Nether Heaven Emperor instead of bragging about your accomplishments. He had a good time insulting the coalition. Others exchanged glances. Normally, top cultivators were dignified. Dao mysteries came out of their mouth, not insults. This emperor looked more like a thug pulling up his sleeves in preparation for a street fight. I like it this way more. A crowd member preferred this instead of using a hypocritical veil. Curse when unhappy, and take action when dismissed. Pretending to be gentlemen while aiming to destroy lesser firmament was needless. Brother Yangsheng, please calm down. A voice sounded as a golden river emerged and formed a path closer to lesser firmament. 1. Yangsheng means keeping fit or health preservation. Imagine old men doing exercises and living healthy lifestyles. Chapter 5300. The rider of the river wore a yellow robe and a hat, looking like someone who guides souls to the underworld. He appeared outside of lesser firmament and didn't look imposing. He resembled a dilapidated middle-aged man who used to be a laborer. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. As he stood there, his physical body seemed to be in another realm and was unreachable. People thought that it was best to stay away from the river due to its death affinity. Mingdu Yangsheng gave him the side eye. Immortal Emperor Mingdu most recognized this title, a mysterious and powerful ferryman. It's been a while, Brother Guanfeng and Brother Yangsheng. Mingdu cupped his fist with a smile. Although everyone heard frightening tales of his abilities, he looked rather amicable in person. The ancient emperors are gathering? Many big shots conversed among themselves. Don't act familiar now, I don't know you, an emperor from the 9 worlds joining Heaven Alliance. How humiliating. Yangsheng said, not giving any face. Of course, this also insulted everyone else who joined Heaven Alliance, especially the immortal emperors. Everyone has their own path. Mingdu smiled. You joined Lesser Firmament and I joined Heaven Alliance. Our journey is the same, only the path is different. Brother, you need to be less extreme, for life isn't just black and white. Mingdu held a high position in Heaven Alliance but rarely showed himself after joining. So what if I look down on Heaven Alliance and Celestial Court? I also look down on you, hound. Yangsheng took a sip of wine. So be it. Mingdu shook his head and said, feel free to think that way about me, Brother Yangsheng, but I am here today with sincerity. A while ago, Heaven Hammer, Illumination, and many others were visibly annoyed after being insulted. However, Mingdu remained carefree in stark contrast. This matter is rather simple to deal with, just let that entity leave Lesser Firmament. Since Azure School and Heaven Alliance wish to kill it, let them do so. Isn't that better for our 9 worlds? Mingdu said. This left everyone slack-jawed. Whose side was he on? In Heaven Alliance, his status was actually higher than God Cloud or Lantern Conqueror. Of course, this directness was also one way to accomplish Heaven Alliance's goal without needing to fight the ancient emperors. We don't care about the sinners or whatever, hand Moon Embrace over and we will leave. Ferocity was annoyed after being treated like air by the emperors and conquerors. Brat, go back to the playground. Mingdu waved his hand and said with a smile, the emperors are doing business right now, it's not your turn to speak. Ferocity's expression darkened after hearing this. Alas, these emperors were all monsters, so he didn't dare to retort. Brother Guanfeng and Brother Yangsheng, what do you think? We should just drink while watching Supreme and Illumination fight to the death. When they're done, we'll take care of the aftermath, yes? Mingdu said, making people question his allegiance again. I appreciate your sincerity, Brother Mingdu, but Lesser Firmament will not concede in this matter. Gentlemen, just leave and all will be fine. Immortal Emperor Guanfeng refused while shaking his head toward Heaven Hammer and Lantern. It's fine if you all won't scram. We can just fight to the death, let's see if you conquerors are stronger than us emperors. Yang Sheng laughed and said. As the negotiation was breaking down, another figure appeared outside of Lesser Firmament. Zhu Xian'er. Both conquerors and emperors were wary of her, not because of her cultivation or ability but rather, her immortal piercer. No one here had absolute confidence in dealing with it. She looked around with her cold eyes before focusing on Moon Embrace. I want it, she said before immediately using her immortal piercer. Whoosh. It pierced through the outer layer of the crystal walls in no time at all and wrapped around Moon Embrace. Come. She pulled back the chain, wanting to drag the set of armor out. Boom. The dark fog noticed this and erupted in power, turning into a gigantic hand and initiating a stronger attack against the seal. Focus. A majestic figure inside shouted. Numerous imperial auras and Dao surged upward in order to stop the rampaging fog. However, this gave enough time for Xue Jian'er to pull Moon Embrace out of the wall. Moon Embrace. The wondrous artifact became the center of attention again. Although some parties came for the sinners, they also wanted to take Moon Embrace. Rumble. Ferocity and his men channeled their power. Chapter 5301. Inside the tavern, Li Qie raised an eyebrow while the old man seemed to have remembered something. He slammed the table and immediately stood up. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pourread.com. He appeared before Zhu Xian'er and startled everyone including the immortal emperors. This is mine. He snatched the armor away from the chains and hugged it as if it was his own child. Clank. 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 Something miraculous happened, the armor set actually attached to his body. A magnificent visual phenomenon appeared before everyone, the appearance of an ocean large enough to drown the entire 6 continents. The waves could reach high enough to immediately extinguish the sun. A moon floated above the ocean and added a silvery glow to the water, occasionally embraced by the high waves. The middle-aged man became a paragon capable of shouldering the high heaven despite not possessing any aura. This is, Guan Feng and Ming Du observed this transformation and became emotional. All the emperors recalled a particular figure at the same time. Shit, in a distant place, Firmament Godchild saw this and cursed, he got tricked by that damned crow again. Fuck, I will not fuse together again and work like an ox for the crow, not in this lifetime. Pa. He gritted his teeth and stomped the ground, wanting to leave. After all, he was living a great life. There was no need to work so hard again. Moreover, nothing good would come from being together with the crow, only repression and frustration. Hand it over. Zhu Xian'er demanded the artifact and attacked with Immortal Piercer. The chain could seal anything, even the strongest known cultivator. It had never failed her before since it possessed the ability to seal more than just physical entities. Clank. Someone appeared in the direction of the chain and somehow grabbed it. Keep in mind that the chain had a special property of traveling through everything before locking the target. It would trap the soul for eternity if necessary. However, when this hand touched it, it became softer and immobilized like a caught snake. Everyone looked over and saw that the person grabbing the chain was none other than Li Qie. Ming Du staggered backward after taking a good look at Li Qie. Yang Sheng and Guan Feng's eyes became wide open, wondering what the hell they were looking at. Zhu Xian'er became murderous after seeing him. A little girl shouldn't be so violent. Li Qie glanced at her before pulling hard on the chain and swinging it. This slammed her to the ground and made her see stars. However, she still didn't let go of the chain. You. Li Qie ignored her and stared at Immortal Emperor Ming Du. Yeah, me. Ming Du let out a dry laugh before assuming a stance. Watch my move. He stood on one foot and executed a white crane spreading its wings. This ordinary martial art move had quite an imposing presence when done by him. Scram. Li Qie strongly swung the chain in the direction of the white crane. Bam! This move couldn't stop the legendary chain from smashing Ming Du in the face, causing blood and flesh to splash. The emperor who got sent flying didn't dare to linger behind and used the momentum to escape into the horizon. Spectators couldn't believe it. A famous and supreme emperor from Heaven Alliance lost after one move and decided to run? However, they were shocked at Li Qia's power too. Easily stopping Immortal Piercer and defeating Immortal Emperor Ming Du. Meanwhile, Lesser Firmament shook violently. The fog inside seemed to be furious, on the verge of escaping refinement. It headed straight in the direction of the middle-aged man who was wearing Moon Embrace. The latter didn't care for anything. He glared at the fog and shouted, "What are you looking at? This is mine, don't even dream about it." Boom! The fog became livid and unleashed a force capable of crushing everything. Crash! The crystal walls crumbled and the fog turned into a dragon claw aiming straight at the man. Li Qia focused up and ran into the fog, disappearing from sight. The top cultivators nearby couldn't believe what they saw next. The rampaging fog suddenly receded like the tides and retreated back to Lesser Firmament. What? Most had a serious expression after seeing this ferocity, was one exception. He didn't care about the sinners and the fog, only Moon Embrace. "Hand it over," he shouted. Heaven Alliance should be in charge of it. Lantern Conqueror's eyes lit up. Nonsense. Heaven Hammer raised his titular weapon, causing the battleground to shake. It's about time to fight. Immortal Emperor Yang Sheng stood up and released his imperial aura. Chapter 5302. The black fog resembled an endless ocean, a world of eternal darkness and damnation. Inside were flashing lightning bolts, not the ones seen in heavenly tribulations. They seemed to be the marks of this dark world, leaving indelible scars behind. Since there was nothing but darkness, the spatial scars were the only way to tell direction. The dark force could turn anyone into its slave, including the most magnificent gods. However, a balance existed at the very core of the darkness, another supreme power preventing it from spreading. This second force could bring peace to myriad worlds, completely unshakable. Not even time itself could erase it. Alas, the darkness continued to erode this power, wanting to release its wrath against the entire cosmos fully. Utter damnation seemed inevitable. Li Qia activated his primordial light while walking through the darkness. This affinity had existed since the start of the world, dating back to the primordial chaos. It spanned from the past to the future, acting like a guiding lamp through this darkness. Therefore, the corrosive force couldn't get close to him. He made his way through one dimension after another, surpassing the chaotic darkness and eventually reaching the source. He saw a man whose back alone was larger than the worlds themselves. The man suddenly turned around and revealed a pair of eyes engulfed in darkness. The dark rays coming from them could devour all existence. "Stop, return to your former self." Li Qia spoke and sent out runic words, attempting to stabilize the man and clear his mind. Boom! The runes floated around him and an immortal light erupted. The all-devouring darkness was instantly suppressed, giving time for the man to regain his sanity and true self. His original form showed itself once more, the very center of the universe. The celestial bodies trembled in submission. Emperors and gods from all realms bowed in reverence. With a mere raise of his hand, he could change the course of history. The word, invincible, was created solely for him. This was no stranger to Li Qia. However, there was an eye-catching difference, a palm print deep on the man's chest, seemingly having shattered it previously. It was so dark that it appeared translucent, containing the purest dark essences. Staring at it was no different than staring at a bottomless abyss. The souls would be pulled in instantly. This was the source of darkness and the fog. Dark strands from the deep wound oozed out, intending on corroding and devouring the man's flesh and blood. Upon closer inspection, there were certain Tao marks embedded into the dark palm print. They belonged to supreme emperors and monarchs, intending to seal the darkness to stop the devouring process. Li Qia scowled after seeing the injury. The two then fixed gazes and Li Qie entered his mind. The divine intense and his original power remained. However, there was only one soul left. Two souls are gone, you must recall them in order to become yourself again. That is the only way to heal this injury. Li Qie said. The man sat down, causing worlds to move in the same direction. Li Qie sat down as well. They've made their choices. Leave them be, they will return if they wish to. The man spoke calmly despite the constant struggle with the darkness. The souls separating is an abnormal occurrence. Li Qie shook his head. The man chuckled and raised his hand, summoning the best fragrant tea for the two. I was ambushed and only managed to suppress it with everyone's help. The man took a sip and continued. Later on, the girl destroyed her own Tao and started over again, coming up with a better method of suppression. Unfortunately, it wasn't at the everlasting level, so my soul scattered. We managed to seal the hand still, but not my souls. The man said. She was too hasty. Even with anima and the innate primordial Tao fruit, the Tao heart needs to be firm as well before removing this technique. Li Qie shook his head. Yes, she did lack patience and restraint. Nonetheless, everyone else remained and continued to suppress the seal. The man said. Just need the two souls back and you can do it yourself. Li Qie said. The man chuckled in response. His charismatic smile would outmatch even the most handsome man in the world. They're me. If they don't want to return, it means that I am unwilling. He said. That's right, you've endured so much already, so they do not want to return. Li Qie nodded. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com, and it will continue. The two were satisfied to be able to sit here and drink together after such a long period. I might be able to remove it so that the souls will return. Li Qie stared at the palm print. It's not that simple, and no rush. The situation looks fine with you here. The man shook his head. I don't want to take the blame for this any longer. Li Qie smiled. Eras have passed in the blink of an eye, yet I still endure with this broken body. It is still of use, so what's a little longer? He said. They kept on scolding me for putting you in this situation. Now, I don't know if it was my fault or if you made me the scapegoat. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 5303, It's no big deal, just another boulder on top of many. The man poured another cup for Li Qie. Your suffering continues. Li Qie sighed. One wrong move and that's it, all the planning after many eras will be for naught. Can you wait that long again? He asked. I'm afraid my patience is running out. The gleam in Li Qie's eyes could destroy all realms. Only one step left, and we're here to help. He said. Indeed. Li Qie sipped the tea and said softly, everything is going well? The bait has been taken by most. He said with a serious expression, not quite perfect yet though, primogenitor hasn't swallowed the bait fully. So a little more nudging. Li Qie said. What about evolution? He paused for a bit before asking. That's the interesting part. If all the fish have swallowed the bait, evolution is not far. Li Qie said. Don't forget that this is one of the smartest beings. He said sincerely. Yes, but also crazy. Li Qie said, crazy people love crazy events, and once they're caught in their own frenzy, they'll become overconfident. We still have to be sure that the baits are irresistible. He remained cautious. Li Qie nodded in agreement, just have to help them bite a bit harder and then we can pull the net. We cannot afford to make a single mistake. He realized how important the mission was. You'll have to keep enduring then. Li Qie said. Someone has to take up the hard jobs and plus, I don't have the worst one. The brat is the one suffering the most. The man said with a wry smile. Yes, it's a noble sacrifice. Li Qie contemplated for a bit before nodding. He willingly chose to do so and must endure the consequences. It will be justified in the end. He said. Don't worry, this won't be for nothing once we pull the net. Li Qiye said confidently. Trinity is dealt with, what about everyone else? He wasn't as optimistic. It is indeed a problem. I do have an idea, it just needs further polishing. Voracious Leviathan and Epic's End must be dragged into this as well. Li Qiye said. What if they know better? Then all of our efforts would have been in vain. He remained worried. Once we make it that far, it won't be up to them. Li Qiye said confidently. We must destroy all of them in one go. He nodded. We need a big bait for all the big fish, and Trinity will do. Li Qiye said. Any other potential complication? He asked. Li Qiye gazed deep into space and said, Twilight Hunter. He became tense after hearing this name and murmured, the Supreme Hunter, a quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. It will be fine, I'll be able to handle anyone. I'm just afraid that they won't come. Li Qiye said. He hasn't appeared in a long time, there are no trails left. Who knows if he is still around? He responded. Others might have disappeared for a multitude of reasons, but not Twilight Hunter. The question is this worth his time and effort? Li Qiye said. It's been so long since the matter of divine ancestor. I don't think the patient Twilight Hunter will take the risk. He shook his head. We will just have to make it impossible to resist. Li Qiye said. This won't work, you will not be able to lure him out. The problem is that in this epoch, you are the absolute master, not to mention you are a returner from above. It doesn't matter how delicious you are, Twilight Hunter will just wait for you to leave. Other meals might not be as delightful but still enough to satiate his appetite. He disagreed. That's the crux of the problem. Li Qiye smiled, the best of feasts is too obvious, he will wonder if it's a trap. What can we do then? Even if we get rid of everyone else, Twilight Hunter will always be there. He said. We'll kill them all, Leviathan, Epic's End, and Twilight Hunter. I won't allow these insects to linger in my epoch. Li Qiye said with murderous intent and conviction before pausing for a bit. Well, I do have a plan. Li Qiye stroked his chin and said, we already have incredible baits, it's about the execution. He will not do anything with you around. He said. Don't be so sure, the baits from beyond the heaven are just too enticing. Be ready for some surprises. Li Qiye said with a smile. Perhaps. He didn't wish to be pessimistic any longer. The two of them drank the tea quietly for a while before the man asked, so what happened? Who is this unknown guest? This wasn't part of your plan. Li Qiye sighed and shook his head, even the most perfect plan will have some flaws revealed with due time. I'm not sure if I would have done anything differently. You know now, and you have made a deal. He speculated. Not yet, but time waits for no one. Li Qiye shook his head. The end of one game is the start of another, when will it end? He asked. Li Qiye took his time thinking before replying, it is getting closer. Maybe the answer will be there after 2 more games. And this epoch? He asked. I planted the tree not for the fruits. If there are fruits, they belong to the tree, not me. Li Qiye shrugged. Who will guard this tree and its fruits then? He asked with a solemn expression. The tree is fully grown and the fruits are ripe, the insects will be removed as well. I don't want to be a gardener or a savior forever. Li Qiye smiled. He pondered for a bit before staring at Li Qiye. You are willing to do so? That's the difference between you and me. You wish to shoulder the heaven while I am only passing by, anything else is a byproduct of my goal. Li Qiye responded. This is your home. He said. It is, but I won't be here forever. Li Qiye nodded. What about her? He asked. I have done what I should and carried out my promise. The future will be as she desires. Li Qie said softly. She is no longer around now. His tone became aggressive. If she is still alive, I will make sure that she'll be around. Li Qie took a sip of tea. You're a bastard. He scolded. Not the first time I've heard this from you, I don't mind. Li Qie smiled wryly. Humph. He was clearly dissatisfied with Li Qie. I'm just a passerby, it doesn't matter who they are. Li Qie earnestly said. Chapter 5304, Boom. Meanwhile, a devastating battle raged on outside of Lesser Firmament. Shao Qing Tian, Heaven Hammer Conqueror, and their legion wanted to seize Moon Embrace from the man. They were promptly stopped by the old servant who resembled an unbreakable fortress. Everyone gasped after seeing this, wondering about his actual identity. He was fighting against some impressive foes, yet he had no problem stopping them. The list included a 12-fruit dragon lord and an 8-fruit conqueror. This was utterly inconceivable. As for the middle-aged man, he happily rubbed the armor just like a young master receiving a new robe for the New Year celebration, one beautiful and made from the softest silk. He laughed heartily like a child without knowing why he was so excited. All in all, it felt that the armor was just right when attached to his body. Of course, others expected this out of him. After all, they would be acting the same way after wearing an immortal armament. In fact, some might be even crazier. Who may you be? Heaven Hammer, on the other hand, focused on the old servant, the person preventing everyone from getting close to Moon Embrace. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. I am my lord's servant. The old servant didn't state his name. Everyone thought that he must be someone with 12 Dao fruits, either a conqueror or Dao lord. Of course, he could be an emperor or monarch with 12 wills as well. Why would such an invincible master subject himself to being someone else's servant? Boom. On the other side, Immortal Emperor Yang Sheng utilized the power of his heaven's wills to fight against God Cloud and Lantern's group. That's all you can do? He said domineeringly. Members of the crowd admired him, not only for his power but also for his hot-headed youthfulness. It was nice to be young despite being from the previous epoch. In reality, he should have one foot in the grave while Lantern and God Cloud were the young ones. The young geniuses observed him and hoped that they could be the same way during their last years. Rumble. The fog suddenly returned and invaded Lesser Firmament again, wanting to break down the crystal walls. Seal. The masters inside initiated their sealing formation once more. However, the fog surged upward and broke through the containment. Shit! Yang Sheng and Guan Feng retreated and joined the fray, channeling the power of their heaven's wills. Unfortunately, this proved to be insufficient. The emperors were sent flying as something seemed to be awakening, an unstoppable giant capable of toppling the world. It destroyed the wall before its path and finally escaped. The sky turned dark afterward, no power under heaven could stop it now. What the hell is it? Everyone became frightened after seeing this seemingly alive fog. It finally escaped its prison in Lesser Firmament. Boom! It opened a majestic portal with pulsing waves capable of destroying the upper continents. Dragon lords and conquerors became frozen after sensing its might. They saw an ashen world beyond with nothing but the Grand Tao in their initial forms. Tao rivers flowed toward the unknown. There were no concepts of time and space here, no distance and coordinates either. Common sense and worldly rules didn't apply here. Ultimate. Spectators recognized it, one of the 4 broken realms. This fog was something else, capable of opening a portal to this forbidden zone. Back in Imperial Attendant City, Suppression Conqueror had opened a portal to Red Flood World. However, it required a specific method, unlike the fog. The disparity in power was rather obvious. Lightning bolts from illusory stars descended from space, traveling through time itself. They bombarded the fog and caused it to bellow in pain. However, despite being pinned by the lightning bolts, it still leaped up and entered the portal. Chapter 5305. The fog entered the portal and became part of its chaotic Tao, suddenly disappearing from sight. That was Illumination Conqueror. Meanwhile, a crowd member talked about the attack prior from the stars. Everyone wondered if those lightning bolts were enough to injure and potentially kill the fog. However, this seemed rather unlikely since it had enough power to escape the seal from numerous ancient emperors and monarchs. Nonetheless, he did leave an intimidating impression on everyone since they saw how impressive that attack was earlier. Among the current generation, only a few beings could actually take him on. The dregs have been taken care of, withdraw. Illumination Conqueror's voice echoed across the battlefield, clearly not intending on dragging out this mess with lesser firmament. Clank. A gong could be heard from Heaven Alliance. We're withdrawing. Lantern obeyed the command and told the others. It seemed that the sinner had entered ultimate, there was no need for them to fight lesser firmament now. Why is everyone leaving so soon? Someone spoke as the forces were on the verge of withdrawing. A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Everyone looked back and saw Wuxia walking out of lesser firmament with a chilling expression, that he was in a bad mood and was about to take it out on them. The forces stopped in their track, staring at Wuxia. Sir. Immortal Emperor Guanfeng and Immortal Emperor Yang Sheng came over and bowed. However, this didn't improve Wuxia's mood. Commit suicide and spare yourself from a worse fate. Wuxia glared at Shao Qingtian and the others. The crowd gasped upon hearing this. The observers exchanged glances of confusion. Guanfeng and Yang Sheng didn't dare to say anything, quietly backing off. Unfortunately, the others didn't possess the same knowledge regarding Wuxia. Are you telling us to commit suicide? Lantern's eyes became ablaze. His group had never experienced something like this before given their personal power and influence. In fact, even Illumination Conqueror couldn't tell them to do so because the killing would require considerable effort. The Tao fruits were virtually indestructible. This was especially true for those with 10 fruits and up. My patience is limited. Wuxia responded. He's even crazier than I am. Men, destroy him. Ferocity commanded. The soldiers from the tower behind him rushed forward, giants, demons, river beasts. Their march caused the ground to quake violently. Give it here. Wuxia reached for Zhu Xian'er. She became startled and let out a battle cry. Given her current cultivation, her voice alone could destroy stars. However, he easily caught her as if she was a helpless chicken and took the chain away. Clank. He extended it fully with both hands and glanced at the incoming dragon lords and demons. Whoosh. He swung the chain and dismembered them from the waist horizontally. Ah. Blood splashed everywhere. Their true fate and sacred fruits flew into the sky and activated their power. However, the chain grew longer and pierced through all of them, looking like a meat skewer. He then slammed it vertically against the Legion of Heaven Alliance. Prepare for battle. God Cloud shouted. Kill, kill, kill. The Legion members roared thunderously and formed a grand formation. It assumed the image of an endless land with countless Tao and murderous potential. Alas, this meant nothing because the now gigantic chain obliterated them. Ah! These dragon lords and sovereigns were reduced to a field of smashed berries. Having the number advantage didn't help them here. The massacre horrified the crowd, but the chain didn't stop there. It headed for the 13 famous dragon lords under Heaven Hammer Conqueror. They were courageous veterans and didn't run from battle. Their sacred fruits appeared and formed a line in order to stop the chain. The fruits exploded upon contact and the chain went on to destroy the dragon lords in their avatar form. Chapter 5306. The magical artifact known as Immortal Piercer was used as a simple iron chain, pulverizing 3 different forces as if they were as fragile as chicken eggs. The Legion of Heaven Alliance, the 13 Dragon Lords under Heaven Hammer, and the soldiers of the tower were all battle-hardened warriors. Alas, they stood no chance against Li Qia's brutality. The number of eggs didn't matter when they were being thrown at a rock. Big shots and famous dragon lords trembled uncontrollably while staring at the carnage. Weaker cultivators lost control of their body. Some ancestors fell butt first to the ground, traumatized. Die. Shao Qingtian summoned his 12 sacred fruits, granting him the power to connect with heaven and borrow its power. He became a god as he channeled the Tao to attack Li Qia. The sky behind him turned into a seal with an unstoppable momentum. Immovable azure. He roared as he unleashed an attack fully empowered by his sacred fruits. This was enough to obliterate a country in the blink of an eye. On the opposing side, the chain simply made a slight arc to isolate Li Qia from all other domains. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. The seal scared the hell out of spectators but couldn't make it through the chain before dispersing. Whoosh! After stopping the seal, the pointed tip at the other end of the chain pierced Qingtian's chest in an instant. He didn't realize what had happened until he looked down due to a sharp pain. He then saw the chain piercing through him, swaying back and forth like a spirit snake. He decided to abandon his body and attempted a self-implosion so that the true fate along with the sacred fruits could escape. Unfortunately, this plan didn't work because the chain prevented the implosion and trapped everything from running away. How dare you! Heaven Hammer Conqueror leaped forward for a vertical swing. Space was smashed into nothingness. Chasms appeared on the ground from the sheer pressure. Everything within its area of effect turned to ashes. This was a worthy technique, he didn't shame his master, Illumination Conqueror. Bam! Sparks splattered everywhere as Li Qia blocked the hammer with a swing of the chain. The result was akin to thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time. The sparks illuminated the sky and temporarily blinded the audience. The chain somehow destroyed the Conqueror's renowned weapon that had slain numerous dragon lords and armies in the past. Although it appeared to be a physical contact, the chain sent out enormous energy waves a split second before the actual impact. These waves made short work of the hammer. How can this be? The crowd bellowed in astonishment. This hammer was crafted by the Conqueror himself using rare metals from outer space. The tempering process included numerous sessions of lightning augmentation, resulting in impressive offensive and defensive potential. Heaven Hammer had a terrible feeling before joining the fight and reacted quickly by fleeing. Alas, his impeccable speed wasn't as fast as the chain. Though he was incalculably far away after a single step, the chain still impaled him by the chest. Lantern Tribulation. Lantern Conqueror no longer considered him an enemy and decided to help. Buzz. He turned into a lantern and appeared above Li Qia, moving too quickly for the crowd to see his actual transformation. The lantern tilted and poured oil downward. The candle ignited flames along the pathway, resulting in a fiery torrent. The intense heat melted time and space around Li Qia. Everything became distorted and visibility was gone. Chapter 5307, The Conqueror was originally a lantern. He utilized his best technique and used his Grand Tao to summon a special flame. Not to mention regular dragon lords and sovereigns, even conquerors and Tao lords might not be able to endure it directly. It could burn through the reincarnation cycle and even imperial treasures, reducing them to molten liquid. His peers were aware of this move and found it rather dreadful. The distortion of space and time made escape virtually impossible. Thus, the target became trapped and burned alive. However, as people activated their heavenly gaze to observe the flame ravaging Li Qia, they unexpectedly found that he was perfectly fine. Not even his clothes were burning. He looked to be enjoying himself as if embraced by pleasant sunlight. Impossible! Lantern shouted in horror. He has dominated for such a long time now. In fact, during Emperor War, he killed several Tao lords and conquerors through this technique. This simply didn't make sense to him. However, his astonishment was replaced by a sense of danger. He stopped thinking and tried to run. Unfortunately, outrunning the chain was impossible, so he became another meat on the skewer. As for God Cloud, he had been gathering power and finally unleashed a wave of lightning straight at Wuxia. The moment they made contact, they exploded and multiplied into more bolts, fully drowning him. The explosions affected all of the upper continents, not just the battlefield. At first, the wave of lightning didn't seem impressive until the chain reaction. However, once the dust settled, Wuxia still stood there, unharmed. God Cloud couldn't believe what he was seeing. He reacted by summoning countless auspicious clouds. Again? Spectators thought that if all of these clouds were to explode, the continent would suffer devastating damage. Thus, the Dragon Lord standing nearby and even the Conquerors and Dao Lords from a distance immediately retreated, not wanting to be dragged into this mess. However, blood splashed first before the explosions from the clouds. God Cloud looked down and saw the chain piercing through his chest. Ah! He bellowed in pain before being dragged in the air by the chain just like the rest. Flaying your skin and removing your tendons is too much work, too gruesome as well. I'll just roast you then. Wuxia said calmly. Find the original at pori.com. The flame tribulation that was engulfing him suddenly traveled through the chain and started burning the four. Ah! Their screams echoed across the battlefield. Even when they were at their peak state, they couldn't have stopped this unique flame. Now, due to their weakened condition from being impaled, they had no chance of stopping it. No other option existed, not self-implosion or any escaping technique, since the chain had firmly pierced their true fate and fruits. Lantern couldn't believe that after burning so many to death, he would be subjected to the same fate one day. During the sizzles and cries, many also smelled the stench of roasted meat. This was quite a frightening delicacy, a skewer made of dragon lords and conquerors. Eventually, the four muttered their last breath before being reduced to ashes in public. Chapter 5308. The victims were once dominating existences. Their death caused spectators to tremble in fear. Although they weren't at the apex, they weren't far from it either. Alas, their final outcome was one of helplessness and despair. Anyone who witnessed this in person would be traumatized forever. Even the big shots such as Conquerors and Dragon Lords would have nightmares about it. Worst of all, Wuxia didn't use his own merit law from start to finish. He utilized a mortal piercer like an iron chain before roasting everyone with Lantern's flames. 3 separate forces surrounded Lesser Firmament for an inquisition. Unfortunately, it ended so rapidly without Lesser Firmament getting involved. Silence took over, Illumination Conqueror, Sword Sea Dao Lord, and Supreme had no response. They clearly had qualms about participating in the battle. There were only 2 lucky survivors, Immortal Emperor Ming-Du who ran at the start and surprisingly enough, Ferocity who ran right after commanding his men to march forward. Everyone always brought up his arrogance and love for battle. This didn't seem to be the case. Is anything true about Ferocity's reputation? Many wondered. They heard about how he would always fight regardless of who the opponent was. Now, he seemed more like a coward who would run at the first sign of trouble. They had more sympathy for Immortal Emperor Ming-Du who did the same. After all, despite being an immortal emperor, he remained humble and polite throughout the conflict. In fact, there was one other survivor, Zhu Xianer. She didn't actively antagonize Wuxia and even stood on the sideline after her immortal piercer was taken away from her. Her merciless reputation couldn't be questioned for she had proven it many times in the past. However, she didn't try to seize her weapon back and remained a neutral observer. The truth was that she really wanted to teach Wuxia a lesson. Alas, she was suppressed from the very start. Immortal Piercer had never failed her before, always capable of sealing the fruits and the true fate. This allowed her to kill Conquerors and Dao Lords. The issue was the difficulty in controlling it. Ever since her Dao debut, Immortal Piercer has been her primary weapon. Despite training with it for so long, sealing an opponent at the start remained challenging. Therefore, she exercised caution despite possessing this unbeatable weapon. Using it meant expending a considerable amount of energy and vitality. Moreover, she lacked true expertise, unable to focus on both offense and defense. If she could master it just like Li Qia, she would be able to fight apex cultivators such as Supreme and All Things Tao Lord. After witnessing Li Qia in action, she started wondering whether he was the original master of the weapon while she had only picked it up on the street afterward. Thus, she knew better than to attack him carelessly lest risk dying to her own weapon. This was proven to be the correct choice since he had no interest in a mortal piercer and tossed it back to her. She stood there in a daze after catching her beloved treasure. Everyone in this world desired a mortal piercer due to its frightening offensive ability. Nonetheless, fear prevented most from maneuvering against her. Li Qia, on the other hand, didn't give a damn and tossed it away like a piece of scrap metal. She didn't know how to feel about the situation, whether to feel insulted or merely astounded. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. The remaining members of the crowd couldn't believe this outrageous act of generosity. I feel a bit better. Anyone else wishes to entertain me? Li Qia looked around and asked. No one dared to answer. Is this a joke? You killed conquerors and dragon lords just because your mood was foul? Do we have to send you our entire sect to kill for entertainment? The losses suffered just now were serious even for the behemoths such as Heaven, Divine, and Azure. They didn't want to send anyone else to their death. Chapter 5309. Silence ensued since no one dared to provoke Li Qia. Neutral spectators and hidden masters only observed in silence. Pop. In a distant space, a barely audible noise sounded. This was akin to something opening their eyes or shifting their body ever so slightly. The negligible change in sound and space couldn't be heard by anyone except Li Qia. He turned in that direction and focused his gaze, piercing through the dimensions. The unknown entity became afraid and immediately stopped moving, seemingly evaporating from thin air. Li Qia continued to scan for a bit before speaking. We're leaving. I'm not going. The middle-aged man said. Where do you want to go then? Li Qia didn't expect this. I'm going home. The man happily patted Moon Embrace and his shrunken tavern before heading into Lesser Firmament. How come? Li Qia asked because the guy didn't wish to go to Lesser Firmament before. I'm in a great mood since First Brother is gone. The man responded, looking like an excited young master during the New Year celebration. Of course, everyone stared at him enviously. Who wouldn't want to be wearing Moon Embrace? There was nothing bad about being an idiot young master if it meant having one of the 5 immortal armaments. I'm not following you anymore. The man added without bothering to look at Li Qia, acting as if he was no longer in need of money. Idiot, you fell into his trap again. You're screwed now. Firmament Godchild still sensed the man's movement despite being extremely far away. He decided to keep on traveling far away from Lesser Firmament. Enjoy your stay then. Li Qia didn't stop him. The man happily entered the portal with his Moon Embrace, seemingly tired of working so hard outside. It was time for the young master to inherit his wealth. Everyone was curious about him. Why did he get to return to Lesser Firmament? What was his actual identity? As for the immortal emperors, they wanted to keep Li Qia and came over to Biyao. Alas, he had no intention of lingering here. Li Zhitian and the others immediately caught up to him. Where are we going now, young noble? Li Zhitian asked, thinking that Li Qia was searching for something. Just taking a look at something. Li Qia leaped up into the air and opened a portal. Buzz. The group entered and found themselves in a rather bizarre world. Blood seemed to be pouring down from the red sky along with a foul evil energy. Even the vegetation appeared strange and had twisted grimaces. Every inch of the land had been cursed and inflicted with malice, destined to be abandoned. The inhabitants of the land had been rejected by the high heaven itself. Thus, they could only stay here. Evil reborn. The old servant had a serious expression. That's where we are? Li Jitian shuddered. Evil Reborn, another of the 4 broken realms, was the home to many evil creatures. According to the legends, existences who had fallen into the darkness would reincarnate here. Is this really a land of reincarnations? Li Jitian found this place to be different from the other 3. A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Of course not, the so-called broken realms are just abandoned lands with a tragic story. Li Qie smiled. Tragic story? I haven't heard of this before. Li Jitian said. Li Qie only smiled and didn't elaborate. He moved on and took a look around. The group could tell that he was searching for something. My lord, what are you searching for? The old servant asked. Just checking on a particular creature. Li Qie said. What's so special about it? Jitian was curious. It belongs to a race that shouldn't exist. Li Qie said. A race that shouldn't exist? Jitian murmured. Li Qie gazed into the horizon before answering. A madman was cursed, taking everything else down with him. The race that was created. The old servant had more information regarding the elusive tales. Creation is not the right word here. Li Qie shook his head, only a derivation at best. What's the difference? Jitian asked. Combining certain things. Li Qie said. Like the blood race? The old servant had fear deep in his eyes. Now this I have heard of, an ancient race from the 9 worlds. Their ancestors were evil creatures. Jitian said. Half of their bloodline is evil. The pure-blooded ones are extinct now. Li Qie said. From what I know, their progenitor and a blood-sucking entity gave birth to descendants. Strangely enough, the latter branch was wiped out while the blood race continues. The old servant said. I don't think this type of origin story is limited to the blood race. The ghost race has something similar too, their progenitor sleeping with a ghost or a dead corpse, eventually giving birth to the ghost race. It's a bit ridiculous. Li Jitian thought that this fetish was too much. Even True Bear let out a roar after hearing the necrophilia story. Chapter 53:10. The ghost and blood race remain to the present. However, their origin consisted of numerous tales and speculations. No one could verify the truth at this point, so they were used for the sake of gossiping and storytelling in tea houses. As a member of Imperial, Li Jitian enjoyed a rich education. He had read many stories regarding these 2 races. Is there any truth to these stories? Li Jitian took advantage of this opportunity and asked Li Qie. Have you ever thought that they might share the same progenitor? Li Qie said casually. The same progenitor? Jitian was surprised. Young noble, are you saying that someone chose to copulate with blood-sucking creatures and corpses? He thought that this person's perversion was out of control, going as far as sleeping with nasty creatures and potentially corpses. Although cultivators at the apex were unbound by trivial matters and conventional perspectives, this was still a bit too much to accept. After thinking about it for a bit, Jitian felt slightly nauseous. Mad is the right adjective here. Li Kai said. Is it all true, not fabricated at all? Jitian remained skeptical. How did those 2 races come into being then? No one else can create races outside of the high heaven. Li Qie said. How long did it take for a new race to populate? Li Jitian thought about it, and the reproduction process must have been lengthy. Think about why the purest ones and the evil creatures no longer exist. Li Qie responded. Jitian shuddered, thinking that something terrible must have happened. The population kept on expanding until they became a new race. The old servant murmured and grossed Jitian out. The person who started this is something else. Seems like there's nothing they won't do. Jitian smiled wryly. Do you think this is limited to just the ghost and blood race? Li Qie said. There are more? Jitian stared at Li Qie in disbelief. There were previous experiments, albeit failed experiments. Some can be considered predecessors to the aforementioned races. For example, the Forsaken blood, or in short, the Forsaken. Li Qie said. The Forsaken. Jitian said, this mythical race existed too? He had heard stories about them as well, physically repulsive creatures that should only belong in nightmares. Yes, another derivation. Have a look at this world. Li Qie said. It has something to do with the derivation process? He asked. Yes, an utterly evil and foul process happened here. Li Qie said. Young noble, are you saying that these races were all derived here? He speculated. Think about the 4 broken realms. Red Flood is broken due to a refinement attempt, it is worse for Reborn. Li Qie said. What did they try to refine? He asked. A supreme weapon. Li Qie revealed. A supreme weapon? He thought about it and everything made sense. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Red Flood contained countless broken weapons and blacksmithing materials, not to mention the most obvious hint, the molten liquid. The 5 immortal armaments, right? The old servant said softly. You know a lot. Li Qie smiled at him. Just a little bit. He bowed humbly. The 5 armor sets came from Red Flood? Who created them then? Jitian took a deep breath after learning a new secret regarding the distant past. The pioneer of a new treasure system. Li Qie paused and stared at them for emphasis. The majority of treasures you see now were refined with this system. That's incredible. He murmured, aware of the significance. Such a pioneer of the current treasure system must have been a peerless paragon, a being to be respected by even apex emperors and Dao lords. After all, everyone was walking on the path built by this pioneer. How should we properly address this pioneer? The old servant bowed and asked. Stonesplitter Patriarch. Li Qie said slowly. Stonesplitter Patriarch. The old servant and Li Jitian exchanged glances, having heard this title for the first time. What a cultivator, blessing the world and future descendants with a new prosperous path. Jitian murmured. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Have you heard of epic paragon artifacts? Li Qie seemed amused by this praise. Yes, the strongest artifact of an epic. As far as I know, Celestial Court has one. The old servant became emotional. Do you know how to craft one? Li Qie asked Jitian. How? With the Pioneer's system? Jitian didn't feel like this was a positive matter. 1. Unsure whether this title had been mentioned before or if this is the first reveal. Chapter 53:11. Li Qie gazed into the distance and said, the process of crafting a paragon artifact is awfully cruel, usually requiring burying the entire world. The entire world. Li Jitian became emotional after hearing this. He imagined the sacrifice needed in order to craft such a weapon. True bones. The old servant murmured, revealing his rich knowledge of history. Impressive. Li Qie praised. I've only heard of it by chance, not strong enough to actually verify it. He said humbly. Well, did Stonesplitter Patriarch craft an epic artifact? Jitian couldn't help but ask. It's easier said than done. The crafting process requires perfect circumstances. Certain things are forbidden by the villainous heaven, hence abandonment. Li Qie smiled. The 4 broken realms were abandoned. The old servant understood. Too many evil things have happened in these places, so they were buried. However, the great calamity changes the landscape of the world. This hidden history will resurface in due time. Li Qie added. Jitian learned many new things today regarding the broken realm. This was certainly outside of his expectation. What about Ultimate and Perish, what happened there? He said with a soft tone. Li Qie only stared at him and didn't answer. Each realm represents a lord. The old servant elaborated after gaining insight into these legends. That's indeed the case. It's just been too long for people to know now. Li Qie said. So 4 lords who created the broken realms? Zhitian asked. Epic lords. Li Qie gave a short answer. Zhitian took a deep breath since these beings were far above dragon lords and conquerors. Search Tinural. com/2p9mv8w for the original. Let's keep going. Li Qie started walking. Young noble, what are we searching for? Zhitian asked along the way. An incomplete product. Li Qie said. How is it incomplete? He asked. Do you know what the most successful race that has been derived from reborn is? Li Qie asked with a smile. Either the blood or the ghost race. He thought about it for a bit before answering. They are indeed successful and accepted by heaven and earth. However, there's not much ingenuity or newness there compared to a particular race. They are feared by all and hated by the heaven. Li Qie shook his head. What is it? He asked. Li Qie's smile disappeared as he revealed the answer, the ancient Ming. I thought that they are extinct. The old servant blurted out. Yes, that is true. Li Qie nodded because he was the one who personally eradicated them. According to the legends, Celestial Court had banished them from this land. Zhitian said. Celestial Court likes to embellish their history. Nether and Brilliant's insignificant abilities couldn't have banished the ancient Ming. In fact, without Purewood's help, who knows if Celestial could have survived. Li Qie said. I see. Zhitian smiled wryly because his clan was once a pillar of Celestial Court. He continued, the ancient Ming was that strong? After all, Celestial Court has stood strong despite having Apex Emperors and Dao Lords as their enemies. Now, Li Qie listed the ancient Ming as a force that could have destroyed them. A forbidden race, virtually undying. Their evil is unknown to the present generation. Li Qie said. Undying? Zhitian commented. Not in the literal sense, but a few races can reproduce rapidly through division. Li Qie said. So they were derived, but from what abominable combinations? Zhitian asked. Not through combination and reproduction this time. Li Qie smiled at him, causing him to have goosebumps. But didn't you say that creation was impossible? Zhitian asked. It's rather close, hence the heavenly tribulations to punish them. Li Qie said. How did they come into being? Zhitian's curiosity grew. If you must know, it's rather simple. Li Qie smiled. Simple? He was sure that the answer would be strange. They reproduce with themselves. Li Qie said. What? How would that work? He murmured. It is a sinister method, they use other living creatures as nourishment in order to multiply. Li Qie said, thus, in order for them to survive, they must act as parasites among the other races, growing stronger and multiplying via devouring. Such strange creatures. He didn't know the details of the process, but this definitely felt evil. That's why the high heaven does not tolerate their existence. Normal means of reproduction are forbidden, so parasitism and division are the only ways. Li Qie said, the various factors turn them into abominations since birth. I don't understand. He said, what is the point of attempting to create these races? Where are the benefits? The derivation process was foul and disgusting. Why did someone attempt this? There are madmen who compare themselves to the heaven, wanting everyone else to conform to their ways. Li Qie responded. I see. He said. Only the villainous heaven can create something out of thin air. As for us lowly ones, we must resort to reproduction. Li Qie went on. Chapter 53:12, Crazy indeed, no, it's utter madness. Zhitian concluded. There's a thin line between genius and madness. Li Qie smiled. It's best not to be a genius then. He let out a dry smile. Well, don't worry, you're not a genius compared to the mad ones, just a regular person at best. Li Qie said. I don't mind that at all. Jitian wasn't offended by the remark. Still alive. The old servant, on the other hand, focused on another aspect. Madmen normally live longer than anyone else. Li Qie said while sensing the land. Not here though. The old servant understood reborn, to an extent. Yes, not here. It would be too easy otherwise. Li Qie smiled. The old servant has been feeling uneasy since the moment they entered this land, especially after these conversations. I still can't imagine the events that have unfolded in these 4 broken realms. Jitian talked about the mysteries. Search poread.com for the original. You should be thanking the villainous heaven because without tribulations, Li Qie paused. Go on, he urged. The 4 broken realms are only tiny experiments. They would target the entire world if they could. The old servant answered instead. That is correct. It depends on the strength of the world as well. Li Qie said. They would try to refine the entire world into something like Red Flood? Jitian asked. Even worse, more like Perish and Ultimate. The old servant said. He had visited and researched the broken realms in the past. Now, with Li Qie's input, he gained a good idea of the past. If it weren't for the heavenly tribulations, this world would be no more. Li Qie added. The two exchanged glances after hearing this. The old servant took a deep breath and asked, Are they still around now? Li Qie glanced at the sky and said, Yes, and they're living well, still keeping an eye on everything as well, hence Celestial Court's existence. Impossible. Jitian shouted because Celestial Court was the supreme pillar of the race. It had protected them throughout the eras. In fact, some believed that they would have been extinct without the protection of Celestial Court. Celestial Court is the guardian light of the race. Jitian said. Though he had issues with its recent direction, he was still a member of the race and had respect for Celestial Court. Would a farmer let wolves eat their pigs? Li Qie asked. Jitian trembled because this idea would subvert everything that he had believed in regarding Celestial Court. The wise sages were noble protectors. He said softly. His clan had produced numerous apex cultivators who sacrificed their lives for the greater good. Do you think they were the masters of Celestial Court? Li Qie smirked. Then who? The current lords right now are Nether Emperor and Sword Emperor. Jitian answered. Nether was an ancient emperor and had ruled Celestial Court for many years in the past. Sword Emperor, surprisingly enough, came from the Qian. When the Qian were branded as sinners, he was the first to mobilize against his own father, World Emperor. In history, the ancient emperors served as the leaders of Celestial Court and maintained the race's prosperity. Who do you think branded the Qian and the people as sinners? Li Qie casually asked. Jitian fell into rumination. Immemorial epic war happened a long time ago, so only legends remained. Who branded them as sinners? He said with uncertainty. Nether Emperor. Could be your ancestor, Crimson Emperor. Li Qie smiled amusingly. No way, our ancestor obtained 12 wills after World Emperor. Jitian disagreed. That's right, your ancestor lost 1 will later. Although he gained Flame Emperor's immortal armament, he is only a little brother before World Emperor. Your clan right is arguably number 1 or 2 among the race, but in the past, it couldn't compare to the Qian. Li Qie said. Yes, 1 clan with 9 emperors, that's untouchable. Jitian said. Untouchable is still not enough to describe their influence. No one among the 3 major races dared to say no to World Emperor. Nether Emperor might be old, but that's it. He wouldn't have dared to brand the Qian as sinners unless he had a death wish. Li Qie said. No clan in the present reached the same height as the Qian, not my clan or the Lu. Jitian agreed. Let's get back to the question then, who branded them as sinners? Li Qie asked. Despite the seemingly impossible scenario, history proved otherwise. The Qian was eventually destroyed by a coalition force under Celestial Court. It couldn't have been Crimson Emperor or Nether Emperor. They were not qualified to do so, and the other emperors wouldn't have listened. There is a higher existence in Celestial Court. Zhitian finally understood. The current apex cultivator is far from the apex. It is only the first step. The old servant explained, only those that have gained anima and embarked on the path toward everlasting life are qualified to learn these secrets. Mostly true. Li Qie said, there are unspoken rules regarding these taboo topics. Who is this mysterious existence? Zhitian asked, unable to think of someone capable of ordering the ancient emperors. Chapter 53:13. Crimson Emperor was the sixth to have 12 wills, not to mention his immortal armament and immortal bloodline. He stood at the pinnacle, whether it be the past, the present, or the future. It would be shocking for the world to find out how he had to obey someone else. I can't imagine such an existence. Zhitian murmured. An ancient progenitor. The old servant once held a high position and had talked to the upper echelons of Celestial Court before. I see. Zhitian hasn't heard of this before. After all, this was definitely a top secret. Where did the Emperor's cultivation method come from? And the 3 grand bloodlines? Li Qie asked. Zhitian had never thought about this question before. Few tried to search back to the origin. Moreover, even if they did, they lacked the ability to actually do so. This was either due to the erasure of time or a taboo aspect. Perish. The old servant answered instead. Oh. You know all the secrets, it seems. Li Qie was surprised to hear this. For the full version, visit Pori.com. I am only displaying my slight skill before a true master. It's just that I visited Perish back then after receiving some guidance and figured out a few things. The old servant lowered his head. Perish is the answer? That's the source of the grand Tao for the ancient emperors and monarchs? Zhitian became emotional. That is a place where everything returns to the void. My lord, it's due to refinement, right? The old servant asked. That is correct. Someone had established a Tao source there, and after numerous experiments and refinements, they were able to excavate the source's power. This reduced the area to the void once more. Li Qie said. A Tao source from a distant past, Zhitian murmured. To be exact, that is the cultivation path of Trinity Epoch. It is not the case anymore. Li Qie smiled. Trinity Epoch, that's the name of the 9 worlds and 13 continents? Zhitian knew about these historical locations since his ancestors came from there. Yes, Trinity is an archaic name. The monikers of the 9 worlds and 13 continents became popular subsequently. Li Qie explained. Perish was melted from the refinement. Why did it split later? The old servant asked. Well, let me ask this first. As an apex cultivator, what is your view on the current cultivation system? Li Qie asked. The old servant paused briefly before answering, obtaining the 12 fruits to craft an immortal avatar. Next comes anima for the sake of everlasting life. And back then? Li Qie inquired again. The heavens' wills, 12 of them. The old servant answered. Why did it stop at the heavens' wills? Li Qie asked. The old servant took a while to ponder the issue this time. 12 wills or 12 fruits, that's not the end pursuit of the Tao path. Li Qie continued. What is it then? Zhitian asked. Anima. Li Qie responded. Right, either path will reach anima. The old servant said. Anima, or the true self, is there at the initial inception. However, the chaos of life prevents people from seeing it. Cultivation is only a way to circumvent the chaos, whether with 12 wills or 12 fruits. Li Qie said. I understand. The old servant realized something. Back during the of the emperors, the anima was not allowed to be seen. Your guess is correct. Li Qie said, unfortunately, no secrets can be kept forever. Some couldn't help but continue the search. Of course, as long as anima is real, which it is, they will come across it eventually. So that's the pathway to everlasting life? Zhitian asked. The world has yet to see true everlasting life. Li Qie stared at him and earnestly responded, but without anima, there is no point in even talking about everlasting life and immortality, akin to trying to fetch the moon out of the sea or looking at the flowers through the fog. Our cultivation system has all of that right now. What prevented the past from having the same privileges? Zhitian asked. It was separated from the start. The old servant had spent time in Parish and understood the differences. There is still a long path after obtaining anima, nonetheless, there is hope for everlasting life with the slim possibility. Becoming what's known as a supreme overlord isn't impossible. Li Qie said. A supreme overlord. This was Zhitian's first time hearing this classification. Parish was refined and buried in the river of time, the great calamity dragged it out. The one who caused this has a title. Li Qie told the old servant. Please enlighten me, young noble. The old servant bowed. Imperial progenitor of myriad realms. Li Qie said softly. The moment he said these words, something in an abyss was awoken. However, since it came from him, the existence didn't dare to do anything outside of hiding. Li Qie chuckled after the deliberate provocation, still scanning the world. Alas, there was no response. This was naturally a new title for Li Zhitian. For him, reaching the apex was hard enough. However, these legendary beings known as supreme overlords were still higher than apex emperors. An emperor and a progenitor. The old servant said. That's one way to put it. Progenitor first and emperor later. The Tao was split and anima could no longer be seen. Li Qie nodded. I see. All of the old servant's questions regarding Parish have been answered at last with the help of Li Qie. Moreover, he gained a deeper understanding of Celestial Court. In the past, he was formally invited but didn't know much about this power. Chapter 53:14. With the invitation came his chances to meet its upper echelon. For the world, this included the wise sages and ancient emperors, Nether, Sword, Heaven Burial, Light Dragon. Older beings in the past included Crimson and World Emperor. These unbeatable cultivators were the reason for Celestial Court's dominance. As he conversed with these beings, he had come to realize that it wasn't so simple. Alas, since he didn't join Celestial Court, he failed to see the truth. Now, he understood why Crimson Emperor and the others had no choice but to obey. There was someone far more frightening behind Celestial Court. Discover the complete story on Pori.com. Parish has Imperial Progenitor refining the Tao back to the void. Red Flood was melted by Stonesplitter Patriarch. Zhitian regained his wits and looked at the evil land. What about Reborn and Ultimate? Can you tell us, young noble? At this point, Li Qie's vast knowledge regarding these secrets was known to everyone. Lord of Derivation. Li Qie said, once again waking up a supreme existence who chose to not react. After all, this was no longer Trinity and their world. The slightest action would be caught by the current epic Lord, Li Qie. Lord of Derivation. Zhitian murmured, feeling more afraid of this particular being compared to the other two. Is this the person who copulated with the bloodsuckers and corpses? He asked. Li Qie smirked at him in response. I hope you know that if this were the previous epoch, you would be suffering a terrible death right now daring to make this comment. This is a taboo topic, only disasters await. I didn't say anything. He shuddered before shrugging and acting innocent. Nonetheless, he was still thinking that this Lord of Chaos was a true pervert. After a while, he thought about something else and asked, why do we get to see anima now? The path of the Dragon Lords was slightly different since they didn't have Tao fruits. Nonetheless, they could see reached their version of anima, unlike the emperors in the past. The path was laid out before them, the issue was whether they could actually journey far enough to reach the end. The era of the 9 worlds and 13 continents is no more. We are now in an entirely new epoch with 8 desolaces and 6 continents. The old servant answered instead. A new epoch? Does that mean we have a new founder? So Trinity had characters such as Stonesplitter Patriarch and Imperial Progenitor. Who is our progenitor? Zhitian asked curiously. Don't know. The servant said. What do you think, young noble? He asked Li Qiye, who seems to know all the answers including the secrets of the previous epoch. I have no idea either. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Let's continue looking. True Bear and the old servant followed right behind him while Zhitian stood there in a daze, feeling that Li Qiye just didn't want to reveal more. What is the incomplete product we're looking for? He caught up and asked. An experiment before the ancient Ming. It was relatively successful yet still abandoned. Li Qiye said. Here an evil reborn? Is it dreadful? Zhitian took a deep breath. It depends on your own definition of dreadful. If you think a devil is dreadful, then this thing might be beyond your imagination. Li Qiye said. I see. He murmured and glanced over at the old servant for more information. The latter didn't respond. The group crossed through mountains and valleys, witnessing bizarre creatures along the way. In a blood pond, they saw a lump of rotten flesh swimming slowly. However, something else drew near and bony outgrowths protruded from the flesh to kill the victim. The flesh then coiled around it for the slow devouring process. On a plain, they saw one-legged monsters as thin as a bamboo tree, living a borrowed life since they could only find grass for consumption here. What are these things? Zhitian found that their very existence meant prolonged torture. More failed experiments. The ghost and blood race didn't appear overnight. Li Qiye said. So many experiments then. He murmured. Due to the heavenly tribulations for attempting to create life, these experiments are doomed at the start. They can only live here, if you can call it living. Li Qiye said. I feel sorry for them. Zhitian said softly, so they came before the blood and the ghost race. Yes, the difference being that they were created while in the other case, it's just reproduction. Li Qiye said. It's no different from laying with a goat, how disgusting. He responded. Watch yourself again. In the previous epoch, your ancestors and celestial court would have punished you for saying something like this. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 53:15. The group arrived at a hill after crossing millions of miles of varying landscapes. From afar, they saw a canyon seemingly made from a gigantic tree with rotted roots, resulting in a clear path in the middle. There was a flurry of bustling activities in the canyon, a march of hybrids made from several creatures. They had large ant legs while the body was about the size of a baby. They stood upright with a small crocodile tail trailing in the back. Their head was rather strange, somewhat resembling goats with beards hanging down the chin. Their behavior and movements resembled colony-dwelling ants but seemed far more intelligent, evidenced by their use of tools. These monster ants had obtained an enormous beast from somewhere. They dismembered it and used tools woven from tree branches to carry flesh chunks back to their nest. This nest was situated inside one of the holes of the decayed tree. How about these things? Zhitian observed the ants' teamwork and became curious. Relatively intelligent, akin to the start of a civilization of intelligent beings. Li Qiye smiled. So many species in one. Is this considered a new race? The old servant asked. No, because they were fused into this state. Extinction is inevitable. Li Qiye sighed and said, nonetheless, it is a successful case since they are smart and somehow make it this long. So the first state was fusing many different entities together, that didn't work. Next required derivation via copulation. Zhitian speculated evil reborn's creation process, Pretty much. Li Qiye replied. This is a perversion, creating nothing but suffering. Jitian had no respect for the attempter. Some consider themselves to be brilliant, aspiring to surpass the heavens. Li Qiye said indifferently. Nothing good came out of this brilliance then. Jitian smiled wryly. As a highly praised genius, he thought that pride and arrogance in one's innate gifts could result in disasters and suffering. He didn't know the stories behind evil reborn in the past. Now, he found that abusing one's gift and power was utterly unacceptable. Brilliance isn't the problem here, it's having too much ambition and not enough Dao heart. They believe that they are above morality and their actions are always justified. Li Qiye said. Li Jitian sighed and kept this comment in mind. Ra. Suddenly, a creature resembling a massive alligator came out of nowhere and started eating the ants. The latter resisted by lighting torches and throwing them. Through their combined effort, they finally pushed the larger creature back. However, they didn't dare to linger outside any longer after losing thousands of members. Hiding in their nest was the better choice. It's right here. Li Qiye said while the group stopped in front of the rotten tree. This thing was massive, each branch could be considered a mountain branch. The ants lived inside after building numerous maze-like pathways. As the group delved deeper underground, they saw tiny caves with eggs made from transparent silks. They saw tiny fetuses inside, but unfortunately, most were dead before they could break out of the eggs. They were cursed and weakened from inception. Some were missing important body parts. Failed artificially modified products. Li Qiye said, they are born with innate defects. Despite their impressive reproductive capability, only a few may hatch successfully, let alone survive. Thus, extinction is only a matter of time. Damn this creator. Li Jitian stared at the corpses and cursed. Eventually, they came to the center of the nest and saw a queen ant. This one looked dreadful due to its long fangs and was surrounded by dead ants. It seemed that whenever it laid eggs, the eggs would be taken away right away by other ants. They moved with precision and speed. It's a cannibal, right? Li Jitian assessed the situation. For the full version, visit pori.com. That's how it can continue to produce eggs. Li Qiye smiled and formed a barrier since the queen ant noticed them and tried to attack. They moved forward and eventually reached a dark place containing a statue. This finally attracted Li Qiye's attention. It depicted a beautiful woman, but her face was concealed by a veil. It was livid to the point where Li Jitian couldn't avert his gaze. He felt that she was standing before him, alive. Her smile and frown could seduce any man. Just her statue had this special ability, let alone the actual person. Li Qiye, on the other hand, appreciated the unique craftsmanship and innate power. Who left this statue here? Jitian regained his wits, thinking that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from being enchanted by the real person. Potentially heaven's allure from the legends. The old servant's eyes gleamed brightly. Heaven's allure? Really? Jitian took a deep breath. I believe so because no one else but her can have this much charm and grace. I've been to Celestial Court but didn't see her. The old servant said. Chapter 53:16. You've been to Celestial Court, senior? Li Jitian became startled. The old servant didn't respond. Heaven's allure. Li Qiye touched his chin while looking at the statue. Rumor has it that no man can resist falling in love with her. They will throw away their lives willingly if she wishes so. Jitian said. According to the legends, she could make men drop to their knees, including emperors and Dao lords. Why would anyone build a statue of her here? Jitian asked curiously. The beautiful cultivator had joined Celestial Court and few could see her now. However, someone made a statue of her in this forsaken land. Must be someone who's infatuated with her. The old servant said. But why here out of all places? Jitian didn't understand. Building a statue or having something to remember her by wasn't strange. The issue here was the location. Activate. Li Qiye raised his hand and channeled the Tao in order to understand the statue. Something incredible happened next. Tao sounds in the form of a lover's whispers could be heard. The moans could pull the soul out of the body and rob others of their sanity. Meanwhile, black ink started oozing out of the statue. What is going on? Zhitian was at a loss. Li Qiye took a closer look at the thick liquid. It seemed to be alive and moving like an evil entity. Was here before. He murmured. Do you know who built it? Zhitian asked. At least a conqueror or Tao lord in order to build something like this. Li Qiye said. Its location still doesn't make any sense. Zhitian said since her fans should be building her statue somewhere accessible for remembrance's sake. It's a bait. Li Qiye said. Who or what is it trying to bait? Zhitian asked. Why? That's the most important question. Li Qiye responded. Must be a pervert. Some type of fetish. The old servant concluded. It's probable. Li Qiye said after fully analyzing the statue. There was nothing more he could get out of it. Could it be the Lord of Derivation? Zhitian couldn't help but ask. This is too insignificant, not worth the time nor effort. Li Qiye shook his head. Senior, you never got to see Heaven's Allure? Zhitian asked. No, and it's better to not see her. The old servant shook his head, clearly warning Li Zhitian to not have any idea. Seeing the beauty was far from a good thing. Any moment of carelessness would result in becoming her slave. We're leaving. Li Qiye left the underground labyrinth with the rest of the group. There should be more. Li Qiye surveyed the region again before resuming his search. They traveled far and came to a desolate plain with a large group of tigers and leopards roaming energetically. Upon closer inspection, Zhitian found that they followed fixed paths as if they were being herded like grazing sheep. After following them for a while longer, they entered a deep valley with an underground passage to a river of magma. The creatures roamed the magma river like a bridge that had been specifically constructed for them. Discover the complete story on Poread.com. This finally took the group to the lair of the creatures. The lair appeared to be artificially built and have been blessed for toughness. The heat inside seemed special. The creatures gathered and started trembling at a determined interval. They became transparent and lay down on the ground in a circle, seemingly a way to stabilize their body. What are they doing? Zhitian could tell that they required this ceremonial process in order to stay alive. Essentially, they were made from infusing snow essences into earth tigers. Li Qiye said, failed experiments, but someone created this lair in order to stabilize their unique characteristics. An act of kindness to prevent extinction? Zhitian said. Hard to say. Li Qiye smiled. The group delved deeper into the ground and saw an ocean of magma. At the center was a rocky reef reaching the surface, having endured countless years of erosion by the magma. Nonetheless, it remained standing with a statue on top. Heaven's Allure again. Li Zhitian and the old servant were surprised to see a second statue. They wouldn't have found this elusive place without Li Qiye's guidance. Chapter 53:17. Another statue of Heaven's Allure with the same charm as the previous one. Staring at it was a dangerous game. Someone managed to carve out her peerless appearance and demeanor through impeccable workmanship. From this alone, one could tell that seeing her in person would have a devastating effect on the mind, especially on youthful cultivators. Interestingly enough, this statue had a different demeanor and pose. Another wonderful piece of art. It has to be a true master. Li Zhitian said with admiration. Li Qiye raised his hand again for a Tao search. He derived the mysteries of the statue, and sure enough, the same lustful moans and lovely whispers could be heard. Black liquid with a high viscosity flowed out again. It's getting more and more confusing. Zhitian commented. Someone is trying to attract primal darkness. Li Qie said. Primal darkness? Zhitian wasn't familiar with this name. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pourread.com. It's that incomplete product. Li Qi said. Do you know the reason why someone's doing this? Zhitian asked. They know about primal darkness. The old servant answered. Few in this world knew about the creature known as primal darkness. Indeed, it must have been hiding in Reborn the entire time. Someone wants to lure it out. Li Qie said. If that's the case, why resort to using these statues? They can entice this primal darkness? Zhitian asked. That's the interesting part. Why was Heaven's allure chosen? Li Qie nodded and found it strange. Maybe she's the one who did it? Zhitian had a bold guess. No, she doesn't need to return to the upper continents given her current position in Celestial Court, definitely not evil reborn either. The old servant shook his head. Regardless of who it is or the reason for the statues, it is successful. Li Qie stared at the thick liquid. So this primal darkness was here? Zhitian also stared in the same direction. Yes, it came and had latched into the statues. Li Qie nodded. Why do I feel like this is another perverted scenario or something bad will happen soon? Zhitian shuddered and had a terrible premonition. Someone, a conqueror at the very least, has a plan. The exact goal? Who knows? Li Qie smiled. This person has a deep understanding of primal darkness and knows what it wants. Moreover, it must have taken immense effort to carve these statues. What does the primal darkness do to warrant this much effort? The old servant asked a key question. Is it strong? Zhitian asked. The motive is difficult to speculate since the strongest can still be reduced to ashes. This mystery can only be solved through more clues. Li Qie stroked his chin. I wonder if there's a connection between primal darkness and Heaven's allure. Zhitian said, Senior, do you know Heaven's allure's background? I do not. The servant responded. It's fine, we'll figure it out in due time. Li Qie said before leaving the world of magma. They saw the tiger-like creatures leaving their lair in order to find food. Unfortunately, this was ill-timed because they became prey to a dragon instead. Rah! One appeared out of nowhere and swallowed up an entire pack. Screech! Suddenly, a blinding radiance manifested above the dragon. A peacock spread its tail and released 5 colored rays and particles along with sharp Tao Lord laws. The dragon was frightened and tried to escape. Alas, it was caught by the peacock's claws. It spewed out flames, but this was useless. The battle was far from even. Its flesh was ripped apart by the claw. It bellowed in agony until its belly was torn apart, resulting in death and becoming the peacock's meal. As for the tiger-like beasts, they were paralyzed on the ground, unable to run. The peacock then devoured 1,000 of them in one go, far more brutal than the dragon. Peacock Tao Lord, Li Zhitian recognized the peacock. Screech! The bird noticed the group leaving the cave and immediately attacked with its sharp claws. Bam! Li Qie slammed the bird down to the ground, creating a crater upon impact and causing it to vomit blood. The group was no stranger to Li Qie's power. Nonetheless, it was still an impressive spectacle to see him take down a colossal bird so quickly. Dao brother, please show mercy, it's a misunderstanding. Peacock Dao Lord turned back to his human form and bowed to Li Qie. Chapter 53:18. Peacock Dao Lord came from 8 Desolaces, a heaven-defying Dao Lord who was rumored to have a divine bloodline. In reality, he wasn't a peacock or anything like that. Some believed that he was the reincarnation of a tree ancestor. Of course, this concept wasn't widely accepted, so others said that he was only a descendant of a tree ancestor. Regardless of his background, he eventually became a powerful Dao Lord. Today, he resembled a wild bird more than anything, choosing to hunt other creatures. His original form was an old man in a feathery robe with a beastly yet sanctified aura, the king of all birds. It was not surprising for others to think that he possesses a divine bloodline. Meanwhile, he couldn't believe that he was beaten down by a single smack. In the 6 continents, he didn't need to join any alliance or pick a side between the race and the people. He roamed the world freely and no one dared to provoke him. Those who could beat him included apex cultivators such as All Things and Sword Sea. However, they couldn't smack him down from the sky that easily. He felt like an ant during that battle. When he looked up to take a good look at the assailant, he couldn't believe his own eyes. He prostrated on the ground and said respectfully, "I deserve death for not knowing of your arrival and disrespecting you, sir." He kowtowed repeatedly afterward. "You know me?" Li Qie asked. "Sir, you may not recognize a junior like me, but during the 9 Worlds epoch, you once saved our lineage. Peacock Forest remembers your kindness and virtue, we are eternally grateful." He elaborated. "Oh. It's all in the past." Li Qie chuckled. After finishing a full rite of kowtow, the Tao Lord finally stood up. "Tao Lord, why are you hunting beasts here?" Li Zhitian asked. The Tao Lord waved his hand and the tiger-like creatures finally ran back to the plain. They seemed happy, no longer remembering the fate of their unlucky friends. "When I met these little tigers, they were on the verge of extinction. I dug out a fire vein and built a nest so that they can repopulate. When I'm a little hungry, I eat a few or so, just an occasional indulgence." The Tao Lord responded. Li Zhitian thought about it and didn't have a big problem. The Tao Lord took care of these little tigers, and even granted them protection. Although he ate 1,000 or so in one bite, this didn't mean much to the overall population. They would have been extinct without his help. After thinking about it, it appeared that there wasn't an actual issue. Nonetheless, Zhitian still felt that this wasn't right. Alas, this happened every day in the world. In fact, he wasn't above this either. His clan cultivated alchemy materials for refinement and he ate the pills. This was fundamentally the same as what the Tao Lord did. "Fellow Taoist, you have a compassionate heart." Peacock Tao Lord smiled and said, "You're still young to have these feelings. This is just the way it is in the world. I apologize if I acted pretentiously." Zhitian shook his head and smiled wryly. He realized that his own moral high ground was limited. His actions and the clan's conducts weren't much nobler at all. "It's fine, I was the same way during my youth. In fact, this is a virtue of the young, filled with fervor and still holding on to a sense of justice toward the affairs of heaven and earth." The Tao Lord said. "We live alongside heaven and earth. Although our innocent hearts are tempered by time, there are things to not be forgotten. One should never willingly descend into degradation with the excuse of numbness or just following the natural order." Li Qie chuckled and said, "I shall engrave your advice to my heart, sir." Peacock Tao Lord bowed again. "You both are speaking the truth. I've been thinking too highly of myself, acting so self-righteous." Zhitian said, "Stay this way for as long as you can. I was even more reckless and less inclined to self-reflect. I always charged ahead without thinking twice. Whenever I think back now, I realize how many foolish things I've done, but I have no regrets. Youth is wonderful, hot blood and wild heart." The Tao Lord said. "Hot blood, wild heart," Zhitian murmured. "Today, everything under the heaven operates under laws and cycles, cause and effect. I didn't accept this when I was younger and only listened to my heart. It will come with time." The Tao Lord said sentimentally. "Thank you for your guidance, Tao Lord," Zhitian said. Although they weren't from the same side, Peacock still conversed normally with him and gave him insight into the Tao. The Tao Lord then cupped his fist toward the old servant and said, "It has been a long time since our last meeting. Your brilliant presence remains, Tao brother. Old now." The old servant returned the gesture. Zhitian was surprised to see this. Although he had some guesses about the old servant's identity, he didn't know the exact answer. The Tao Lord, on the other hand, recognized him right away. It appeared the Tao Lord was actually stronger than expected. "Sir, how can I be of service?" The Tao Lord bowed toward Li Qie. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. I am here for Primal Darkness, just looking for it right now. Li Qie smiled. Primal Darkness? This was the Tao Lord's first time hearing this title. There are statues in Evil Reborn, Heaven's Allure statues, to be exact. There is one in the magma beneath the lair that you built. Did you know about it? Li Qie didn't elaborate. Heaven's Allure? Statues of her here? The Tao Lord was surprised. No idea why. Li Qie shook his head. How strange. Her beauty is peerless, enough to sway the souls. The Tao Lord chuckled. You've seen her before, Tao Lord? Zhitian asked. Yes, but fortunately, I've heard of her reputation and protected my mind before the meeting, or I would have fallen. So many people in this world, confident in their ability and power, think that they can resist. How wrong they are. The Tao Lord said. I see. Zhitian could tell that Peacock Tao Lord was immensely powerful, yet he was still afraid of Heaven's Allure. Chapter 53:19, The Beauty of Heaven's Allure birthed legendary tales. Of course, some cursed her for being a lascivious demoness whose purpose was tempting men. Though her reputation preceded her, others still couldn't help falling in love. This included Tao Lords and Conquerors, the greatest cultivators in the world. Remember that these beings have been through numerous adventures and conquests. They had seen countless beauties in the past. In fact, some had harems consisting of gorgeous cultivators, the fairest of their era. Their rich experience didn't help them when it was time to face Heaven's Allure. This was a testament to her indescribable charm. There were exceptions, of course, those who managed to resist her temptation. Nonetheless, they sang praises of her appearance. All in all, she was a popular topic in the taverns. Some regular cultivators even believed that being able to see her was the blessing of a lifetime. Alas, she rarely showed up in public after joining Celestial Court, the opposite of everyone's wish. Don't get the wrong idea, Heaven's Allure goes beyond physical attraction, not like a kingdom-toppling beauty found in the mortal world or a seductress. After enough interactions, her charisma is what draws people in. Peacock Tao Lord said. Zhitian could see this because how could top cultivators fall over physical beauty alone? That would be rather disappointing for them to lose to the flesh. This meant that she must have intelligence and cultivation insight as well. Beauty alone couldn't justify her position in Celestial Court. Do you have any idea who might have left these statues here? Zhitian asked. Hard to say. If there's an accurate statue, it must be someone who had seen her before, not easy after her joining Celestial Court. It must be an emperor-level character. The Tao Lord shook his head. We came to the same conclusion. Zhitian said. That's a wide net. What an incredibly strange matter, leaving her statues here. The problem is that many top cultivators visit Evil Reborn. I've seen all things, Supreme, Immortal Pagoda, Time Watcher, Eternal, and many more, Peacock responded. Are you staying here long-term? Li Qie asked. Sir, that is my temporary plan. I have no interest in joining Heaven or Tao Alliance. The mortal world doesn't have anything I pursue either, I'm just a lone wolf with nowhere to be. Herding these tigers is at least interesting right now, but I might leave later. Peacock said. Tao Lord, will you eat them before leaving? Zhitian couldn't help but ask. I understand what you're saying, but it actually makes zero difference. What I do will be dependent on my whim at the time. Eating them might seem cruel to you, but they will go extinct without me anyway. Peacock smiled. It's best to not be so extreme. Li Qie said. I will try to follow your advice, sir. Peacock lowered his head. The group chatted for a bit and ignored the matter of heaven's allure. After all, too many powerful cultivators have visited and they had no good guess. As the group was about to leave, Peacock decided to send them off for quite a distance. After they were gone, he still bowed in the direction of Wuxia. For the full version, visit pori.com. Along the way, Wuxia glanced at Li Zhitian and asked, "Still thinking about the tigers?" "My apologies, young noble. It seems like my emotion is getting the best of me, how embarrassing." Zhitian let out a dry chuckle. "It's not your fault, but in a way, Peacock is right. Nonetheless, there is no problem with you being a passionate youth." Li Qie smiled. After thinking it through, Peacock Tao Lord is not at fault. We all do similar things with alchemy materials, cultivating before consuming them. Zhitian said. Because of your first impression of evil reborn, you felt pity for the tigers after seeing them in the lair and felt uncomfortable to see them eaten. Li Qie said. I'm aware that it's hypocritical and I shouldn't be so judgmental. Zhitian said. People have different interpretations of the ways of the world. Li Qie said before pausing a bit, but, remember this, the world's inhabitants should protect themselves because there are no saviors. Those who claim to be are often the initiators of disasters. This had occurred numerous times in history. Saviors or destroyers, Zhitian murmured. Li Qie stared at him with a meaningful gaze and asked, do you think Celestial Court is protecting the race? Was Peacock Tao Lord protecting the tigers? Zhitian stopped walking. He had never questioned Celestial Court's intent in the past. However, spending time with Li Qie and personally experiencing certain events changed his perception. His clan's title was Imperial. Its members have served Celestial Court since time antiquity. The ideology of Celestial Court's noble goals has been ingrained in the race. Peacock Tao Lord also protected the tigers and built a lair for them to avoid extinction. However, he also ate them, not to mention potentially wiping them out if he were to be bored in the future. Would he be the tiger's savior or destroyer? Chapter 53:20. Their next destination was a muddy ocean, seemingly infected in entirety by something foul. Moreover, the water was frozen solid beneath, yet the waves appeared to be ablaze. Instead of being red like flames, they looked more like ice crystals. When True Bear took one step into the water, he suddenly realized that it was extremely dangerous and immediately activated his power. Despite the automatic defense of a Conqueror, his fur was still being burned. The ice-like flames somehow contained an indestructible sword energy capable of piercing through a Conqueror. Rah! True Bear let out a cry before he was sent flying. Li Zhitian took a deep breath and activated his 12 fruits, becoming engulfed in the Grand Tao. He stepped into the ocean and the fiery waves immediately assaulted him. Instead of burning like a regular flame, it resembled the ice affinity more. The freezing process resulted in a painful burning sensation. The sword energy began piercing Zhitian as well. He shuddered after feeling this timeless energy. It could pierce someone for an endless period, robbing them of their dominion. He didn't last that much longer than True Bear and was eventually sent flying as well. Incredible. He knew that this wasn't the full brunt of the sword energy either, only the section that he stepped on. An apex conqueror. The old servant didn't need to try. On we go. Li Qie chuckled and stepped on the ocean, creating a Tao path before him. The icy flames no longer attacked, unable to contend against his Grand Tao. The others also followed behind him, completely safeguarded from any danger. Each step moved them thousands of miles forward. It didn't take long to reach the center of the ocean. They saw two cultivators sitting in a meditative pose, seemingly in the middle of a duel. The icy flames and sword energy emanated from them. They utilized their strongest Grand Tao and did not hold back. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, displaying exquisite beauty beyond words and evoking an aura of crystalline purity. She was as radiant as the bright moon, capable of illuminating hearts and penetrating all things. Her eyes were particularly captivating and piercing. She sat there as if she had been doing so for countless eras in the past and would do so for eras in the future. The flow of time left no trace on her. Her beauty persisted through the ages, an image that could become an everlasting memory after just one glance. Her opponent was an old man wearing a robe made of unknown material. The cloth looked to be made from snowflakes yet had flames dancing on it. His general figure and facial outlines made one think of an ice sculpture, looking rather surreal. When he was serious, he could be an existence looming atop the 9 heavens. When he cast aside this serious air, he seemed primed to go crazy. This sensation was due to the affinity duality, a supreme ice force on the surface yet wildly intense within, on the verge of erupting. Something had kept this internal power from exploding, turning it into a stable ice affinity instead. They utilized their Tao domain to fight, pushing back and forth. Given their mastery of their Tao, they had compressed the area of effect to the maximum, only focusing on taking down the opponent. Alas, the potency of their power spread the various affinities into the entire ocean. The woman embraced a sword while releasing an eternal sword domain. One slash of her could slice through the 6 continents. Discover the complete story on Pori.com. True Bear and Jitian became frozen after sensing the sword Tao up close, thinking that they could be cut down at any second. The old man's domain was countless times stronger than the fire-ice waves they felt earlier. The flames weren't large, but just one spark could incinerate the world itself, trapping it in a layer of ice. Chapter 53:21. A battle between 2 apex cultivators occurred unbeknown to the world. The swordswoman possessed an eternal sword Tao versed in both offense and defense. As for the old man, he contained 2 separate powers of immense power. Despite existing on the different extremes, they somehow synergized and boosted his power, granting him unending power. Sword Queen versus Cold Flame Conqueror. Li Jitian recognized both combatants. 2 monsters of the upper continents. The old servant commented. I can't believe they're fighting here, is it to the death? Jitian responded. Sword Queen hailed from 8 Desolaces, first starting with Terra Sword Tao before moving to Everlasting Sword Tao. Rumor has it that the latter was comparable to the legendary era's Sword Tao. I lead, swords follow. Sword Queen dominated 8 Dialax and even assaulted Sword Burial Ground, bringing a period of peace. After coming to the upper continents, she became the guardian of Imperial Alliance and rarely appeared in public afterward. Cold Flame Conqueror was just as exceptional, the only surviving conqueror of the Madden Flame. Ever since Madden's era, the Madden Flame remained unstoppable and destructive. The problem was dying at a young age. Rumor has it that this flame originated from one heart, one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. The founder of this style reached a level where he incinerated Celestial Court and left unscathed. Alas, some believe that he had faltered to the illness and passed away long ago. This didn't change in subsequent generations. Supreme geniuses had tried, believing that they would be able to overcome the flaws of this Tao. Alas, the stronger they became, so did the madness. Maddened Conqueror excelled among them, eventually dominating the upper continents and even defeating Divine Alliance. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape the curse. Ultimately, this seemed like an impossible endeavor. Even Maddened, who studied one heart and created the Madden Flame, couldn't overcome this problem. This Tao was ephemeral. The users would eventually die from going mad or be killed by others due to their madness. Cold Flame Conqueror was the one who broke this eternal rule. After researching the Tao, he found a way to suppress the madness while still utilizing its power, an unprecedented and monumental feat. He then founded Icefire Palace in the lower continents, the new orthodox branch of the Madden Flame. He reached the apex classification at the upper 2 continents, capable of contending against anyone. Although there were plenty of Tao lords and conquerors in this area, only a small number reached the apex level. From this selected group, only a few had access to the anima tree. Supreme, all things, Sword Sea, Sword Queen, Eternal, Immortal Pagoda, Principle, Illumination, Calamity, Dark Frost, Immensity, Apricot. They were eligible to enter the immortal continent but chose otherwise. Because of their presence and power, others chose to follow them, the reason for the existence of the four alliances. Why is Coldflame Conqueror fighting Sword Queen? He's not from any alliance. Zhitian found this strange. Most apex cultivators had chosen a side, whether it be the race or the people. A delicate balance existed, resulting in relative peace. Only a few remained neutral: Immensity, Coldflame, Apricot. Search Tinural. com/2p9mv8w for the original. As the guardian of Imperial Alliance, Sword Queen naturally stood on the side of the people. It wouldn't be surprising to see her fight against Immortal Pagoda or Eternal Conqueror. However, Coldflame Conqueror did not have a reputation for provoking others. Coldflame has his own aspiration. The old servant answered quietly. What is it? Zhitian became curious but didn't get an answer. After a brief pause, Zhitian audaciously asked, Senior, how do you compare against Sword Queen and Coldflame Conqueror? He clearly thought that the old servant was another apex cultivator. The latter stared at the two, his eyes gleamed for a split second. Perhaps he was interested in a duel as well after meeting a worthy opponent. This applied to all the top cultivators. Supreme and the others also wanted to fight. However, they had to exercise caution in order to carry out their missions. A fight between them could start wars between the alliances and the two sides. The flames of war would then ravage the upper continents. Let's go. Li Qie could see that this fight might take a while, so he started diving into the ocean. The group followed right behind him. Chapter 53:22, Crossing through the frozen layer led them to a dark expanse. The group could tell that the black water resembled the black liquid oozing from Heaven's Allure statues, albeit at a diluted amount. Where is this place? Zhitian looked around and asked. Everyone outside Li Qie felt uncomfortable being here despite their firm Dao heart. Few things in the world could affect their emotional state. The black tides here resembled the embodiment of darkness or an existence that shouldn't be allowed to exist. It's here, the birthplace. Li Qie remarked. For the primal darkness, right? Zhitian felt afraid, thinking that a creature had been boiled here for countless times before being reduced to the black liquid. From this liquid came an entirely new existence. Li Qie didn't answer and stood in silence for a long while before stepping into the black tides. The group followed behind him and focused up to prevent anything malicious from entering them. They traveled through the ominous expanse and reached the end, a pond with a thicker concentration of the black liquid than anywhere else. They immediately recalled the liquid oozing out of the statues. Now this was the right concentration. Sure enough, there was another statue of Heaven's Allure inside the pond. Another? Zhitian murmured, feeling that this might have been going on for a long time now. The third statue had a different pose and expression while maintaining the same animated charm. Perhaps the one behind this is rather close to Heaven's Allure. The old servant remarked. Close or not, it is certain that this person had been together with Heaven's Allure, hence the familiarity with her demeanors and gestures. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create these lifelike statues. Li Qie said. A suitor, maybe? Zhitian asked. That's a high probability, a conqueror or Dao Lord as well. Li Qie smiled. Zhitian turned and stared at the old servant who shook his head. There are too many suitors. Let's see how this is going. Li Qie raised his hand. It pulsed with a Dao light in order to derive the events of the statue. The same thing happened, more thick liquid seeping out of the statue. Suddenly, it started moving unpredictably. This didn't happen in the prior cases. Protect your mind and Dao heart. Li Qie shouted. The group shuddered before removing all unnecessary thoughts and becoming saints unstained by external forces. Support us at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. The black liquid gathered together and slowly turned into the shape of a woman. Despite its gross exterior, one smile could still rob others of their sanity and freedom. Heaven's allure. Jitian remained composed since he was well prepared for this. Otherwise, his heart would have started to beat rapidly. The woman didn't last long and suddenly splashed down to the ground again, unable to maintain her shape. Seems like they found and even imitated it. Li Qie said. So it's going well? Jitian asked. Yes, it appears so. Li Qie nodded. There was no doubt that the primal darkness has been hiding in evil reborn. A certain top cultivator knew about its existence and wanted to charm it for an unknown reason. To satisfy his perversion. Li Qie had a good idea but still needed more confirmation. How so? Jitian asked. This guy is in love with Heaven's allure but can't have her. He wants a substitute. Li Qie smiled. So he is attempting to lure the primal darkness and turn it into Heaven's allure? He'll treat it as his woman afterward? Jitian shuddered, perverted indeed. An unrequited love. The old servant said. Jitian was filled with curiosity and wanted to meet the famous Heaven's allure in person. The old servant could tell and said, it's best not to be curious, but if you somehow get the chance, protect your mind with all of your power. Otherwise, just one misstep and you'll fall into the abyss. What a dreadful beauty, so destructive. Jitian murmured. Chapter 53-23. How is she dreadful? Is she purposely trying to seduce everyone? Li Qie shook his head while smiling. Well, Jitian only heard about the legends regarding her irresistible charms, nothing else regarding immoral acts. These remarks are manifestations of a man's rage and incompetence, an attempt to shift the blame to women. Li Qie said. That does make sense. Jitian said. Your future is boundless since you can become an amazing dragon lord. However, if you were to meet Heaven's allure and be lost in infatuation, throwing away your cultivation and only wanting to have her, your insanity grows with time, unable to possess her. This madness eventually results in a wasted life, committing unnecessary killing and such, Li Qie said with a smile. Meanwhile, Jitian feared for his future while listening. The question is, whose fault is it? Did Heaven's allure cause this? Li Qie asked. Find the original at bit.ly/3 IBFJKV. She did not. Jitian answered. You are able to answer confidently right now because your sanity remains. This might not be the case once you're stuck in the negative mindset, unable to see reality for what it is, unable to accept your own inability. Thus, you blame her for all of your troubles. Li Qie said, therefore, for the majority of cases, kingdom-toppling beauties were wrongfully blamed by those who have lost their way. It's easier to shift the blame to others instead of admitting one's mistakes, then there's no sense of guilt. Li Qie finished. Thank you for correcting me, young noble, I will keep this to heart. Jitian bowed and accepted his mistake. The fallen ones all had their excuses. These lords blamed the world, that it was too boring and worthless, nothing worth holding on to. Li Qie then stared at the old servant. But one's actions come from their heart just like anima, it has nothing to do with the outside world. You just need to maintain this and not be shaken. So what if the world is less than adequate? You are still you, an apex cultivator. As long as your Tao heart is there, the darkness won't be able to reach you and no one can force you to join. Is this the core of cultivation? The old servant asked. That's one way to put it. The pursuit of cultivation should be to obtain an unshakable Tao heart. With this, one can create and use the Tao. The former is far more important than the latter. When your Tao heart is supreme, so are your techniques and abilities. When your Tao heart is weak, your power is nothing more than a tool for darkness, serving to push you deeper into the abyss. Li Qie said. I understand, only the Tao heart can make the darkness recede. The old servant took a deep breath and bowed. Ra. True Bear let out a roar as well before bowing. Let's go. Li Qie smiled and stretched before moving onward. When they came out of the ocean floor, they saw Cold Flame and Sword Queen still fighting each other. How long is this going to last? Zhitian asked. It's over when the state of duality is broken. Li Qie chuckled. Who do you think will win, young noble? The old servant was curious as well since he was also an apex cultivator. The outcome of this fight served as a significant reference point. Sword Queen will win. Li Qie said, her sword Dao focuses on longevity and her vitality is ample, she can last several more eras. And Cold Flame Conqueror? Zhitian asked. Anyone could see that his talent was impeccable. However, he was still overshadowed by the founder of this Dao. Cold Flame's Dao originates from Maddened. Li Qie said, no matter its current form, the essence is still of the Maddened flame. He uses the ice affinity to quell the raging flames, but the harmony is only temporary. Imperfections will surface during the constant cycles, and that is when he will lose to Sword Queen. The two combatants had their own absolute domain, always pushing back and forth. They were in a state of absolute concentration, nothing could bother them. However, they also heard Li Qie's casual remark and Cold Flame Conqueror glanced at Li Qie. Sounds like this will still take a while. Zhitian could see the current state of balance between the two domains. This could end much faster, just one sword technique from her. Li Qie smiled. Really? Zhitian was surprised. This is a hopeless situation for the ice affinity since the Maddened flame will resurface in due time. It just needs a precise catalyst. Li Qie said. Sword Queen lost her focus as well while Cold Flame could tell that there was logic in the comments. Clank. The everlasting sword domain suddenly receded, no longer trying to take down the ice fire domain. Chapter 53-24, An eternity was but a blink of an eye for the incoming sword technique. It encompassed simplicity, lacking the area of effect capable of suppressing the heavens and destroying 3,000 worlds. The only focus was to kill no matter who it is, capable of passing through countless domains and even the river of time itself. Even if the world was no longer around, it would continue to travel through the primordial chaos. Li Zhitian and the old servant couldn't help but admire the beautiful attack. Blood splashed as her sword cut Cold Flame Conqueror's body and continue for the Dao fruits. Find the original at pori.com. Although the Dao fruits were virtually indestructible and could always recover as long as there was a single strand left, this attack would also never stop. There was no doubt that he would die in due time. You've lost, fellow Daoist. However, she pulled back and said calmly, revealing a pleasant voice containing the rhythm of the Dao. Listeners could never get tired of it. She only looked around 20 years of age, yet she was the renowned Sword Queen. Well done, you've seized the initiative with that decisive move. Cold Flame Conqueror had no choice but to give up. I am a man of my word and will not renege. I appreciate it. She converged her energy back into her body. With that gone, everyone found her to be amicable, no longer the guardian and leader of Imperial Alliance. The two were evenly matched, but Li Qie's comments pointed out Cold Flame's weakness and how to break it. Because Cold Flame was temporarily distracted by the revelation, this gave Sword Queen enough time to pull off a decisive attack. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Sword Queen lowered her head in gratitude. As for Cold Flame, he glanced at the old servant before shifting his gaze back to Li Qie. Who might you be, young noble? He respectfully asked, treating Li Qie as a serious foe. Just a passerby. Li Qie smiled. Dao brother, can you enlighten me on this? Cold Flame asked the old servant, clearly recognizing him. He's the young noble, I don't know anything else. The old servant shook his head. Cold Flame couldn't force them to answer since that would be rude. In reality, he was trying to calm down. How could this man know so much about the Maddened Flame? He believed that he was the absolute authority regarding this Dao since he had the highest achievement possible. This had nothing to do with pride, but rather, no one had reached his level. Maddened Conqueror was powerful and also reached the limit. Alas, he fell to his own insanity. Maddened, the creator, was rumored to be dead as well. This left Coldflame Conqueror as the greatest practitioner of this Tao. Alas, this unknown man seemed to know about its mysteries as well. Have you done research on the Maddened Flame, young noble? Coldflame was aware that the smartest move was to walk away due to his current injuries. He gained nothing from lingering around, but curiosity got the best of him. After all, he wanted nothing more than to learn more about his own Tao. Just a bit, it came from the 9 heavenly scriptures. Li Qie smiled. A glint flashed in Coldflame's eyes. He definitely didn't want to leave now. You've seen it before, One Heart? Coldflame couldn't help but ask. All of the Maddened Flame cultivators have never seen the origination scripture. In fact, Maddened himself probably didn't see the real version. According to the tales, Maddened activated his Tao due to his strong emotions. Coldflame knew that there was more than this. After spending his whole life perfecting this Tao, he was certain that Maddened must have interacted with One Heart one way or another. Perhaps Maddened himself didn't recognize this and never brought it up again. This was Coldflame's biggest regret in life, his inability to find One Heart. He had searched for the real version, but this was a futile endeavor. Now, he wondered if Li Qie had seen One Heart or at least a manifestation of it. I've read too many, so I don't remember if I've read a particular one or not. Li Qie answered with a smile. Young noble, you must have read about the mysteries of the Maddened Flame since you know it so well. Coldflame said. You wish to truly solve the madness, not just suppressing it forcefully. Li Qie casually remarked. Chapter 53-25, Young Noble, please tell me what I should do to deal with the madness? Coldflame Conqueror contained his excitement and humbly asked while bowing. The display of reverence was crucial since it could end up saving his life. Although he was known as the first to be able to control the madness, he didn't have a permanent plan. The madness of the flame remained. As long as he chose it as his cultivation, it would always be there. Moreover, it also grew with his strength. He couldn't be sure that he could keep it under control in the future. Although he had experienced suppressing it for generations now, going mad might be inevitable. This was a mental affliction since no one else could help him on this quest until now, someone who has knowledge of the Maddened Flames. You have been accumulating the madness for so long now, what do you think it would take to resolve it? Li Qie said. Coldflame had no response since he had no solution either. Burying the madness with the fire imbued with the ice affinity seems to be working on the surface. However, it is still essentially fire, so you are unable to remove the madness within. It is looming and waiting for the inevitable eruption. Li Qie said. You are right, young noble. Coldflame agreed with the assessment. The world believes that you're the only one who won't go mad. In reality, your end won't be different from your predecessors since you have no way of dealing with the temporarily contained madness. He went on. Please guide me, young noble. Coldflame got chills while thinking about the grim future. Release the madness and destroy your maddened flames, start over. Li Qie smiled. Coldflame pondered in silence. Discover the complete story on poread.com, this is the only way, you have no other option. Li Qie continued, it is virtually suicidal, but the other option is to wait for the madness to take over and you will descend down to the same abyss. Coldflame smiled wryly since he was aware of all of this. As for the other scenario, if he were to release the madness, he would go crazy before being able to destroy his own cultivation. When you release the madness, you must maintain your sanity long enough to destroy the maddened flame. When the madness runs its course, your flame will experience rebirth, a maddened flame without the madness. Li Qie added. It is impossible. Coldflame responded with haste regarding this suicidal scenario. Breaking the fire cultivation after releasing the madness meant that he would have the ability to control the madness in the first place. Someone will need to lend you a hand. Li Qie said. Cold Flame couldn't think of anyone willing to do so. Releasing his madness meant a world-destroying event. Not even someone like Sword Queen would be able to escape unscathed. As he stood there in a daze, Sword Queen's pleasant voice sounded, "You don't have to search far." This woke him up and he immediately asked, "Young noble, please help me. I'm not a firefighter." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Cold Flame couldn't ask again due to his pride as an apex cultivator. An awkward silence ensued. Li Qie stared at him and said, Fine, I suppose there is fate involved here in our meeting. Since you have done so well with the Grand Tao, let's break your flame so that you can be the master of your future. Thank you, young noble. Your kindness will be forever engraved in my heart." Cold Flame was ecstatic after hearing this. "Start, let's see your madness." Li Qie waved his hand. "Please assist me, young noble." Cold Flame took a deep breath and released his fire. "Retreat." The old servant shouted and retreated. True Bear and Li Zhitian followed right behind him, the same for Sword Queen. AAA. He roared and released all of his icy flames and evaporated the entire ocean instead of freezing it this time around. This was the true essence of the maddened flame. Chapter 53-26. The group dropped to the ocean floor with the water gone. The flame then engulfed Li Qier, but of course, it couldn't injure him. AAA. Cold Flame no longer restrained the madness. He maintained his sanity at the beginning, but as the madness surged outward, he turned into a giant made of fire. The icy affinity was no longer present, so the flames raged in all directions. Explore the extended edition on Pori.com. The stars above were reduced to ashes and the ocean floor turned into lava. This was akin to the eruption of 1,000,000 stars, no different from an ultimate tribulation. Cold Flame lost control of his power. The only thing he wanted to do was to spread the maddened flame to the rest of the world. He eventually became a part of the fire and madness after a total release. In this most crucial moment, Li Qie raised his hand and showed his supremacy. Sword Queen watched attentively and couldn't believe her own eyes. His palm was all-destroying, not even her everlasting sword Tao could withstand it. Boom! The maddened flame was reduced to nothingness after a single attack. This naturally obliterated Cold Flame's body as well. Only his Tao fruits were intact, flying away with his true fate. "Young noble, I will pay this debt back in the future." Cold Flame's voice came from the horizon. The lack of grace was understandable since he was at his weakest. He needed to hide and rebuild his maddened flame first. After he was gone, Zhitian stared at the world of lava and thought that the legends regarding the flame were true. If he had been stuck in the inferno, he would have been reduced to ashes as well despite having 12 sacred fruits. No wonder why Maddened was able to leave an eternal crater burning in Celestial Court. "You are something else, sir." Sword Queen bowed and invited, "Please visit Imperial Alliance so I can play the part of a good host." "I'm still busy." Li Qie shook his head. "When you have time then, sir." Sword Queen said sincerely. Her attitude made it hard for others to refuse. Li Qie nodded and she disappeared into the horizon as well. "Shall we go?" Li Qie said before leaping into the air. Everyone else followed him into space. They traveled among the stars before reaching a divine palace with an altar. Li Qie landed and scowled after seeing the scene, a group of individuals robed in ceremonial white in the midst of conducting a solemn rite around a stone coffin. Being interrupted ignited them into attacking. However, the moment they laid eyes on Li Qie, they became frozen as if struck by lightning. They immediately kneeled and performed a full kowtow. My lord." They stammered while slamming their head on the pavement without any hesitation or pain. Li Qie appeared to be a god in their eyes, deserving of their reverence. Zhitian and the others were at a loss after seeing this. They could tell that these worshippers were immensely powerful, but now, they smashed the ground so hard as if wanting to break their head. "Stand up." Li Qie stared at them. The group got up and he glanced over at the stone coffin, commanding, "Open it." The group exchanged glances before following his command. Several of them worked together to remove the lid. The content inside shocked Li Zhitian's and the others, a statue of Li Qia made with impeccable workmanship. What is the meaning of this? Li Qia saw this and smiled wryly. My lord, you bestowed light and life upon us. One of the robed individuals uttered the words with relatively inaccurate pronunciation. Our clan has been worshipping for eras now, wishing eternal life and immortality for you. Well, this is a unique ceremony. Li Qia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The others felt the same way. They wanted to wish him eternal life by placing his statue inside a coffin. That's a rather strange way of worshipping. Chapter 53-27. The statue inside the stone coffin was animated and lifelike. Nonetheless, it felt a bit off when the real person was around. The robed individuals weren't cursing Li Qia but rather, worshipping him as a god. This ceremony was rather strange as well. Li Zhitian started thinking about the possibilities. Who were these worshippers and why was Li Qia viewed as a god? Take off your mask. Li Qia understood the situation and ordered one of them. The person took off the veil, revealing a face filled with wrinkles. However, they weren't there due to old age. It felt as if the person's face had been twisted into a bundle like fried dough and then flattened. The process couldn't remove all the wrinkles, resulting in his current appearance. Seems like a Forsaken. The old servant recognized the race instantly. Forsaken? Li Zhitian had heard of this before and thought about the tales. This race was mysterious and reclusive, always keeping a distance from the outside world. However, no powers wanted to provoke them because they were known for their strength and warlike vengeance. Messing with them was akin to disturbing a beehive. Your race is finally back, congratulations. Li Qia stared at the twisted visage and said. The Forsaken Bloods are back because of your blessing, my lord. The man kneeled and the rest did the same to show their respect. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3 IBFJKV. Zhitian gasped after hearing this. There were separate legends regarding the Forsakens and the Forsaken Bloods. They were actually the same. The Forsaken Bloods were monstrous, feared not only due to their appearance but also their brutality. The word repulsive was an understatement when describing this race. Those who actually saw the Forsaken Bloods always vomited from fear and were traumatized. Their body shape was grotesque and otherworldly to the point of being nauseating. The ones before them were discomforting to look at but not frightening, unlike the legends. The Forsaken Bloods lived a borrowed life on the frontier, never to see the sun. This all changed with the help of Li Qia when they transformed to being just Forsakens. He found and showed them a brighter path for the future. After granting them certain profundities, they changed completely in order to escape their cursed fate. After generations of struggling and evolving, they finally fulfilled their goal and gained a form more similar to humans. Of course, the wrinkly patterns remained on their face. They were known as Forsakens afterward, an entirely new race. The blood part of their lineage became mere history. Li Qia was the one who broke the cursed lineage and delivered them from the unending agony. Thus, they worshipped him as their creation god. Why did you all return a cursed place? Li Qia asked. The land is our birthplace, here is our divine temple. Thus, we return here to conduct the ceremony for you, my lord. The man said. The Forsaken Bloods of past had a religion and other beliefs. However, after turning into Forsakens, they worshipped Li Qia alone and performed pilgrimages to this ancestral land. They sent their strongest and most knowledgeable ancestors in order to show their respect to Li Qia. Li Qia glanced at the closed temple. The gates seemed to have been shut for eras now. What's inside? Li Qia asked. We have discarded the past and everything once revered. The ceremonies in the temple have never been held again. One of them responded. Open it then. From what I can tell, someone had been here already. Li Qie smiled. This surprised all the Forsakens since they never noticed anything during previous ceremonies. Creak, nonetheless, they didn't hesitate and opened the gate for him. Li Qie entered with Li Zhitian and the others right behind him. The robed Forsakens waited outside because the past was painful for them. Now, their race has been born anew, there was no point in entering this temple with discarded legacies. Inside the temple was a grotesque yet enticing statue. Its appearance defied description while exuding malevolence. At first glance to the uninformed eye, it might seem like a large piece of rotting wood extracted from a swamp. This was obviously not the case, its enigmatic features were simply indiscernible. If someone had to pick one word to describe it, it would be rotten. Putrefaction emanated from it and evoked an intensely nauseating feeling. A repugnant odor lingered in the air and sent shivers down one's spine. Zhitian scrutinized the statue, wanting to figure out what it was or what it represented. Alas, it was beyond his comprehension. How could such a thing exist in this world? Chapter 53:28. The more he stared at it, the more he felt the urge to retch all over the ground. It evoked a sense of indescribable horror and repulsive qualities, a glance into the unknown. What is this statue? He murmured. Lord of Derivation. Li Qie said slowly. Lord of Derivation. Zhitian blurted out, having only learned this title recently from Li Qie. When he said these words, a faint gleam could be seen from the statue, nothing more. Li Qie shook his head after failing to catch anything else. If you had uttered this title before this statue in the past. Li Qie smiled at Zhitian and said, I'm afraid you wouldn't like the result. What's the result? Zhitian felt uneasy as if something malevolent was looming. A parasite will consume your vitality until the moment when you breathe your last. It will break out of your body while you're watching. Li Qie said. I wouldn't want that. Zhitian shuddered and took one step backward. The worst part is that despite knowing the existence of the parasite, you won't be able to get rid of it. The agonizing weight is just as torturous. Li Qie said. So what actually is this thing? Zhitian stared at the statue. One of the oldest and most intelligent existences ever. Li Qie responded. Really? Zhitian didn't see how this thing could be construed as intelligent given its nauseating appearance and aura. No need to doubt because you are a fool in comparison despite your innate gifts. Li Qie said, of course, genius and madman are only separated by a thin line. So it went mad in the end. Zhitian said. I just know that regular people don't go hanging around blood-sucking creatures and eternal corpses, Li Qie smirked. I get it. Zhitian shuddered. Just keep in mind that it didn't look like this at the start. In fact, if you had seen its original form, you might have considered it to be an immortal. Li Qie elaborated. An immortal? Zhitian couldn't see the connection between this statue and an immortal in the slightest. What happened then? He asked. The world and the villainous heaven did not allow for its existence. However, it survived the heavenly tribulations, a true miracle, and became a new race, the Eldritch. Zhitian would agree with this name after seeing the rotting and disgustingly incomprehensible statue. Unfortunately for Li Qie, the statue no longer had any power and divinity left. Thus, the lack of reaction meant no trail for Li Qie to follow. This is it. He shifted his attention toward a smaller shrine nearby. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. It was engraved with chaos-refined jades at the imperial level, always ready to be used as a portal. Another statue was situated on top of the shrine, clearly newer than the one depicting the Eldritch. Heaven's allure again. The group was too familiar with this type of statue by now. Interesting. The old servant has been interested in the mastermind behind this carefully crafted plan. Left with this portal. Li Qie observed the statue for a bit before concluding. A high-level shrine that can open a portal to anywhere with no trace left behind. The old servant said. Did the primal darkness leave evil reborn via this portal? Where did it go? Li Qie raised his hand again, not to analyze heaven's allure this time but the shrine. Buzz. His pulsing ray caused the shrine to become resplendent. Countless sets of coordinates appeared above the shrine and changed at a shocking rate, each representing a different location. The group didn't know which was the last one used because there were no traces left on the shrine. Not to mention Li Zhitian, even the powerful old servant couldn't trace the route back at all. As for Li Qie, he took his time deriving the events again and researching the mysteries of the portal. Eventually, he managed to find a particular set of coordinates. Rumble. All the power of the shrine gathered together to form a portal. Right here. Li Qie smiled and entered. The group didn't hesitate to follow him either. Meanwhile, the Forsakens remained outside but could tell that Li Qie was leaving. They kneeled in his directions and kowtowed while chanting, "Farewell, Supreme Lord. May you obtain immortality." Although this was their first time meeting Li Qie, they were still moved to tears. They grew up learning about his gift to their race. Thus, they had engraved his benevolence in their hearts since birth. To be able to see him today was the greatest blessing in their life. Alas, tears streamed down their face since a reunion might not be possible. Chapter 53-29. The portal took the group to a world of primordial chaos. The nature of this world blocked everything from sight. However, the group consisted of strong-willed masters capable of peering through obscurities. They saw various visual phenomena, a boundless azure engraved with countless grand Tao. Apricot flowers blossomed and their petals scattered downward. Each petal was an individual world. Another phenomenon consisted of pagodas pouring down incredible affinities. This primordial chaos was filled with limitless potential. Closing one's eyes and one would be able to live forever in these phenomena. As long as one dared to think boldly, they would be able to turn anything into reality. Who wouldn't want to live in a dream when they had absolute control? An illusory realm, but which one? Li Zhitian looked around and understood where he was. Skyrend Paradise. The old servant immediately knew the exact location. The three illusory realms consisted of Dream Paradise, Skyrend Paradise, and Soaring Pond Paradise. They were similar to the four broken realms, only vaster and more enigmatic. No one in the upper continents knew how large the illusory realms were. One theory stated that it was as large as one's imagination and dream. For the full version, visit Pori.com. Visitors could obtain anything they could ever want with enough imagination and a strong Tao heart. Skyrend. Li Qie scanned the area. Senior, do you have your own secret grotto in any of the three illusory realms? Zhitian asked. Trying to figure out who I am? The old servant uttered coldly. Zhitian has grown rather bold after accompanying Li Qie and getting familiar with the old servant. He smiled and said, "Of course not, Senior. I'm just curious because an apex existence such as yourself should have a grotto in these places." The old servant glared at him and didn't respond. For example, All Things Tao Lord might be in charge of Tao Alliance, but he prefers to stay in his grotto instead. This is true for Sword Sea Tao Lord as well. Everyone knows he prefers his Sword Ocean Grotto to Divine Alliance. Zhitian still didn't give up and continued. He paused for a bit before starting again, and the same for Illumination Conqueror after abdicating. Then the legendary Apricot Tao Lord, she is probably here too. The old servant's expression didn't change after hearing all these different names. Zhitian had a good guess on who the old servant was, but if the guy didn't wish to reveal the truth, there was nothing else he could do before it started becoming impolite. Of course, he was right about apex cultivators preferring to stay in the illusory realms. They possessed the power to open a vast grotto, their preferred home instead of the upper continents. Up ahead. Li Qie led the way and crossed through the primordial chaos, eventually entering one of the grottos. They looked over and saw a beam of light splitting apart the chaos, creating a clear separation between the boundless expanse and the new world. Duality, we're at Duality World. Li Zhitian was surprised. The moment they entered this grotto, they found stability and order. The chaos was actually gathering and maintaining its form. Impressive, to be able to open such a vast world while maintaining full stability. This Tao heart is firm enough. Li Qie couldn't help but praise. Duality Master is on another level. The old servant agreed with this sentiment. Creating Duality World in this illusory realm, Duality Master is the only one who can do this. I refuse to believe that he is immortal. Zhitian commented. His Tao heart is supreme, allowing this world to exist. The old servant said. Duality World was a legend in all of the 6 continents. Previously, powerful cultivators were able to create grottos and maintain their form among the primordial chaos. However, when their cultivation or Tao heart wavered, their grottos would suffer and diminish. Apex cultivators, for the most part, were able to keep this up. Relatively weaker cultivators couldn't do the same. This all changed with the appearance of Duality Master. Chapter 5330, Duality Master, Immortal, utilized his peerless Tao heart to condense the primordial chaos and open Duality World, a place known as a miracle in the 6 continents. This allowed other cultivators to open stable grottos within its domain. The only limit was their imagination. In fact, Duality World stretched across all 3 illusory realms, something never done before. The ephemeral factor was no longer an issue afterward. Everything created would stay around, no longer collapsing like a dream. After finishing a grotto, the builder could leave afterward without worrying. Declining in cultivation and health didn't matter either, not even death. The only way for a grotto to go down in Duality World was physical destruction. Thus, the initial creation of Duality World shocked all 6 continents. Emperors, Tao Lords, and Conquerors had nothing but praises for Duality Master and his immovable Tao heart. Most importantly, they also appreciated his generosity in opening Duality World for everyone after his departure. Countless cultivators poured into Duality World and started creating their own grottos. Thus, it became a place with the highest concentration of top cultivators, not discriminating against those from the race or the people. If the illusory realms were the undeveloped frontiers, then Duality World was a fertile home welcoming everyone with open arms. Duality Master was truly a mythical figure. He never fought anyone and was beloved by all, whether it be Celestial Court or Immortal Tao City. He could sit down and have a nice chat with anyone, whether it be Celestial Court's Heaven Burial or Light Dragon Conqueror, even Nether Emperor. The same applied to the masters of Immortal Tao City and Imperial Field as well. Due to his friendly neutrality and generosity, they usually addressed him respectfully as Tao Brother. He wasn't just friends with the apex cultivators. He had no problem chatting with servants, merchants, and villagers in the mortal world. Normally, powerful cultivators did not mingle with mortals. After all, they were from 2 separate worlds. Mortals lacked knowledge and were viewed by some as insignificant beings. Duality Master didn't share the same view. He could chat sincerely and befriend anyone. This was his unique characteristic, not having a prejudice against anyone. He wasn't known for his fighting prowess, but his exploits were second to none. Li Qie had a smile on his face after entering Duality World. It was magnificent with countless grottos, vast oceans, majestic mountains, palaces hovering above, chaos waterfalls, heavenly flowers, and golden springs. These visual phenomena were created by powerful cultivators including Tao Lords and Conquerors. Imagination became reality in this place, a true playground for creative minds. In fact, some believe that Duality World was home to more top cultivators than any other place including the Immortal Continent. How did he do it? Zhitian looked around and couldn't believe the amazing creations made possible by Duality Master. The illusory realms make dreams come true. The larger the dream, the larger the world. The old servant said, Duality Master used his Tao heart to add a blank piece of paper spanning across all three realms. People are free to add their art to it. His Tao heart must be amazing for this world to be so vast. Zhitian murmured. The old servant normally disliked wasting words. However, he had the utmost respect for Duality Master, so he spoke more than usual. You can try opening a grotto later in any of the three realms. Only then will you appreciate the determination and willpower necessary for upholding Duality World. No, I'll just open one here in Duality World. Zhitian smiled while looking at the unique grottos around them. Discover the complete story on Pori.com. After all, he was qualified to have a spot here due to his exceptional talent. This is a wonderful place. Cultivators can revert back to being carefree children and play here. Li Qie was pleased with this world. Chapter 53-31. Duality Master left after opening Duality World and made it open for everyone. Only one place was personally created by him, a city with the same name. Using the same analogy of the white paper, he left a mark by a tiny corner while leaving the rest for others. Many top cultivators chose to stay in Duality City, turning it into the largest city in this region. Later on, average cultivators visited as well. The majority of cultivators lacked the qualification and power to open their own grotto in Duality World. Thus, the city became an ideal choice. Its prosperous and lively nature made it a popular destination for both weak and strong cultivators. It became a meeting place for the stronger cultivators who had their own grotto. Moreover, most put aside racial grievances and previous feuds during their stay. It gave people a chance to broaden their horizons. For example, top cultivators were everywhere. A conqueror soared in the air while being surrounded by chaos energy and Tao laws. Another Tao Lord rode a carriage and didn't reveal his aura. Nonetheless, the carriage was made from ancient wood and was pulled by a goldhorn thunder ox. In fact, some of them even dressed humbly, so any old man here could turn out to be an emperor or Tao Lord. Li Qie's group entered and Li Zhitian found himself to be rather ordinary in this rich city. Geniuses like him didn't stand out as much. Have to see Duality City to know the vastness of the world. Zhitian said after seeing so many big shots. One could throw a random stone and hit 3 conquerors here, a phrase often used to describe Duality City. Li Qie seemed to be in a good mood and took a deep breath to enjoy the air. He then led the group inside a shop named Duality. The characters above the entrance were written casually and looked rather unique. One of Duality Master's few properties. The old servant said. Is Duality Master here right now? Li Zhitian asked. Unfortunately, he is not. The old servant shook his head. The shop was rather small but was filled with merchandise on the shelves and on the ground. Li Zhitian was amazed by what he saw. Precious metals and ores were just laying randomly, the same for imperial weapons and merit laws. An old shopkeeper stood in front of a small shrine and offered 3 incense sticks while mumbling something. The statue inside the shrine surprised everyone because it was none other than Li Qie. It depicted him holding a golden ingot in one hand and a Rui scepter in the other. It looked a bit comical, but this was unmistakably Li Qie. This was their second time seeing his statue in just one day. The circumstances were just as strange this time around. Venerable God of Wealth, please bless us with prosperous business on this new day. The old shopkeeper held the incense sticks with both hands and bowed several times before placing them into the incense burner in front of the shrine. Zhitian was at a loss for words. This shop was really worshipping Li Qie as a deity of fortune. As for Li Qie, he smiled with amusement while watching this. To access the premium content, go to. After finishing the opening rite, the old shopkeeper turned around and saw Li Qie. He immediately smiled and said, "Wow, today's a good one, the God of Wealth is paying us a visit right after opening." This only astounded Li Zhitian even more. The guy worshipped Li Qie as a god but didn't have a big reaction after encountering Li Qie in the flesh. What a weird shop. He murmured. Where's Duality? Li Qie asked. The boss is still traveling. The shopkeeper calmly responded. You have a statue here that I want. Li Qie didn't inquire further on this subject. Give me a second. The shopkeeper said before taking a statue out from a corner of the shop. This must be it. Jitian took a look and saw that it was another Heaven's Allure statue. Yes, I want it. Li Qie said. I would sell this to regular guests for 3 million Conqueror refined jades, but since you're here, it'll be 10 million. The shopkeeper wiped the dust off the statue. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Shouldn't you be treating your god of wealth better? Jitian protested. Listen, I'm just following the boss orders. The shopkeeper presented the clean statue to Li Qie. That's fine. Tell me, who sold it to you? Li Qie smiled. It will cost another 10 million for information. The shopkeeper stared intensely at Li Qie. Again? Jitian thought that this shop was ripping off its customers. The boss said that this is no big deal for the god of wealth. The shopkeeper said. Jitian thought that Duality Master was purposely trying to annoy Li Qie with these rules. The whole thing just didn't make sense. Sigh, how petty. Li Qie shook his head. Do you want it? If so, this lowly one will wrap it up for you. The shopkeeper said. Of course. I suppose I can give your petty boss a little allowance. Li Qie said. The old servant immediately presented 20 million refined jades without being told by Li Qie. Chapter 53-32. After receiving the payment, the shopkeeper wrapped up the statue and handed it to Li Qie while speaking. Gold Sheep Conqueror sold it to us. Li Qie derived the Tao and the statue emitted an evil sound. Thick black liquid also seeped outward, clearly a sign of the primal darkness. It's here. Jitian murmured. Where is Gold Sheep Conqueror? Li Qie tossed the statue, no longer needing it. The shopkeeper stared at him without responding. The old servant understood and paid another 10 million. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Surprisingly, the shopkeeper didn't accept the sum and said, for free this time. Gold Sheep is at Boundless Sea, they're betting their life. Li Qie nodded and started leaving. My venerable god, do you wish to leave a message? The shopkeeper asked once Li Qie reached the door. Li Qie halted and turned back to respond with a smile. A message? Sure, tell him to prepare to be disciplined. With that, the group left the shop. Are we going to Boundless Sea now? Jitian asked. It's right here in Duality World. The old servant said. So it was Gold Sheep Conqueror who did this? All the statues were left behind by him. Jitian brought this up. Gold Sheep Conqueror came from Untethered, a famous cultivator who didn't join the race or the people. Li Qie smiled and said, we're going to Boundless Sea. The moment they left Duality City, a familiar face came up to the group, Yi Fantian. Young noble. The genius respectfully bowed. What is it? Li Qie asked. I wish to speak to you, young noble. She glanced at the others who were courteous enough to leave and give them space. The remaining two then walked outside the city, enjoying the visual phenomena everywhere. I will be breaking through and obtaining my Tao fruits soon. Fantian said. 12 in one go. Li Qie smiled. Indeed, young noble. I want to try despite the odds. She said. You already have a plan, it will be successful. Li Qie said confidently. Outsiders would be shocked to hear this. Yi Fantian was one of the 3 Tians in the upper continents. Of course, there were only 2 now since Shaoqing Tian had been killed by Li Qie. Fantian's cultivation stagnated, unable to become a conqueror or a dragon lord while her peers both had 12 sacred fruits. This simply didn't make sense. Thus, this ambitious feat would surprise all 6 continents. The previous cultivator to do this was none other than Light Dragon Conqueror, a notable figure in history. Fan Tian shared the same goal, wanting to obtain 12 Dao fruits in one go. If she were to be successful, she would become an apex cultivator in due time. Thank you for your blessing, young noble. She bowed again. You didn't come here just to tell me the good news, right? Li Qie smiled. She stared at him and said sincerely, I'm overestimating my ability and wish to open a window. A sky window? Li Qie didn't expect this. Yes, I must attempt to do so. She said. Are you doing it for yourself or just reminding me? He said with a smile. My cultivation is low yet my ambition is higher than the sky. I view you as a role model, young noble. She said, I have my own stance but do not wish to oppose you. It's hard to hate clever people like you. Since you came to deliver this message to me, I won't steal your limelight. I'll just watch from the sidelines then. Li Qie said. I truly appreciate it, young noble. She bowed again. You're rather bold, daring to come and speak to me despite being from Divine Alliance. Li Qie said. I am but an insect before you, this is only an attempt at self-preservation. She said. That's not an unreasonable ask. I value talent so you may have a spot next to me. Li Qie smiled. She was surprised to hear this and took a second to calm down. She shook her head and respectfully said, I am grateful for your generous consideration. It's not that I am a fool but I grew up in Divine Alliance. The seniors showed me nothing but kindness and I do not dare to forget. If I were to not pay them back, I will be no different from a beast. Well said. I will not make you leave Divine Alliance against your wish. Li Qie smiled. Thank you for empathizing with me, young noble. She said. You are smart and know what should be done. He said. I know my own limitation, just wish to protect my region, not daring to compete with the heaven. I'm sure you will take it easy on me, young noble. She responded. No need to flatter me first. He said. I am speaking from the heart. Otherwise, Brother Li would not be following you despite his prestigious background and talent. She responded. I'll take it easy on you as long you do not court death. He smiled. I will keep our conversation today to heart. She said respectfully. I hope that you will be successful with obtaining 12 Dao fruits. He added. I will try my best to not let you down, young noble. She lowered her head and said softly, afterward, please teach me how to open the window. You already know what to do. He smiled. I just hope that my results won't be laugh-worthy. She said humbly. It's not overly difficult since you already know the process. The problem is being able to endure it. Just keep it simple, maintain your Dao heart. As long as it is still around, you can rebuild anything including total destruction. That's essentially the fundamental of cultivation. He said. I appreciate your guidance, young noble. She bowed again before leaving. The others returned after her departure. Fellow Daoist Fan Tian is always so composed, I don't think I can compete with her in the future. Li Zhantian said sentimentally. No need to be unduly humble. Li Qie said, you might have been too hasty at the start but slowly down in the future, everything is still possible as long as you are determined. Thank you, young noble. Zhitian was glad to hear this, thinking that he still had a shot of being competitive. Chapter 53-33, Boundless was the largest ocean in Duality World. Rumor has it that it was created by several conquerors and Dao lords working together. Another account stated that only Apricot Dao Lord alone was the creator since the Dao Lord's grotto was also there. However, this was highly contested by another side stating that this was only the entrance to the grotto. Thus, the Dao Lord wasn't the one who created it. Once the group entered the ocean, they also saw Apricot Grotto from afar, a crescent gulf with white sand. It was as if a moon had fallen into this ocean. There existed an apricot tree in the center with flowers in full bloom. It had grown for so many years so its barks resembled dragon scales. As the sea breezes blew by, petals scattered to the white sand and the blue water, a truly magnificent scene straight out of an eternal painting. Apricot Grotto is absolutely one of the most beautiful places in the world. The flowers here never wither. Li Zhitian commented. If they wither, it would mean that she has passed away. The old servant said. I've heard that Apricot Dao Lord is seriously injured, is it true? Zhitian asked. Yes. The old servant responded. The Dao Lord tried to infiltrate the depth of Dream Paradise and was repelled, right? Zhitian asked again but garnered no response this time. Apricot Dao Lord was an apex cultivator. Some even said that she was stronger than all things and Sword Sea Dao Lord. She has been absent for a long time because back during her prime, she tried to invade the deepest region of Dream Paradise. This resulted in her being grievously wounded, or so people said. Discover the complete story on poread.com. Despite these rumors, no one dared to disrespect Apricot Grotto, not even other apex cultivators. If she is still alive, Dream Paradise exercised mercy. Li Qie commented. It's that strong? Zhitian became startled. The world didn't know much about the three illusory realms. Only those living back during the Great Calamity saw their emergence. It can contain worlds, killing a conqueror or Dao Lord is too easy. Li Qie stared at him and said. He pondered for a moment before asking again, this time in a hushed voice, I heard they came from above. Is it the same place as the guest in Celestial Court? Few talked about the guest in Celestial Court because this was a taboo matter. However, Zhitian couldn't help but ask Li Qie due to his curiosity. Li Qie might actually know the answer. Not from the same place. Li Qie shook his head, above, yes, but here with different goals. What kind of existence is this guest? Zhitian was far more curious about this being than the illusory realms. After all, his clan was a pillar of Celestial Court and knew more about it than most powers and big shots. Alas, this issue was a forbidden topic. From a place that shouldn't exist. Li Qie stroked his chin and said, the very frontier. The very frontier? Zhitian hasn't heard anything like this before. Came with a goal indeed. The old servant remarked. What kind of goal? Zhitian asked again only to smile wryly at a lack of answer. Of course there was a goal, hence the reckless journey to this place. Li Qie smiled. Do you know why? Zhitian asked. Li Qie shook his head and gazed into the distance. The mysterious guest didn't belong to this world or this epoch. What was worth taking the potentially fatal journey? Already killed by the Empress and the Alliance, no one will know the answer now. The old servant said. Li Qie chuckled and didn't discuss this matter. They walked on top of the waves and eventually found Gold Sheep Conqueror sitting on top of a large reef. The current here was violent, on the verge of forming a whirlpool. The Conqueror was with 3 peers, the group was drinking and chatting. They saw and welcomed Li Qie's group. These 4 conquerors had unique characteristics. One had a pair of golden curved horns, needing no introduction, Gold Sheep Conqueror. Another had sounds of waves emanating from him as if there was an ocean within. This is Waterwalk Conqueror from 100 Dao. Gold Sheep introduced. The third had a verdant energy, looking young and brimming with energy. Green Vine Conqueror, from Deity Dao. The fourth had an ethereal presence, seemingly made from mist and clouds. God Mist Conqueror of Heaven Burial Dao. God Mist laughed and said, I don't think Heaven Burial Dao exists anymore, I am alone now. Are you not going to Celestial Court to find your progenitor, Heaven Burial Conqueror? Waterwalk Conqueror asked. No, I might be a Heavener but I don't care about these bothersome matters. God Mist shook his head. We came from the lower continents and have problems with each other. But, this has nothing to do with our races. Greenvine said. Problems? We were just young and hated each other, that's all. Gold Sheep laughed. Well, we're done drinking, let's get the life betting going. Fellow Taoists, it's nice that you all are here to witness it, unlike the last time. Waterwalk smiled. Chapter 53-34, Seniors, why are you doing this? Jitian couldn't help but ask. Waterwalk and I come from the people, God Mist and Greenvine are part of the race. We'll leave our life to the heaven and see who is lucky. Gold Sheep said. Jitian didn't know what to say, thinking that these four might have been too bored and leisurely. WH. God Mist whistled and the waves surged even more. This was due to a massive creature splitting the sea part. Everyone looked over and saw a ferocious fish with bone spurs gleaming like metal. Its tail and two fins were sharp like blades. Rumble. Loud noises came from the creature's mouth. It had countless teeth that were always moving and grinding, capable of crushing anything unlucky enough to fall in. Devil Gear Whale. Jitian immediately recognized this legendary fish right away. It was immensely rare and could devour dragon lords and conquerors. However, this whale seemed to be familiar with the group and floated above the surface with its mouth open, ready for someone to jump in. Greenvine drew a white line in the middle and took out a weathercock as well. Greenvine and God Mist then stood on one side of the white line with Gold Sheep and Waterwalk standing opposite of them. We did it ourselves before, but we have guests now. Brat, sorry for the trouble, but place it in the middle when the wind starts in a bit. Greenvine handed the weathercock to Jitian. Me? Jitian became anxious. This meant that the lives of these four conquerors were in his hand now. Don't be in a hurry to die, I have a question regarding a statue. Li Qie smiled. Explore the extended edition on Poreed.com, talking about that Heaven's Allure statue. I sold it to Duality Shop. Gold Sheep laughed. Where did it come from? Li Qie asked. That bastard Time Watcher. Gold Sheep answered. Time Watcher Conqueror. Jitian murmured the title of a famous conqueror who enjoyed fighting and feared no one. Sigh, don't bring him up anymore. We had a great time before and he even participated in our life bets, but after seeing Heaven's Allure, he stopped hanging out with us. God Mist shook his head. He used to brag about his romantic exploits back then, but now, he's completely lost his mind. God Mist shook his head. I looked for him a long time back, wanting him to join the bet again, but he kept on avoiding me, didn't even open the gate. That annoyed me, so I stole this statue from his home and sold it to Duality Shop. Gold Sheep revealed. Jitian and the others exchanged glances, thinking that these conquerors were rather interesting. Where is Time Watcher now? The old servant asked in Li Qie's stead. Don't worry, we are close to Time Watcher. Although we want to kill each other, we are still good friends. Once the bet is finished, the survivors will bring you to him. Greenvine said. I don't know if he will meet you guys since he only cares about these statues now. Gold Sheep said. That's fine, just bring me to him. It won't be up to him then. Li Qie said. Good. Brat, the winds are blowing, place it in the very center. Greenvine looked up and told Jitian. The nervous Jitian listened and placed the weathercock in the center. Whoosh! The wind started blowing and changed the weathercock's arrow direction. Eventually, it stopped and the weathercock pointed in the direction of Gold Sheep and Waterwalk Conqueror. Ha ha ha. Not so lucky this time, go die now. God Mist Conqueror laughed after seeing this. Sigh, we've won 3 rounds before, why not another? Gold Sheep sighed frustratingly. It's fine, we already won 3, it's not a big loss. Waterwalk said. This is how you do a life bet? Jitian didn't know what to say. Isn't this preferable to fighting to the death? Gold Sheep said. Jitian wondered if this was true, for powerful conquerors with incredible abilities leaving it up to the wind instead of utilizing their cultivation. They could have made the contest more interesting by actively changing the winds, but they didn't do so either. Not to mention a prestigious conqueror, even regular people wouldn't treat their life so trivially. Okay, I'll go first. You're in for a tough time with us gone, gonna have no one to play with. Waterwalk laughed and said. Please, watching you two suffer brings us more joy than anything. Greenvine responded. Suffering can be rather interesting at times. I'm about to die from these boring days anyway. Waterwalk laughed. Old whale, I'm coming. He leaped forward and landed inside the whale's jaws. Boom. 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 He didn't try to stop the gear-like teeth from grinding on his body. Nonetheless, it felt as if they were grinding an unbreakable block of metal. After all, he was still an invincible conqueror. Oh my God. This hurts so much. Godmist didn't put on an act at all. Flesh and blood sprayed as his body was ground to pieces. Jitian and True Bear felt their heart pounding in shock while witnessing the suicidal act. The pain must be intolerable because he couldn't die that easily given his physical prowess. Ah. Eventually, even his Dao fruits were crushed. I'll be back. They turned into Dao particles and flew toward the horizon. Chapter 53-35. Alright, it's my turn. Gold Sheep Conqueror happily stepped forward. Any last words, old man? Godmist laughed. I have no regrets in life, we'll see what happens. Gold Sheep responded with a smile. He leaped into the whale's jaws, shouting, See ya, old geezers, don't miss us too much and try to enjoy life. Creak. The teeth started grinding against him and blood splashed instantly. Fuck, this pain. Gold Sheep bellowed in agony. I told you this before and you laughed at me. Greenvine laughed after seeing this. Ah. Gold Sheep let out one last scream before only the golden horns and the Dao fruits were left intact. Boom. Eventually, even the Dao fruits were crushed and everything was swallowed by the whale. If I don't die, I guess I'll make a lair inside its stomach. Gold Sheep's voice came from within the whale. Now he's going to be miserable for a while. Godmist shrugged, seemingly amused. As for the whale, it let out a loud cry as if satisfied after the feast. After all, it devoured two conquerors just now. Their flesh and blood were priceless, enough to keep it nourished for another 1,000,000 years. It made whistling noises, seemingly conversing with Godmist and Greenvine Conqueror. Splash. After saying goodbye, it returned to the ocean floor. Look at how nice it is now, it wasn't like this when it ate me. Greenvine smiled wryly and shook his head. Li Jitian didn't know what to say. These conquerors were clearly exceptional since despite coming from the lower continents, they still dominated afterward. Now, although the two victims were still alive, the recovery process would take an absurdly long period. Top cultivators always cherished their body in Dao fruits while these four just casually left their fate to luck. This simply didn't make sense, not even if it was the only chance to avenge their father or some other irreconcilable feud. Throwing away a lifetime of cultivation was unthinkable. It's over? Jitian murmured. Obviously, not like we're gonna give them a funeral. Godmist laughed. Seems a bit rushed. Jitian said. Brat, you're probably thinking that we're ridiculous? Greenvine asked. Well, Jitian had an awkward smile. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. No one escapes death. Godmist said with a smile. But one can live a meaningful life before death. Jitian said. Not necessarily since the world is full of the meaningless. Greenvine said, You are immensely talented. I'm sure you believe in having a bright future, that the world needs your radiance. I do not think that highly of myself. Jitian said. Let's not deny the truth, I felt the same way when I was younger, that the world needed me or the night would be too long. Greenvine said. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Godmist said, Will the world come to an end if someone stomps you to death? Will all the ants in the colony die after losing one member? Of course not. Zhitian said. It's just that he was born in a prestigious clan, destined for greatness. He was different from everyone else and seemingly had a mission in life. Alas, the recent days made him feel as if he was closer to an ant than a hero. Disasters are often caused by talented people. God Mist came over and tapped his shoulder. Greenvine and I are from the race. If I care about it that much, I could take the side of the race and condemn the people as inferior scums. Since I wield incredible power as a conqueror, should I start getting rid of those scums? Well, Zhitian couldn't answer right away. That's why don't worry about missions or destiny or anything. There are dirty secrets hidden behind these missions. Greenvine smiled. Then why did you four do the life bet here? Zhitian asked. The racial conflict is just an excuse. Cultivators such as ourselves have been fighting and will always be fighting. Destruction and killing, what's the point? So we picked a different method instead, leaving it to the villainous heaven. Godmist said. I see, Zhitian contemplated. Top cultivators normally spewed out speeches about how their fate was their own, not the heavens. On the contrary, these powerful cultivators picked the most unreliable method, leaving it to luck, when they had full control over their destiny. We just aren't afraid of death. How about you, would you participate? Godmist said. Zhitian thought that he was not ready to face death. After all, a genius such as himself had so much to live for. Not being afraid of death is courageous and noble. Li Qie finally joined the conversation. One needs to be prepared for this test. Otherwise, when death comes knocking, fear will come as well. Running to avoid death will result in a pathetic life and eventually, depravity. You are right, sir. We had similar sentiments but just didn't put it as succinctly. Godmist said. Although you four have yet to obtain anima, I can see that you have one foot in the door. The path toward everlasting life will open soon enough. Li Qie praised. We aren't trying to force anything. It's fine to die joyously without regrets and animosity. Greenvine shook his head. A Tao path with death as the final destination, that's fine too. Li Qie nodded approvingly. We understand. Godmist and Greenvine bowed in response. Zhitian listened attentively and pondered his own purpose for cultivating. Chapter 53-36, Brother Greenvine, help Sir find Time Watcher. Godmist said, I will let the old geezer's descendants know about their fate. He disappeared from sight after saying this. The idiot is still obsessed with heaven's allure. Greenvine told Li Qie, he won't want to meet anyone, I will just take you to his home and you can take it from there, sir. Perfect. Li Qie smiled. Coincidentally enough, Time Watcher also had his own grotto in Duality World. Greenvine led the group to a place with a broken tree on the ground, looking rather inconspicuous. Open. He shouted and a green wheel of the temporal affinity appeared. Buzz. He continued to rotate it until its gears latched at the right place. Creak, it then opened and formed a door. This is Time Watcher's grotto, I will be taking my leave now. Greenvine had no intention of entering and bowed deeply toward Li Qie before disappearing from sight. Li Qie smiled and entered, the group followed right behind him. They found themselves standing in the blue sky engraved with white clouds. Inside one of them was a magnificent and dazzling palace. They came closer and saw a familiar statue, Heaven's Allure. This looks to be the right place. Zhitian commented. The hall and rooms were filled with resplendent gold and jade. Treasures piled up casually, exuding an incomparable grandeur. In one of the rooms was a tassel-adorned bed with a naked man. He was as handsome as can be and exuded charisma, especially his arrogant and confident smirk. Countless women would fall for him at first sight, loving him with utmost devotion. He had a robust physique with bulging muscles. There seemed to be a dragon within, always ready to rush out. Each inch of his skin had a radiant glow and brimmed with divinity. He was certainly a god among men. The half-naked woman laying beside him was just as exceptional. Words wouldn't do her beauty justice. He held her by the waist and was clearly infatuated by her appearance. Just like this, he shouted. She touched his muscular chest and could see that he was lost in the moment. Her immaculate hands suddenly turned into numerous thorns, wanting to pierce him. Temporal lightning waves coursed around him automatically and retaliated. Crackle. They invaded the woman and caused her to bellow in pain. The overwhelming lightning surge changed her into something else, a mass of black liquid with sharp teeth and a pair of eyes with numerous pupils. This dreadful form stood in stark contrast to the previous beauty. Seeing it might cause one to scream. You have to break my Tao first before devouring me. The man smiled charmingly and recalled his lightning current. The creature immediately turned back into the beauty and spoke seductively. You're too much for me, master. Good. The man shouted and became more energetic, causing her to scream in pleasure. The two of them fell into a passionate affair. She took advantage of this and tried to pierce him with countless thorns again. Alas, it seemed impossible for her to break through his automatic barrier infused with time and lightning. Theft is never good, try looking at. I told you, you have to break my Tao first. He didn't seem to mind. Wow, this is some high-level taste, to actually incorporate lightning so masterfully. I have nothing but admiration for you too. Someone suddenly interrupted their session. They looked over and saw that it was none other than Wuxia and his group. Wuxia had a smirk on his face while the old servant had a cold expression, seemingly expecting this scene. Li Zhitian, on the other hand, became startled after seeing the black liquid's transformation. Moreover, a majestic conqueror was actually doing something so unsavory with the creature. No one would believe this story since they held conquerors in such high esteem. Who are you? The man sighed and said. On the other hand, the creature had a fierce reaction and gazed intensely at Wuxia. You're the primal darkness. Wuxia said. Ra. It roared and lunged for him. Stop. Time Watcher shouted, but it was too late. The thing turned back to its liquid form and wrapped around Wuxia, wanting to devour him. Boom. Wuxia became resplendent and erupted with power. The liquid exploded and splashed everywhere, the wall and the ground. Each of them squirmed and wiggled in the form of tentacles before gathering into one being again. Run! Time Watcher shouted. Alas, the primal darkness didn't listen and furiously initiated another attack against Wuxia. 1. This is an archaic term a wife uses to address her husband. Using husband isn't natural and master fits. Chapter 53-37. The primal darkness was ferocious and powerful, utilizing its sharp teeth capable of devouring an entire region. Unfortunately, its opponent was Wuxia, who simply raised his hand to lock the creature. It became helpless and unable to move an inch. Nonetheless, it roared and seemingly despised Wuxia, ready to fight to the death. I wonder if I should kill you. Wuxia said. Sir, it had never done anything sinful. Time Watcher begged. Explore the extended edition on Poreed.com, is that so? Wuxia smiled at him before focusing on the primal darkness. Unfortunately, it is still something that shouldn't exist. Death is inevitable. Pop. Having said that, he slowly made a fist and the primal darkness started breaking down into pieces. It seemed to understand the futility of the situation, so it morphed back into heaven's allure. Don't look. The old servant protected his mind while warning Li Zhitian. The latter immediately sealed all of his senses and protected his Tao heart. The primal darkness looked gorgeous now. All men would want to embrace and feel its warm and tender figure. You're hurting me. Its voice could melt the coldest heart. Of course, this couldn't affect Li Qie in the slightest. I'm not an evil man and will give you a chance. If you somehow have a sliver of light left when I'm done, I will spare you. Li Qie said before channeling Dao light into his palm. This Dao light appeared to be the purest form of this affinity. The concentration in his palm alone surpassed all the other lights in the world combined. It marked the primal darkness, causing it to bellow in pain. It reverted back to its ferocious form while twisting in agony. Smoke oozed from it due to the purification process. It became smaller and smaller as a result. Shouldn't be this weak. Li Qie's brows furrowed. The longer the process went on, the less area it needed to purify. Thus, it actually hastened in the end, so Li Qie had to stop. He left behind some liquid the size of a fingernail. Nonetheless, thorns were still growing from it, seemingly eager to become bigger again. This was the primal darkness' terrifying nature. It couldn't die even when there was only a single strand left. As for Li Qie, he found that something was off because it was unexpectedly weak. I shouldn't be so extreme, but perhaps this warrants it. Li Qie sighed and said, as I've said, would have shown mercy if there was some light left in you. Having said that, he raised one finger and summoned 3,000 worlds. This incoming attack could reduce everything down to the smallest particles. The old servant became emotional after seeing this. The finger strike immobilized and made him feel helpless. Li Zhitian naturally was in an even worse state. Void obliteration. Time Watcher shouted. Oh. Impressive knowledge. Li Qie glanced at him. I've researched it before. Time Watcher smiled wryly, aware of this attack. The black liquid could sense the power stemming from Li Qie's finger, feeling the threat of demise. Alas, it couldn't move an inch. Let's try this. This was rather difficult for Li Qie since he had to limit the destruction of this technique. If he were to not hold back given his current power with this move, he would erase a race from the river of time. Thus, he manipulated the technique down to its subtlest variation, aiming to search all aspects of this primal darkness. Pop! The screaming primal darkness was instantly reduced to nothingness after the first contact. Right at this exact moment in a distant realm, a beauty vomited blood and turned pale. It's coming. She murmured in a daze. By destroying the primal darkness down to nothingness, he also gained more understanding of its origin. I see. A remarkable achievement. He frowned and said. Meanwhile, the others were shaken by Li Qie's technique, not because of his destructive potential but rather the precision. That technique somehow surpassed time and space, capable of erasing creatures with the same origin regardless of their location. Sigh, hundreds of thousands of years, all down the drain. Time Watcher lamented, only saw a bit of success too, how am I going to live now? You should put on some clothes first. Li Qie stared at him. The Conqueror chuckled and didn't mind being naked at all. Nonetheless, he obliged with the request. After tidying up, he prepared a place for the group to sit and have tea beneath an old pine tree. Reincarnation Dao is full of perverts like you? Li Qie took a sip and asked. The others also gave Time Watcher Conqueror gazes of disapproval. 1. This name could change depending on more context. Chapter 53-38, Reincarnation Dao in the lower continents had Green Mountain Conqueror, a cannibal. Now, Time Watcher Conqueror was also a sexual deviant. Its progenitor, Blazing Conqueror, was also eccentric. Were all the conquerors from their strange as well? Sigh, what can I do? I long for her. Time Watcher shrugged and wasn't embarrassed. Longing was the reason why you lured the primal darkness? Li Qie chuckled. There doesn't seem to be a better path. Time Watcher said, I want to have another option but there's nothing. Isn't this a good thing though? In the case of success, would have purified that primal darkness and added another good inhabitant for this world. Such a noble goal, I see, not because you want another heaven's allure to yourself at all. Li Qie said. Intent aside, the result could have been a great deed. Time Watcher said, would have made myself happy and contributed to the overall brightness of the world. To try and romanticize your perversion, it's rather impressive. Li Qie gave him a thumbs up. The old servant and Li Zhitian didn't know what to say either. What Time Watcher did was shameful and disgusting. However, he didn't seem to mind at all, as if nothing in this world could fluster him. To access the premium content, go to. Is Heaven's Allure really that irresistible? Zhitian asked. Time Watcher was clearly not the righteous type of conqueror. This meant that he had been with more than his fair share of the ladies. Alas, he still became smitten with Heaven's Allure and tried something so reckless. It would have been only a matter of time before he would be consumed by the primal darkness. Sigh, brat, meeting her means a lifetime of obsession. Time Watcher shook his head. Of course, I do not blame her for it, only myself for being arrogant and prideful. I wanted to seduce her and didn't expect to be the one falling into the pit instead. You ignored all the rumors? Li Qie smiled. I thought that they were mere exaggerations and had to give it a shot. Time Watcher smiled wryly. Zhitian understood the past right away. Time Watcher was extremely handsome and charismatic, having great success with the ladies ever since his Dao debut. He had been with saintess and noble queens before. Heaven's Allure was no different, or so he thought. After meeting Heaven's Allure and spending a short time together, he completely lost his composure and mind. Despite being a virtually perfect man, he failed in winning her love. She was more than just a gorgeous bag of flesh, possessing both intelligence and charisma. He couldn't help obsessing about her after the failed courting attempts. Thus, he came up with another plan, using a mythical creature known as the Primal Darkness to create his own Heaven's Allure. He spent immense effort and time, eventually successful in luring the Primal Darkness out of evil reborn. He had a special technique to control the Primal Darkness, forcing it to turn into a copy of Heaven's Allure. It took untold effort before the ferocious creature willingly morphed into Heaven's Allure. This was enough for sexual relations but far from his ambitious goal. The creature's destructive instinct couldn't be changed. Nonetheless, he understood its weakness and special characteristics, allowing him to have control over the situation. Unfortunately, it was all over now with Li Qie's appearance. If you play with fire, you'll get burned. Li Qie smiled. I don't really regret it. Time Watcher smiled and said, Heaven's Allure is peerless enough to make me waste my entire life, not a big deal. I like the feeling of having an unreachable pursuit. He said. Really? Zhitian didn't agree with this point of view, thinking that the Conqueror's actions were improper and disgraceful. Time Watcher could see the disdain and responded, There is no problem here, I love women and am smitten with one. I am following my heart while not causing trouble to anyone else. Well, Zhitian had no response since he thought that cultivation was a noble path toward everlasting life. This was the way of his clan and many other experts. It's true that anima and everlasting life aren't the only answers to cultivation. Following one's original pursuit is important as well. Li Qie said with a smile. Ah, you do have an open mind, sir. Time Watcher laughed. You have no intention of pursuing everlasting life, senior? Zhitian asked. I have lived plenty already, everlasting life doesn't change anything. Plus, so what if I were to gain anima? I won't be stronger than everyone else. There are too many even when not counting the ancient emperors and monarchs. Recently, Heaven Burial, Light Dragon, Immensity, Demon, Blessed, and on and on. They're all brilliant. Time Watcher finished and glanced at the old servant. Too many powerful cultivators out there. The old servant sighed and said. Thus, since I have limited time, I must pursue what I enjoy even if it means dying because of women. Time Watcher happily concluded. Chapter 53-39. Zhitian listened and thought that Time Watcher had a point. Why must anima and everlasting life be the end goals of cultivation? This path had no end in sight. Everyone's Tao is different. Having a stopping point is fine. Li Qie said. Indeed, sir. Time Watcher had a wide smile, looking more like a playboy than a conqueror. So what makes you like heaven's allure so much? Zhitian remained curious. Time Watcher recalled the time spent with his crush and was visibly happy. She is certainly gorgeous, but there's an intrinsic quality that makes her unforgettable. Spending time with her makes a man forget his ways. She is the ultimate prize in life, I'm sure, yet no one will claim it. What will you do now? Li Qie asked with a smile. What can I do is the question. Time Watcher smiled wryly and said, I have no pursuit in life now since you destroyed the primal darkness. I don't want to do anything now. Not even cultivation? Zhitian asked. I've done that all my life and not much else. My time is limited now and I don't share the same optimism as you for the future. Time Watcher smiled. Zhitian hadn't thought about the future much, but he knew that he was meant for great things. You're old with one foot in the grave. Zhitian is a blooming genius, of course his future is limitless. Li Qie said. Indeed, which is why I need to make good use of the little time I have left. Time Watcher said, well, given your bright future, perhaps you will be able to enter Celestial Court and see heaven's allure one day. How come you didn't join Celestial Court to see her more often, senior? Zhitian was curious. Although this question was rather personal, it was indeed logical. Time Watcher should have joined Celestial Court to spend more time with Celestial Court. Perhaps the close distance would make him more successful. Two entirely different matters. Time Watcher said, can't have it all in life. I like heaven's allure but don't want to lick Celestial Court's stinky feet. I am willing to die for her but not bark like a hound for Celestial Court. Men have lines that they can't cross, and plus, if I had become a dog, she wouldn't have respected me anyway. Zhitian had no response. Time Watcher playfully patted his shoulder and said, well, a great genius like you need not lick anyone. The young and proper Zhitian turned red after hearing this. He truly had it all since birth, prestige and talent. Numerous sainesses and princesses were more than willing to be with him. However, allow me to give you one piece of advice. Time Watcher said in a friendly manner, since you're ambitious enough to seek anima, don't ever get overconfident if you have the chance to see heaven's allure. You best protect your Tao heart or you will follow in my footsteps. I appreciate the guidance, senior. Zhitian could tell that the guy was being sincere. Bang! Bang! A visitor smacked the portal loudly and shouted, Time Watcher, come out. The voice was imposing and powerful, clearly coming from a mighty cultivator. Li Qie was surprised because he recognized the voice. Big bro, is all this commotion necessary? Time Watcher laughed in response and opened the portal. He had two visitors, an old man wearing a white robe and a clever-looking youth. The former was surprised to see Li Qie and bowed his head, so you're here too, sir. It's been a while since our last meal. Li Qie smiled. He was the owner of a noodle shop visited by Li Qie and Jun Landu. The youth had worked there as a waiter. You must have done something and got captured. The old man stared at Time Watcher and said. Huh, what are you saying? I've always been a good person and never broke any rules. Time Watcher said. Is that so? Why did I have to save you back at the lower continents then? The old man retorted. Okay, you got me, no need to say more. Time Watcher gave up. Back in the days before his ascension, Time Watcher had made a lot of enemies due to his carefree attitude and penchant for romance. Thus, he antagonized several dragon lords and emperors, eventually becoming surrounded. The old man had to show up and save him. The happy Time Watcher brought out more teacups for the master-disciple duo. Big bro, what happened? Who managed to injure the Great Hallowed? Time Watcher finally noticed something. This old man was none other than Hallowed Tao Lord, a renowned cultivator in 8 Desolaces. Search, Pori.com, for the original. He preferred to keep it low-key in the upper continents so only a few knew of his illustrious past. No big deal, I went to fight Supreme and lost. Hallowed responded. That's still pretty impressive, going toe-to-toe against Supreme. Time Watcher said with admiration. No need to flatter me in the presence of Sir and this Dao brother. Hallowed said while glancing at the old servant. I'm just another ant here. The old servant smiled. I suppose we're all ants in his presence. Time Watcher praised Li Chia again. So what did you do? There's a reason why you're being so polite. Hallowed asked his close friend. Time Watcher turned red and said, What are you talking about? Haven't I been pretty good recently? Well, I suppose you haven't poked any beehive recently or bothered the ladies. Hallowed said. Is that really your impression of me? Hallowed complained. Yes. Hallowed's expression suddenly became serious. Is it because of Heaven's allure? I heard some rumors. That's all in the past, big bro, don't worry, I know better than to cause any trouble. Time Watcher laughed. The two seemed to be close like brothers despite the considerable age gap. Chapter 5340. Well, I certainly hope so since I'm leaving Xiaohu with you. Hallowed smiled and said. Huh? Time Watcher nearly choked after hearing this. Big bro, what are you saying? I can't train your disciple given my meager skills. He shook his head repeatedly, seemingly panicking. Big bro, you stand tall as our role model with your hallowed sword Dao. No man can be your equal so no one can replace you as his master, yes or no? Hallowed interrupted him. Can I say no? Time Watcher had a pained expression. No. Hallowed uttered coldly, Xiaohu is smart and won't be a burden. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Uncle, I will take care of you. Xiaohu immediately went to work cleaning the palace. No need, no need. Time Watcher felt as if he had been pushed into a pit. Big bro, you know how I am, a playboy such as myself will be surrounded by women. This is a terrible influence on Xiaohu. Then become a good uncle then. Hallowed said, you were proper once while building Reincarnation City. Time Watcher seemed to be on the verge of tears, unable to refuse. Well, what are you trying to do? Why are you entrusting him to me? He thought about something else. Just going to grab a few friends to go make mincemeat out of Supreme. Hallowed said casually. The others exchanged glances. Hallowed seemed to be a friendly old man but once angered, he did not hold back. Let's not be so hasty. Sir and his friends are here, let's just have a chat for a bit. Time Watcher said, wanting to drag the others into the mud. I am not qualified to invite Sir. As for this Dao brother, I'm afraid we have different views. Hallowed bowed in the direction of Li Chia first before staring at the old servant. I'm just a servant who will listen to the master's command. The old servant pretended not to understand. I'm afraid you're no match for Supreme. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. Yes, hence my current injuries. He is indeed exceptional, the pinnacle of the Dragon Lords. Hallowed praised. Your vitality is broken because of the shackles from the bloodline. Fixing them means that there is a path for you toward anima. Li Chia said. You are right, sir, but I'm afraid I won't accomplish this in my lifetime. Hallowed said sentimentally. Hallowed was a sea demon with a curse on his bloodline. Through sheer effort and time, he managed to break the curse, albeit not entirely. Suppressing a forbidden zone for years and years expended his vitality, resulting in him being in a permanently weakened state. This also prevented him from reaching anima. Start over again. Li Chia said. Maybe, but time is not on my side, not to mention the risks. Hallowed was surprised to hear the risky approach. Big bro, this is not the time to risk it all against Supreme. We can still live for a long time to wait for the right moment. Time Watcher interjected. No rush. The old servant said. As for Li Zhitian, he couldn't comment because he came from Heaven Alliance. Even if he wasn't on the side of Supreme, he shouldn't be running his mouth. His provocation will not go unchallenged. Hallowed said with a smile. Seems like the Pact of Blessed is in name only. Time Watcher reflected. With the existence of beings such as Supreme and Illumination who take pride in their race and lineage, the pact will be nullified soon enough. A full-scale war is inevitable. Hallowed sneered. I agree. Time Watcher nodded. Supreme's ambition is to unite the upper continents under the rule of the race. Illumination is just as bad, embarking on a mission of eradicating the race, no different from Celestial Court back then. It's a good thing he was chased out back then, or the situation would be far worse now. Supreme is bound by his ambition, but Illumination is twisted by his desire for vengeance. The farther he goes on this path, the more alienated he is from us. Hallowed said. But there are many who still believe in his approach. Time Watcher chuckled. Illumination garnered many supporters from the people due to his strong stance against the race. However, he had become an extremist in recent years, going as far as branding neutral cultivators as sinners of the people. Later on, Pure Sun Dao Lord and the others managed to force Illumination Conqueror out of Dao Alliance since they were aware of his downward trajectory. The Pact of Blessed came afterward, heralding a peaceful period for both sides. After all, the world was aware of how destructive it was to have a full-scale war between apex cultivators. There will be no peace when Supreme and Illumination are around. The old servant said. That's why you're thinking about killing Supreme, big bro. Time Watcher said, but in order to do that, we have to get help from All Things Group. We can't, All Things is having enough trouble right now due to Illumination's influence. Hallowed shook his head and sighed. Illumination had waited long enough now. Time Watcher had a serious expression. I believe so, he is intending on retaking Dao Alliance in order to start another war. Hallowed nodded. Ridiculous. Li Qie smiled and said. Unfortunately, Illumination will do so because he's a madman. Hallowed said. Seems like Dao Alliance is unstable with Illumination around, it will split eventually and this instability might spread to Imperial Alliance too. The people might go down from internal conflicts first. Time Watcher analyzed. That's why All Things is preoccupied with enemies on all sides. If we want his help, Illumination has to be eliminated first. Hallowed said with a wry smile. Ethics and optics prevent it. The old servant commented. Right. Hallowed said, if All Things were to mobilize against Illumination now, he'll alienate others and disrupt the overall unity of the people. Supreme will definitely take advantage of that. Convince Supreme to kill Illumination, let the tigers fight it out. Li Qie smiled. It is a good plan, but both of them are smart. They know better than to antagonize each other right now unless there is a clear advantage. Supreme also knows that Illumination might be the downfall of Dao Alliance, he will not interfere. Seems like this depends on your determination. Otherwise, it's a situation of being unable to get off the tiger once mounted. Li Qie said. Chapter 53-41, Time Watcher laughed and said, Big bro, fine, I'll go with you to deal with Supreme, let's see who is fiercer. No, you need to take care of Xiao Hu. Hallowed refused. You know, taking care of a child is not my expertise, I will only steer your disciple in the wrong direction. That's too big of a sin for me to handle, let me go with you. Time Watcher said. Then I won't ask you for help. Hallowed refused right away. Big bro, am I not a capable conqueror? I can take care of at least 3 to 5 enemies. Time Watcher complained, wanting to join the battlefield instead. You wish to die. The old servant spoke to Hallowed. Killing Supreme is easier said than done, it is a suicidal endeavor. Hallowed admitted. As I've said, kill Illumination first. Find All Things and Sword Queen, that should be enough. Otherwise, the heart of the people is forever separated. Li Qie casually said. I agree wholeheartedly. Sure, many praised Illumination for protecting the people, but that's all in the past. Now, he is misguided and wants to kill all of the race. That's just nonsense. Time Watcher responded, not having the same reservation on the topic as Hallowed or the old servant. Let me be frank, all the disasters in this world are caused by powerful cultivators such as us. Let's not talk about the previous epochs or anything but after the calamity was relative peace. Celestial Court had to ruin that with devastating wars. How many mortals lost their lives because of us? He said with a bitter smile, it's so meaningless. Must one side be eradicated at all costs? If this is Illumination's intention, he is no different from a devil and the people doesn't need him. Hallowed and the others understood this but hesitated on being so vocal. Illumination is certainly the culprit. The same tragedies will start because of him. The old servant said. You are absolutely correct, Dao brother. He is hellbent on revenge while trying to justify it with numerous excuses. Perhaps he is actually considering himself as a noble protector of the people. Time Watcher clapped in response. Many praised Illumination for standing up against Heaven Alliance and the race alone. This stemmed from back when he was a young mortal. His whole family and lover were killed by a member of the race. The exact details eluded future generations. However, a trustworthy account consisted of them being mere casualties from a battle between powerful cultivators. The shockwaves alone must have killed everyone with the exception of the lucky Conqueror. During the aftermath, he swore to avenge his loved ones by eradicating the race. He was indeed brilliant, able to reach the top despite his humble background. Nonetheless, his reign caused some of the fiercest battles between the two sides. This only ended with Pure Sun Dao Lord's involvement, his banishment, and the Pact of Blessed. Prosperity came during his absence. This only shifted recently with Supreme's rise and the abdication of Principal Conqueror. The Dragon Slayer will become the evil dragon. Li Qie said. That's the perfect way to describe this. Time Watcher agreed. He hasn't thought about how the true culprits are powerful cultivators, not the race. Every one of us here had killed too many innocent mortals. We are heinous villains. Cultivators didn't like to hear this grim truth. Illumination became a cultivator for the sake of vengeance, ignoring all the new victims he created along the path. Yes. The old servant sighed. But have any of us repented? No, I haven't either. Time Watcher smiled. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Our hands might be stained with blood and we have failed to protect the mortals. However, we can stop fighting. I am trying hard to do so. The old servant said. We know of your recent efforts and respect you for it. I can't say the same about my idle and useless self. Time Watcher said. Just protecting your Dao heart is already benefiting the world. Li Qie said, as for becoming protectors and saviors, that's just the process of becoming evil dragons. Everyone thought about Illumination Conqueror after hearing this. He claimed to be the protector of the people and started many wars. Top cultivators suffered grievous losses, let alone mortals. So was he protecting the people or pushing them down the cliff? On the other hand, a playboy such as Time Watcher was far from being a protector. Although he had also killed many during his cultivation quest, he didn't start wars. You are right, sir. Hallowed and the old servant bowed. I suppose we should shift our focus to Illumination first before dealing with Supreme. Otherwise, when Supreme marches an army to Dao Alliance, he would find that it is already broken. Time Watcher concluded. We have to help all things then. Hallowed said. Chapter 5342, Dao Brother, have you always advocated coexistence? The old servant told Hallowed. Yes, I agreed with all things proposal back then. Fortunately, Pure Sun Dao Lord stepped in and ended the conflict, so I went to live a simple life. Hallowed said. He was once a pillar of the people and had joined Dao Alliance, agreeing with harmony and peace. He knew that there was no point in fighting wars against the race. Even if illumination had managed to wipe out the race from the upper two continents, what about the lower continents and the immortal continent? There were immensely powerful cultivators in the latter, meaning the destruction would be out of control. There was no guarantee they would be the victors, but one thing was for certain: mortals would definitely be massacred. The subsequent Pact of Blessed allowed Hallowed to step back and open a noodle shop to live in peace. That's why Supreme started with you. He's no different from Illumination. Since you had advocated peace, killing you will infuriate the Conquerors and Dao Lords of the people. They will retaliate by attacking Heaven Alliance and breaking the pact. With that, Supreme would have the perfect clarion call. Time Watcher said. Well, I'm still alive. Hallowed said. Supreme doesn't participate in battles that he isn't confident in winning. The old servant said. Time Watcher and Hallowed had great respect for the old servant, so they took his opinion rather seriously. What does he have up his sleeve? Time Watcher wondered. Unfortunately, due to the old servant's special identity, he didn't elaborate despite not being on Supreme's side. Could be a plan with Divine Alliance. Time Watched continued. Heaven and Divine shall join while the people are still suffering from internal strife. Li Qie said with a smile. Is the people prepared for an actual war? Otherwise, they'll lose during the apex skirmishes. Li Zhitian commented. Right, it is still the battles between the apex cultivators that will decide the outcome. Hallowed agreed. The race has Supreme, Sword Sea Dao Lord, Eternal Conqueror, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror, Principal Conqueror. How will the people stop them? Zhitian asked while staring at the old servant. Time Watcher mused for a bit and answered, the people has all things, Sword Queen, Dark Frost. Not enough. Hallowed shook his head. And Calamity Dao Lord? Zhitian asked. Calamity is not here. The old servant said. Without Calamity Dao Lord's ultimate defense, no one will be able to stop Immortal Pagoda Conqueror's primordial Dao fruit. Seems like an unfair match. Zhitian commented. The people needs to deal with their internal conflicts as soon as possible before worrying about external enemies. Li Qie smiled. Right, and I'm certain that war is only a matter of time. Hallowed sighed in response. How about Azure Ancestor and Diana Dao Lord? Zhitian asked curiously. They will not participate in the future war since they deem it as foolish. Hallowed shook his head. For Apex Cultivators, we still have Cold Flame Conqueror, Immensity Conqueror, and Apricot Dao Lord. We have to recruit them. Time Watcher said. Cold Flame won't be participating. The old servant said confidently, surprising Time Watcher and Hallowed. Then just those other two. Time Watcher said. Apricot Dao Lord won't show up either since she has been reclusive since the injury rumors. Hallowed said. Immensity Conqueror is the last one then. If you all have to make a bet, which side will he be on? Time Watcher said. Sir, which side are you on? Hallowed suddenly asked Li Qie. Everyone became startled since they didn't dare to ask Li Qie before. They all knew that if Li Qie were to participate in the upcoming war, he would change the entire balance. Not interested. Li Qie shook his head. The whole distinction between the people and the race is ridiculous. The race has humans and the people has heaveners. Have the three great races never protected this world or harbored weaker humans and demons before? Yes, the Qian and the War Monarch stood on our side against Celestial Court during epic immemorial war. Hallowed agreed. This foolishness stems from confusion. Who started the distinction? Li Qie said. The group exchanged glances and the old servant answered, Celestial Court. There we go. Now, without destroying Celestial Court, you all will never have peace. Li Qie said. Everyone became emotional, especially Li Zhitian. Heaven Alliance was a part of Celestial Court. Moreover, destroying Celestial Court was akin to destroying the very foundation of the race. Heaveners, humans, whatever, all are inhabitants of this world. Racist prejudices became extreme due to Celestial Court. The so-called protectors are actually the source of disasters. Li Chia said, of course, there are more to it behind the scene. We should gather all apex cultivators to destroy Celestial Court. Count me in this time. Time Watched laughed. They knew that Li Chia was right. Celestial Court was the starter of the racial conflict ever since epic immemorial war. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. Heaven Alliance might be under the order of Celestial Court in this attempt to break the pact. Illumination Conqueror was merely fanning the flames. In order for the people and the race to live in harmony, we must first eliminate Illumination, then Supreme. We change the leader of Heaven and Principal should be in charge of Divine again. Next, we have to reinstate the Pact of Blessed. Time Watcher concluded. Chapter 53-43, we've touched on how difficult it is to kill Illumination Conqueror. Jitian interjected. I am willing to shoulder the infamy for killing Illumination. The problem is that even if the two of us join forces, we might still lose to him, and remember, he's not alone. Time Watcher told Hallowed, it has to be all things or Sword Queen. Sword Queen won't get involved in Dao Alliance's mess. Hallowed shook his head, all things can't do it either because if he kills Illumination, he won't be able to stay as the leader of Dao Alliance. The Dragon Lords and Conquerors native to the 6 continents will not trust him anymore. You're right. Time Watcher admitted. All things came from 8 Desolaces while Dao Alliance was started by Illumination Conqueror. Thus, it wasn't easy for All Things to become the guardian of Dao Alliance. He certainly didn't have all of the upper echelon support. A small number of those native to the 6 continents still viewed him as an outsider and certainly wouldn't support an expedition against Illumination Conqueror. Therefore, his supporters would primarily consist of those from 8 Desolaces, Skysword Dao Lord, Myriad Eye Dao Lord, Rumination Dao Lord. Breaking the uncomfortable balance could be detrimental to All Things. He might actually end up losing his position because Illumination was viewed as a hero by many. If All Things were to kill Illumination, he would become vilified and face enemies from all directions. In fact, some might wonder if he was a hound of Celestial Court. Therefore, despite knowing that he must get rid of Illumination first before dealing with Supreme, he was still shackled by the circumstances. Let's go get Darkfrost to fight Illumination alone while we take care of the others. Once we're done, we'll take Illumination down. Time Watcher enthusiastically suggested. Darkfrost might not want to join this mess. Hallowed shook his head. Top cultivators certainly cared about their reputation and legacy. Killing Illumination might negatively impact both. There is another way. Remove the shackles of your bloodline and replenish your vitality. As long as you do so, you will be able to obtain anima and kill Illumination. Li Chia said with a smile. That might take way too long. Hallowed smiled wryly. Hallowed was extraordinarily gifted during his youth but was limited by his cursed bloodline. Although he overcame this to an extent, it still affected him. Moreover, his valiant effort at suppressing a forbidden zone left him near death. The injuries and negative side effects still remained. Big bro, it is not too late for you to reach the apex. I don't have a chance at all, given my crappy cultivation, so I need you to pick up my slack and give me orders. Time Watcher said. Is that so? Li Chia smiled at him. For the full version, visit Poreed.com. I'm afraid my talent and Dao are just mediocre. I cannot reach the apex. Time Watcher humbly smiled. Jitian wanted to laugh because this wasn't true at all. Time Watcher was a renowned conqueror, a far cry from having mediocre talent and Dao. Your reincarnation branch isn't weak at all. Your problem is a lack of determination and an inability to endure boredom. Otherwise, you have a chance of obtaining anima. Li Chia said. Sigh, I've cultivated enough my entire life. If I have to keep on training, 1,000,000 years will pass by in a meaningless manner, no different from being tortured eternally. Time Watcher said. True, it is not for everyone. Li Qie had no problem with this response. When alive, what we should do is to actually live. That's what I am doing right now, enjoying every day while trying to ignore everything else. Time Watcher responded. Jitian was very interested in this perspective. Time Watcher might be the least ambitious conqueror he had met before. Becoming an apex cultivator required determination and ambition. After reaching this realm, they would try to obtain anima. This didn't seem to be the case for Time Watcher. All I need you to do is watch Xiao Hu. Hallowed asked again. Big bro, how about this, I go kill Supreme and you take care of Xiao Hu. Time Watcher really didn't want to be a babysitter. Unacceptable. Hallowed insisted. Boom. Suddenly, a tsunami of power erupted, seemingly wanting to destroy the entire grotto. Which asshole is this? Show yourself. Time Watcher stabilized the grotto, causing it to be radiant. Clank. A gigantic sword manifested into reality and pinned itself on the grotto. An impressive figure appeared while sword hymns resonated loudly. Behind him was an ocean of swords. Immortal Emperor Su Kong. Jitian shouted. Bastard. Time Watcher gazed intensely at the unwelcomed visitor who released all 12 heavens' wills and their suffocating pressure. In theory, his title should include the word Heaven Emperor and not Immortal Emperor. However, he respected his master in the 9 worlds, resulting in a different title classification despite being a heavener from the 13 continents. He had 9 wills in the previous epoch but eventually obtained 3 more. His master was none other than Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, an influential leader of Celestial Court. In theory, he could have ascended to the Immortal Continent but he chose to stay to help govern Heaven Alliance instead. Rumble. 8 or so conquerors appeared behind him, ready to capture Time Watcher's grotto. Bringing out the big boys, I see. Time Watcher's eyes flashed brightly. Chapter 53-44. Immortal Emperor Su Kong's group didn't hold back, unleashing their monstrous auras upon Time Watcher Conqueror's home. Here to kill me. Hallowed Dao Lord's eyes released frightening sword rays. Old man, why are you here with so much fanfare? I didn't sleep with your wife nor your daughters. Time Watcher stepped forward and was undaunted. Time Watcher, we are here for Hallowed, please do not interfere. The Immortal Emperor said with a serious tone. You say please, but where is your invitation card? I only see blades drawn. I spit on your hypocrisy and your master for betraying the people and joining Celestial Court. Time Watcher spat on the ground. Su Kong's expression soured, unable to maintain a calm demeanor. Cultivators at his level were rarely offended by insults, but his beloved master was included as well. It was fine for him to be with Heaven Alliance and Celestial Court. After all, he was a heavener. On the other hand, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai came from the 9 worlds and was a part of the people. He even fought against Celestial Court during Immemorial Epoch War, but later on, he unexpectedly joined his former enemies. Thus, he was reviled as a traitorous scum and cursed for generations. Time Watcher, choose your words carefully now. Su Kong snorted. Am I wrong here? The whole world knows about it. Why do you care about insults when you and your master have chosen to become hounds? Time Watcher sneered. Humph. Su Kong ignored him and spoke to Hallowed instead. Fellow Daoist, come with us. Don't force us to be rude. Supreme, show yourself if you're here, don't hide in your shell like a turtle. Hallowed laughed. Fellow Daoist, I've always respected you. A majestic figure in another location within Duality World answered. Stars rotated around Supreme's location. Wondrous phenomena accompanied him, dragons and phoenixes. Despite restraining his power, others still didn't dare to breathe loudly in his presence. He was clad in a silver robe and had his hair draped down the front, exuding an air of elegance. He was undoubtedly handsome during his youth. Now, he still possessed an exquisite appearance. The gleam from his eyes could dissect heaven and earth and slay the gods. Others became startled after he revealed his location. The old servant and the others became serious after spotting Supreme, a dragon lord looming above conquerors and Dao lords. Rumor has it that he was close to being as strong as Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor. What an exciting day with everyone here, Supreme said, finally deciding to act after generations of patience. The old servant's eyes narrowed while Li Zhitian didn't say anything. As for Li Chia, he continued sipping his tea. Fellow Daoist Hallowed, would you like to visit Heaven Alliance for a chat? Supreme asked. Discover the complete story on poread.com, no need. If you want my life, come try to take it. You can bring my corpse back to Heaven Alliance if you're successful. Hallowed refused. You're making this difficult, fellow Daoist. You attacked me first and broke the Pact of Blessed. Supreme said. Supreme, you don't need to put on this act. We all know your ambition and how little you think of the pact. Enough of this pretension, just start the fight. Time Watcher said. Rules are rules. Fellow Daoist Hallowed went to Heaven Alliance first. I believe we and the rest of the world deserve an answer for this transgression. Supreme did truly have a transcending air about him, commanding respect. Take my head and you shall have what you want, infuriating Dao Alliance and igniting the next war. Hallowed said with a smile. You have a vivid imagination regarding the future, fellow Daoist. I still welcome you to Heaven Alliance if you change your mind. Supreme shook his head. Trying to recruit me is a waste of time. Hallowed responded. Then you will have to excuse my rudeness. Supreme's expression became more aggressive while his eyes gleamed menacingly, preparing for battle. Supreme, I don't agree with this. Another dignified voice joined the conversation. Clank. A boundless sword Dao engulfed duality world, crossing through all three illusory realms. The creator was a middle-aged man whose step created Dao harmonization. Swords manifested into reality and made a path beneath his feet. His pace was meticulous and perfectly identical, resulting in an apogee of laws and orders. He was none other than Sword Sea Dao Lord from 8 Desolaces, another swordsman trained in one of the 9 finality Sword Dao just like Hallowed Dao Lord. His vast sea sword Dao made him virtually unbeatable on the 6 continents. He held a high position in Divine Alliance, respected by top cultivators from both sides. Now, he was the new guardian of Divine Alliance after Principal Conqueror's abdication. Chapter 53-45. The 2 behemoths from Heaven and Divine Alliance arrived on the scene, causing everyone else to tremble in fear. Supreme, a dragon that had surged through the azure, showed everyone that dragon lords weren't inferior to the imperial path. His very existence served as a spiritual totem for the dragon lords. After all, they were often overwhelmed by Dao lords and conquerors. Most felt despair at this reality. Supreme changed all of this, still becoming a leader among the top cultivators. Strangely enough, Sword Sea Dao Lord didn't seem to be on Supreme's side. Previously, Divine Alliance wasn't as aggressive as Heaven Alliance. This trended higher under the rule of Principal Conqueror, and Divine became closer to Dao and Imperial Alliance. However, it was still a branch of the race. After Principal Conqueror's abdication, it started becoming friendlier with Heaven Alliance. Supreme came to deal with Hallowed Dao Lord. Thus, Sword Sea Dao Lord should be supporting him right now. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV, find us on Google. What is your wise opinion on this, Dao brother? Supreme asked, his charisma has yet to diminish with time. No wise opinion, but I have a strong fate connection to Brother Hallowed. I will be the first to not allow any aggression toward him. Sword Sea got to the point. Since he was the current leader of Divine Alliance, he spoke with confidence while guaranteeing Hallowed's safety. Most wouldn't know of this connection he was referring to, only those with knowledge of their finality Sword Dao. Sword Sea, don't forget your current position. Su Kong said menacingly. You need not worry about that because I don't. I, Sword C, walk on my own path. Sword C answered with a smile, undeterred by external pressure. Others thought that his reputation of being untethered and free was true. He was helping Hallowed, who had a strong relationship with all things Tao Lord. This was definitely going against Divine Alliance's own interest, resulting in dissatisfaction from its high-ranking members. Sword C didn't seem to mind at all. Tao brother, I also am a believer of cause and effect. Henceforth, my feud with fellow Daoist Hallowed is erased. Supreme said decisively, no longer pursuing this matter. Although this was a slap to the face, the changes in circumstances made him change his plan. Supreme, you don't need to be merciful. Hallowed laughed and said, if you don't kill me today, I will kill you in the future. Your decision today affects nothing. Your persistence is worthy of admiration. Supreme said, I'll be waiting for our next fight to the death. Good, a fight to the death next time. Hallowed agreed. How lively, am I too late? Suddenly, a voice brimming with strength sounded. Ripples appeared in space and an old woodcutter appeared. His facial features were clearly defined as if they had been carved from a rock. The light in his eyes shined with an eternal purpose. Li Chia had seen by chance before back in Immortal's Peak. Illumination. Supreme, Hallowed, and Sword C frowned ever so slightly after seeing him. Another apex cultivator had joined the fun, the founder of Tao Alliance and the progenitor of Azure School. This mortal who came from a humble family managed to become a real threat to the race. As his Tao progressed, so did his kill count of those from the race. Because of his insistence on fighting Heaven Alliance during his prime, he became a hero for the people. Some Tao lords and conquerors chose to follow him in order to fight against their mortal enemies. This culminated in the creation of Tao Alliance, a way for the people to defend themselves. Unfortunately, Illumination started becoming more extreme, going as far as persecuting those who didn't support him. Internal strife started within the people and even dragged the race in with it. This was the start of the conflict known as Emperor War. The casualties were high enough for people to call it a second immemorial epic war. Chapter 53-46, Illumination Conqueror started Azure School after losing Emperor War. He lived reclusively for a long period before starting to appear again in recent times. This worried many top cultivators since history could repeat itself. Opinions toward him were divisive with one exception, none doubted his strength. We meet again, gentlemen. Illumination said with a smile. Illumination, you are as stubborn as a haunting specter. Sword C glared coldly at him. Untrue, since I always operate in broad daylight. Illumination responded. True, hence your unsavory reputation. Sword C sneered. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. I can't compete with you when it comes to having a bad reputation. Illumination retorted. It was obvious that these two did not like each other. The gleam in Sword C's eyes told everyone that he wanted to fight. One slash from him could tear the world asunder. Illumination, feel free to call me a traitor directly. Sword C said, I don't care about races, only my own Tao. I cut whoever blocks my path, which was why I raised my sword against you. Meanwhile, more and more spectators in duality came to observe this potential skirmish between apex cultivators. It was no secret that Sword C Tao Lord joined Tao Alliance after ascending from 8 Desolaces. However, he joined Divine Alliance during Emperor War. Many from the people considered this a traitorous move. They didn't understand the reason for his betrayal but certainly didn't forgive him for it. On the other hand, Sword C didn't care for public opinion and only focused on his own Tao. In his eyes, both the race and the people were the same. He only chose the side that was more suitable for him. If this were to change with Divine Alliance, he would have no qualms about leaving. I'm afraid you have forgotten your initial purpose. This will cause stagnation in your Tao. Illumination said. My purpose is the Tao itself. I came from 8 Desolaces and had no problem with the race. Nonetheless, I pity you for being devoured by your own vengeance and becoming its puppet. Sword C retorted. Listeners took a deep breath because few in this world would dare to talk to Illumination Conqueror like this. Some thought that Sword C was completely right. This included some big shots from the people since they still remembered how tyrannical Illumination Conqueror became during Emperor War. Well said. Time Watcher laughed and said, the 2 people I despise the most are here right now, Illumination and Supreme. One is blinded by hatred while the other doesn't know when to stop. I'm sure the world will be a better place without you too. I do what I must to strengthen my race. Supreme smiled, unoffended by the comment. My pursuit is to destroy Heaven Alliance and eradicate the race. Illumination declared. Bah! Don't try to sound grandiose now. Illumination, your life has been controlled by hatred and a fear of not knowing what to do outside of vying for vengeance. As for you, Supreme, you only want to establish an eternal mark on history. Your talk of noble aspirations and righteousness is just a way to hide your ugly vanity. Time Watcher sneered, how pitiful, so strong yet can't even face the truth of who you are. I do agree with one line, that this world will be a better place without you too. Hallowed remarked. Since you're both here right now, why not kill each other, the biggest obstacle to your goal? Time Watcher laughed. That's not a bad idea at all. Strengthening the race and destroying Heaven Alliance, now is the best chance. Li Chia took a sip of tea and added. All eyes were on Illumination and Supreme now. Since these 2 were here, why not settle it once and for all? I will entertain you, Illumination, if you wish to fight. Supreme appeared elegant and dignified while standing alone in space. Using the word elegance to describe a man seemed unfitting. However, it was just right for Supreme. He might be the only Dragon Lord who would dare to challenge Illumination, a conqueror who had killed countless top cultivators from the race. In fact, this surprised everyone including Time Watcher who tried to egg them on. None expected Supreme to actually challenge Illumination right now. The spotlight fell upon Illumination. Would he accept the direct challenge? I see that you wish to fight me, Supreme. However, my plan does not stop at you alone. Illumination said with a smile. What is your plan then? Do tell since everyone is here. Time Watcher was interested to hear the answer. Chapter 53-47, How about killing everyone here? Illumination spoke with a mysterious smile. This immediately surprised everyone since they heard him clearly. That's a bold statement to make. Sword C stared at him intensely. Someone of his status wouldn't bluster to this level. The old servant and the others also paid careful attention to Illumination, preparing for the worst. How could Illumination alone kill everyone here? Spectators thought that it was impossible given the field. Supreme and Sword C were just as strong. Moreover, Heaven Alliance had more conquerors and Tao Lords present as well on top of immortal Emperor Su Kong. Illumination, I hope you have an army behind you or some monstrous ace cards in order to kill all of us. Time Watcher was curious like the rest. No one thought that Illumination would be able to defeat all of them. If he were in possession of such power, he wouldn't have been chased out of Tao Alliance previously. Just me alone. Illumination gazed at the group. Make your move then. Hallowed Tao Lord channeled his power and Sword Tao. He wanted to kill Illumination and pave the road for solidarity. Despite knowing the odds, no one dared to take Illumination lightly. They all channeled their defensive barriers while thinking of attacking him without holding back. I apologize for what comes next. Illumination's eyes flashed brightly as he summoned a badge and shouted, Heed my wish, destroy everything here. The enigmatic and ancient rune of the word, command, on the order became resplendent. A dream immortal order. Everyone's expression soured. Spectators from a distance started running. However, some shook their head and said, running is useless, this is duality world. Buzz. After making his wish, the badge turned into the shape of an eye. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Light gathered into that single point and the eye collapsed from his grasp. Darkness descended as if there was a gigantic palm looming above everyone. It's activated, shit. A big shot shouted in horror. The bastard's really trying to kill us too. Another cursed. The particular badge came from Dream Paradise. Rumor has it that there were only 5 badges in existence. The owner of the badge could make a wish in Dream Paradise and it would come true, whether it be obtaining a supreme merit law or anything else within its territorial constraint. Not even an apex conqueror could resist its power. According to the legend, the renowned Calamity Dao Lord was trapped inside Dream Paradise despite having the ultimate defense. His fate remained unknown. Since Duality World stretched across all 3 realms, it was considered inside Dream Paradise. Boom! A flood of invisible power stopped everyone from leaving. Even the fastest cultivator capable of leaping through dimensions couldn't be able to escape. Dream Paradise had fully closed this area. There seemed to be immortals from above. Everything beneath felt insignificant in comparison, resistance was futile even for apex cultivators. Is this it? The big shots bellowed in astonishment. Time Watcher and the others channeled their power and Grand Tao. Hallowed unleashed a sacred/capable of illuminating the world. Time Watched summoned a wheel of time and tried to hide himself in the reincarnation cycle. Immortal Emperor Su Kong summoned all 12 wills. They spread behind him like a peacock's tail. Alas, this couldn't contend against the power of Dream Paradise. Illumination, you can't do this. The neutral crowd members from the people roared furiously. Heed my wish, nullify the previous command. During this perilous moment, Supreme shouted and took out another dream order. Chapter 53-48. The badge in Supreme's hand became resplendent as well, also turning into an immortal eye. It collapsed and fell out of his palm, signifying the acceptance of the wish. Rumble. The darkness suddenly receded along with the suppressive power. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just survived a fatal disaster. That power just now would have killed everyone including Supreme and Sword Sea Dao Lord. Fortunately, Supreme traded his own badge in order to nullify Illumination's wish. This novel is available on Pori.com. The rumor was true, Heaven Alliance really had an immortal order. Someone wiped the sweat off their forehead while murmuring. In this split second, Illumination immediately tried to flee from Duality World. Otherwise, he would be surrounded and killed by the enraged crowd. He didn't only try to kill Supreme and the enemies just now but also those from the people such as Hallowed and Time Watcher, even the neutral spectators. Pop. 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 Li Qie appeared out of nowhere and slapped him several times while criticizing, "You fool." Despite Illumination's lifetime of dominance and a defense only breakable by other apex cultivators, he couldn't do anything against the slap and had to take it like an obedient child. Pop. He got slapped a dozen times or so, losing many teeth in the process. His cheeks became swollen and his lips bloodied. This was a new low for him, but this was not the time to care about face. After Li Qie was finished, he immediately ran out of Duality World, leaving behind astounded spectators. Although he had lost before and was forced into seclusion, it didn't come close to this level of humiliation. The asshole deserved it. Time Watcher regained his wits and started clapping. Everyone in Duality World wished to kill Illumination Conqueror for his extreme act just now and had no problem with Time Watcher's foul language. Of course, some were still shaken by Li Qie's power. They didn't know who he was and thought that no one would believe this story. "Sir, Dao brother." Sword Sea Dao Lord slightly bowed in the direction of Li Qie and the old servant before leaving. "Farewell, everyone." Supreme also disappeared from sight. Immortal Emperor Su Kong and the others retreated as well. Next came the neutral spectators. They had to leave in order to digest the series of events just now. Illumination Conqueror attempting to kill everyone was shocking enough. However, his being slapped by an unknown cultivator shook them to the core. With everyone gone, Time Watcher sealed his grotto again. The upper continents will not have peace with illumination around, he said strongly. As a playboy, he preferred loving rather than fighting. Alas, he still wanted to kill illumination. The people cannot be united as long as he is alive. Hallowed agreed, no longer focusing on Supreme. What is your opinion, sir? He asked Li Qie. Do it if you can. Li Qie smiled. Will you help us, sir? Time Watcher shamelessly asked. I'm not interested in being involved. Li Qie took a sip and said. In reality, they already knew the answer since Li Qie only slapped illumination and didn't kill him. Those who walk on the right path will receive help from all sides while the reverse is true. Illumination Conqueror's extremist actions won't win him any fans, he'll be abandoned soon enough. Li Zhitian said. I'm afraid Dao Alliance can't wait that long. The old servant said. Yes, I think Divine and Heaven Alliance will band together soon enough. No one is caring about the Pact of Blessed either. Hallowed nodded in agreement. I don't blame them because Illumination Conqueror was the one who tore the pact. If an apex cultivator doesn't care, others won't either. Time Watcher said. This might have been part of Supreme's plan. Zhitian murmured. Yes, his dream order was well spent. Since Illumination attacked first, now he has justifications to attack Dao Alliance, whether it be in terms of justice or personal retribution. I don't think Illumination minds either because all things will be under more pressure. He will be taking advantage of this escalation somehow. Time Watcher sneered. Chaos is coming, we must be getting ready. The old servant said. Don't you mean your clan should be getting ready? Time Watcher stared at him. Chapter 53-49. The old servant took a deep breath and bowed toward Li Qie. Master, may I take leave temporarily? I wish to return home and see my family. His clan was mighty and had produced numerous conquerors. Time was changing with the pact nullified. This meant that war could break out at any moment between the two sides. Either Supreme or Illumination could be the first to make a move. They had garnered enough followers to cause considerable damage to the upper continents. Moreover, neutrality was most likely not an option. To access the premium content, go to. At that point, which side would his clan pick? Of course, he himself knew that this wasn't the crucial matter. Standing on Li Qie's side was the right choice. That's the only way for his clan to survive and prosper. Thus, his return was warranted to warn his fellow clan members from doing foolish matters during the incoming war. Go. Li Qie smiled at him and waved. He bowed again before telling the rest, next time, gentlemen. Li Zhitian also wanted to leave since he shared the same issue with his own clan. In fact, it might be in a worse situation because they were on the side of Heaven Alliance and Celestial Court. This has been the case since its foundation. Therefore, would Imperial support Heaven Alliance or stay neutral? The latter wasn't so simple. Furthermore, he didn't hold the same authority. The old man's words were law, so he was in charge of his clan's fate. Although Zhitian was a supreme genius with 12 sacred fruits, he didn't have actual decision-making power. Nonetheless, he made up his mind to not let the clan be involved in the war. Young noble, I will have to leave now. I won't be as distracted next time and will serve you better. Zhitian bowed and said humbly. He understood that serving Li Qie was a great fortune. Others coveted this opportunity but didn't have the same luck. It's fine. Li Qie nodded and smiled. After Zhitian's departure, Time Watcher smiled and said, those from the Lu and the Li are rather wise. Of course, they hope for peace between the two sides. After all, If one side could actually win, it would have done it a long time ago. Hallowed responded. Meanwhile, Xiaohu, who has been serving them tea, finally spoke. Young noble, you don't have anyone to serve you right now. Will you allow this lowly one the honor? Li Qie chuckled after hearing this. Time Watcher clapped and said, what a smart boy, abandoning my old bones and sucking up to a bigger mountain right away. Junior uncle, I do not dare to bother you since you are too busy. Xiaohu said while still serving the group tea. This is a great idea, I don't have to worry if the young noble takes you in. Time Watcher laughed. Look, this is Xiaohu's decision, not mine. I can go with you to Dao Alliance now to gather a crew for killing Illumination. He told Hallowed. Very well. Hallowed agreed this time and bowed toward Li Qie. Young noble, I entrust him to you. Having said that, the two ran away instantly without waiting for Li Qie's answer. Young noble, I'll be a better host next time. Time Watcher's voice echoed back. Only Li Qie and Xiao who were left in the grotto. The latter didn't mind and still calmly served Li Qie. Got any plan? Li Qie asked. I haven't thought about it. Xiaohu took a moment before answering. Want to become a conqueror? Li Qie asked. I haven't thought about cultivation too much. I only wanted to stay with my master and take care of him. He saved me from starving to death when I was an orphan. Xiaohu said. A heart full of filial piety and gratitude. Li Qie praised. What would you like to do if your master is no longer around? Xiaohu took his time contemplating before answering. I enjoyed our time in the noodle shop, working and cultivating just a little. Can't ask for more than those peaceful days. Do you want to become someone like him? Li Qie asked. Well, Xiaohu scratched his head and said, not really, he's tired because he can't let go despite trying. Yes, and people don't have to follow the path of their predecessors. Li Qie said. I'm walking a different path right now by following you, young noble. Xiaohu answered right away. After following his master for so long, he understood that Hallowed didn't want him to be involved in the war. Despite being strong for his age, he had no chance of surviving a conflict between conquerors and Dao lords. This was the reason why Hallowed tried to entrust him to Time Watcher. Now, Li Qie was an even better choice. Xiaohu didn't want to let his master down, and plus, this was certainly an honor. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion caused Dream Paradise to shake, the same for Duality World. An immortal light with an eternal power lit up the entire world, seemingly paving a magical path across Duality World. Chapter 5350. The light seemed to be attracted by something. Numerous rays and particles gathered together to form a maelstrom within Dream Paradise. It twisted and turned before taking the final form of an abyss, seemingly splitting Dream Paradise into two halves and leaving an indelible scar. Dream Abyss is opening. Everyone became interested in this event, whether it be regular or apex cultivators. Shall I be the one this time? A mighty conqueror gazed at the abyss and murmured. There will be anima dream water. A peerless dragon lord became impatient. The older cultivators that have reached a bottleneck felt their heart beating faster. Perhaps I can reconstruct my Dao, one of them whispered. Hold your horses, everyone, Dream Abyss isn't a nice place for a vacation. One mistake and there's no returning. A top cultivator told his friends. We must go either way. Another in his group insisted. Many dragon lords, conquerors, and Dao lords began leaving their grotto, heading for the abyss. This is my last chance. A dragon lord who was stuck in his current realm fantasized. Dream Abyss, Xiaohu was startled to see the opening of the abyss. You want to go? Li Qie smiled. My master rambled on and on about it before. He doesn't ask for much, but I know he wouldn't mind a bottle of anima dream water. His bottleneck is too serious for normal cultivation. Xiaohu smiled wryly while scratching his head. Has he been there before? Li Qie asked. He said that it has to do with fortune and fate. Even if he were to find it, he might not be able to grasp it either. Plus, he's not one to believe in utilizing external help for cultivation. Xiao Hu said. He's not wrong, cultivation relies on the heart and mind. If he keeps on trying, he'll break through eventually. Li Qie said. But Sword Sea Dao Lord and the others have obtained anima. Xiao Hu said, my master is not inferior to them, whether it be his talent or Dao heart. He always trained as well but still couldn't move on. Having said that, he lowered his voice and said, do you know that he is training with a heavenly scripture too? One of the 9 Dao of finality sword. He even ascended to the upper continents before Sword Sea Dao Lord. Hallowed Dao Lord ascended earlier but was eventually surpassed by Sword Sea and Darkfrost Dao Lord. Today, Sword Sea was the guardian of Divine Alliance while Darkfrost was renowned as a mighty cultivator. Xiao Hu didn't care for his master being weaker and only worried about the potential complications resulting from his Dao stagnation. He has to fully erase the shackles of his bloodline. Otherwise, it would take a long time for him to break through. Li Qie said. Would the dream water be helpful in this case? Will it allow him to obtain anima? Xiao Hu asked. So that's why you want to go to the abyss? Li Qie asked. Young noble, you think too highly of me. Even if I were to be suicidal enough to go to the abyss, how can I ever hope to obtain the dream water given my meager skills? I cannot compete against the seniors and will only make my master mourn my death. I do not want to become a sinner. Xiao Hu said. You're right. Li Qie smiled. Master said that Apricot Dao Lord, an apex cultivator, forcefully delved into the abyss and only came back with grievous injuries. She still is recovering right now. Xiao Hu said, and then there was Calamity Dao Lord as well. Have you heard about his ultimate defense? I think he's still trapped there, so although I really want to get him some dream water, I know my limits. Self-awareness is a virtue. Li Qie smiled, okay, we'll be going to the abyss. Xiao Hu became startled before happily exclaiming, really? Of course. Li Qie stretched and said. I don't think you care for the dream water, right, young noble? Xiao Hu asked. Right, I'm going to see an old friend. Li Qie glanced at the abyss and said. An old friend in the abyss? Xiao Hu whispered, people actually stay there. What do you think the abyss is? Li Qie asked. From what I've heard, the 3 illusory realms seem to be different dimensions. I am unsure if they are dreams or actual realities with living beings. Xiao Hu answered. Yes, different dimensions. Li Qie said. I know. You're going to see the Lord of Dream Paradise. Xiao Hu blurted out. Correct, I got some business to take care of. Li Qie smiled. The Lord of Dream Paradise. Xiao Hu tried to imagine this entity. His master was one of the strongest cultivators in the world. He and his peers had created grottos in these boundless and mystical illusory realms. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The Master of Dream Paradise must be on a higher level compared to apex cultivators. So there are dream immortal orders, the Lord must be an immortal. Xiao Hu asked with curiosity. Immortals don't exist. Li Qie said. But Master told me that some have obtained immortality, isn't that the final path for Dao Lord and Conqueror? You don't consider them immortals? Xiao Hu asked. In his mind, anyone on the path with anima had a chance of becoming immortal in the future. Chapter 53-51. If there are immortals, this world will cease to exist. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Why is that? Xiao Hu became surprised. Why can't they coexist? You will understand one day after reaching a certain height. Li Qie said. I see, Xiao Hu still didn't understand. Off to Dream Abyss we go. Li Qie started walking and the youth hurried to catch up. Dream Abyss was one of the most magical areas in the three illusory realms. Some believed that this was the real dream paradise, the rest were mere borders. Rumor has it that the deepest region of Dream Abyss was the home to an immortal. Of course, top cultivators didn't think so. Nonetheless, they knew that there was a supreme fortune there capable of taking them to the next height, anima, or the path toward immortality. Moreover, the area also had a unique and coveted product, anima dream water. Therefore, reclusive dragon lords and conquerors always came out of their training to visit the abyss when possible. When Li Qia and Xiao Hu came to the entrance, they saw big shots everywhere. Surprisingly enough, the place wasn't frightening despite being called an abyss. Chaos true energy slowly poured down a radiant opening. Wondrous lights flashed everywhere, looking like particles and lamps capable of guiding people in their dreams to the right destination. This created the scene of a great cosmos. Entering the abyss felt the same as entering one's dream with endless possibilities. "I'm jumping," someone shouted, either to muster enough courage to move forward or to let his friends and families know that he might not be coming back. He descended like a shooting star and disappeared from sight. "Stabilize and protect your mind first," a big shot told her disciples, "do not forget the way." Having said that, she closed her eyes and jumped down. The rest of the juniors did the same. "Are we jumping too?" Xiao Hu took one step back while staring at the massive abyss. "Scared?" Li Qia asked with a smile. "A little." Master talked about needing absolute concentration to protect the Tao heart. That's how to remember that we're just in a dream and must wake up. Otherwise, we won't even make it past the entrance. Xiao Hu turned red but still obediently answered. "That is correct. This is a dream, so if intruders can't wake up, they'll fall into an eternal slumber," Li Qia said. Xiao Hu took a deep breath to calm down and muster courage. "Are you going to jump?" Li Qia asked. "Yes, I will definitely be able to do it." He nodded solemnly. "Good, then we're going." Li Qia smiled but gave the youth more time to prepare. Xiao Hu stared at the bottomless abyss and removed all mental impurities and unnecessary thoughts. He then leaped into the abyss with Li Qia following right behind him. The moment they jumped in, everything in front of them became blurry as if they were surrounded by clouds and mists. Next was an expanse of colorful lights and energies, something akin to an immortal paradise. Its size was unimaginable and contained everything possible under the heaven, mysteries of the Tao, the firmaments, and endless cycles. The most amazing thing was what could only be described as the source of all life, a primordial chaos capable of gestating various entities. Derivations and possibilities were in abundance. Li Qia himself saw a great army standing before him consisting of countless emperors and monarchs, ready to carry out his bidding. He raised his sword at the high heaven, the ultimate opponent harboring the unfathomable secrets of immortality. Even the strongest cultivator would have to look up at this wondrous sight. Nonetheless, he was sure that this ultimate being would still fall beneath the march of his cavalry, prepped for the final blow from him. He was destined to surpass the heaven and become something greater than immortals. His radiant emperors and followers spread out across the realms, unafraid of the darkness and its overlords. They built magnificent palaces and fortresses in preparation for the final battle. The only thing left was awaiting Li Qia's command. Everything was within his grasp and absolute control, whether it be the past, present, or the future. Victory against the high heaven was certain and he would become eternal. Li Qia smiled after witnessing this and shook his head. "Unfortunately, you do not understand me. I've never thought about replacing the villainous heaven or what's above. I seek but an answer." With that, everything became dark and unstable, on the verge of collapsing. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. And plus, if I were to play along with this dream, would it be able to accommodate my ambition? No, this entire realm will fall. If he were to let his ambition run rampant, this entire realm would collapse, unable to derive the future resulting from it. Chapter 53-52, Buzz. Li Qiye exited the dream realm. Although he didn't forcefully leave, the dream itself receded like the tides. As he had said, Dream Abyss might be unfathomable, but it couldn't accommodate his dreams. It wouldn't be an issue of him being unable to wake up, the entire thing would collapse beforehand. His dreams have surpassed the limits of Dream Abyss. Thus, he started falling naturally like a feather without using any movement merit law. He wasn't the only one capable of this simple descent. Top cultivators utilized their power and strong Tao heart to wake up from their dreams. The weaker cultivators, especially the juniors, continued to be engulfed by the dreams. They would need external help from their fellow sect members to regain their sanity. Ah! Screams could be heard as some cultivators smashed the ground, only waking up at the very last second to let out one last cry. A quick look at Tinurl. com/2p9m8w will leave you more fulfilled. Bam! Some dead victims were fortunate enough to not wake up at all, still drowning in their beautiful dreams before death. This wasn't a bad end at all since they got to experience their desires without awareness of the grim reality. As Li Qiye floated downward, he matched his speed with Xiaohu and took a look at the youth. At first, Xiaohu had a smile on his face, clearly enjoying the beautiful dreams. Nonetheless, as the beloved disciple of a Tao Lord who trained him meticulously, he eventually realized that it was time to leave the dreams. His expression became conflicted as he clenched his teeth, his body writhed back and forth. Alas, the dream didn't want to let him go. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and his complexion became red. He looked as if he was shouldering 1,000,000 mountains. Ah! Eventually, he didn't let down his master and returned to reality. Am I still dreaming? The youth, still drenched in sweat, stared at Li Qiye in disbelief. Congratulations, you have passed the trial and will have a bright future if you can keep this up. Li Qiye smiled. Great, that's great. He was ecstatic to hear this. The struggle to wake up was far from easy. It felt as if he had crossed through an entire ocean and climbed countless peaks. One couldn't imagine the pain without having experienced it. During their descent, they saw more victims being pulverized from the fall and heard screams everywhere. Once they landed, Li Qiye asked Xiaohu, "What did you see in your dreams?" Xiaohu was embarrassed but still told the truth. "I saw a lot, like living numerous lifetimes. I followed my master and he managed to break through to find anima. Our journey was endless and we were so happy. I was with him when he became an immortal." "I see," Li Qiye said. "Well, I traveled a lot when I was younger to look for food, but after I met Master, I've never left his side." Xiaohu said. "Don't you want to embark on a journey to become a conqueror?" Li Qiye asked. "I'm content just being with Master." Xiaohu scratched his head and said. "Such childlike innocence is rare." Li Qiye patted his shoulder and said, "But haven't you thought about how your master will become stronger and you won't be able to catch up? He can't stop and wait for you forever, you'll become a burden at that point." Xiaohu froze since he hadn't thought that deeply regarding the future. A light started flashing in his mind as he realized this predicament, being too weak compared to his master. This had already happened since he was too weak to accompany his master in his quest to kill Supreme. His master worried about his well-being and entrusted him to Time Watcher Conqueror. The enlightened youth took a deep breath and bowed toward Li Qiye. "Young noble, thank you for letting me know what I must do. I will try my best to not hinder Master's pace in the future." Li Qiye smiled approvingly and didn't say anything else. In fact, it would be amazing for him to be able to follow Hallowed Tao Lord. After all, although the latter wasn't the strongest cultivator right now, he still had an illustrious past in 8 Desolaces. The two made it to a large river that blocked everyone's path. There was no end in sight, only fog and mist obscuring visibility. The water surged violently and was turbid, looking like that of the Yellow River. There seemed to be countless wailing specters being dragged by the currents toward the unknown. The whales naturally frightened first-timers. Of course, some big shots didn't worry because they were confident in their own abilities and flying treasures. Chapter 53-53. Some confidently soared through the river using their flying techniques or treasures. Alas, loud splashes occurred every single time. The specters in the river immediately pulled them down. Some struggled and tried to break free. In theory, powerful cultivators couldn't die from drowning, but the specters insisted on pulling them to the bottom. Eventually, they disappeared from sight and the struggling stopped. So suicidal. Some dragon lords sneered after seeing the arrogant fools flying to their deaths. How do we get by this river? Xiao Hu was afraid after seeing the first wave of casualties. They were all considerably stronger than him. Follow the crowd, you'll see. Li Qie gave him a pointer. Xiao Hu looked around and saw some famous dragon lords walking along the shore, seemingly looking for something. He hurriedly followed them upstream as well. It didn't take long before they stopped before a ferry. Ancestors and dragon lords departed on boats made of paper thin enough to be poked through with a slight touch. It didn't make sense that these paper boats could withstand the violent waves, not to mention the ferocious specters. Nonetheless, floating safely across the river was possible with them. They came from an old woman sitting on the ferry. Her old dress was tattered, revealing her bark-like skin. In fact, there were roots growing from her feet, but they didn't offer enough support. A walking stick supported her entire body. She would topple over without it. She had sunken cheeks and her eyes were tiny and listless. One would think that she didn't have eyes at first glance. Dream Matron. A dragon lord recognized her. Hello, little one, come over here, let me read your palm and dream. She waved and smiled at anyone who came close. However, her friendly smile still gave off a creepy vibe. Thus, the youth didn't want to approach. You have to let Dream Matron take a look at your palm and dream if you want to cross this river. A senior told him. The youth had no choice but to come closer and present his palm. Her empty eyes flashed while taking a look at it. Not a bad dream, little one. Do you want to cross? A dream for a paper boat, it will grant you safe passage. She laughed and said. The youth hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing to the transaction. Her eyes became as bright as the stars and surprised spectators. Something seemed to be fueling them. The youth shuddered as if a cold breeze had just passed by. He turned pale but didn't feel any other adverse effect. She took a small paper boat out of nowhere and said, Little one, drop it on the water and it'll help you cross the river. The youth accepted it and followed her direction. Once the miniature boat touched the water, it immediately became rideable. He jumped on it and rode the current to the other side. Dream Matron, I wish to trade a dream for a boat. A one-fruit conqueror came over and requested. She took a look at his palm and said, That's a conqueror for you, capable of creating a dream so quickly. Fine, it's a deal. Her eyes became enchantingly resplendent like the stars once more and made everyone forget about her ugly and frightening features. The conqueror felt a breeze blowing by as well after the trade. He obtained a boat and set out on the journey. I want a paper boat. An old ancestor came over and offered his palm for her to read. She took a look and said, There's no dream for the near dead. Go away now. A quick look at Tinurl. Com/2P9M8W will leave you more fulfilled. The ancestor turned red and still didn't give up. He channeled his merit laws and impressive vitality, wanting to create a dream. Take a look again. He requested. Stand aside, you're not strong enough to create a dream. She shook her head. The ancestor had no choice but to leave with his head hanging dejectedly. He couldn't do the same as the conqueror, so the only method left was to ride a boat with someone else. She's trading for dreams? Xiao Hu observed the big shots make the trade. For food and nourishment, it's a good trade. Li Qie said. What happens to those who trade their dreams? Xiao Hu asked and didn't think that it was a big deal. After all, everyone had plenty of dreams. Conquerors could even create them. This varies greatly depending on fortune and strength. Li Qie patiently explained. Some lose their dream and will never dream again, while powerful conquerors can create dreams out of thin air. Brat, come over here, let me see your palm in exchange for a boat. Dream Matron waved her hand since it was Xiaohu's turn. The naive youth listened and came over. However, Li Qie pulled him back. We won't be able to cross without a paper boat. Xiaohu said in confusion. Of course, he didn't understand the significance of losing his dream due to his naive innocence. Chapter 53-54. As I've said, it's different depending on the individual. Your dream is a delicious feast to her, while those with impure thoughts only offer a barely acceptable meal. It's a terrible trade for you. Li Qie said. Dreams differ in quality? Xiaohu asked. One could go to bed and dream only to wake up and forget everything the next day. Dreams didn't matter that much. They were intangible and useless, while the paper boat was definitely helpful. What is your dream? Li Qie asked. Spending time with my master. Xiaohu said without needing to think twice. Dreams during sleep are different than one's dream. Li Qie said, some dream about becoming rich or being surrounded by women, these are low-level dreams. A dream created by a conqueror is also mediocre, no different from a single thought. As for you, you have a childlike innocence, so your dream is pure, countless times more delicious. However, when you lose this dream, you will lose one of the most important things in your life. I see, from what Li Qie said, trading the dream away could have negative repercussions for his future. He would no longer want to accompany his master and become an entirely different person. Thank you for stopping me, young noble. He bowed after realizing this. Li Qie patted his shoulder and walked forward. Take a look at my palm instead. He presented. At first, Dream Matron didn't notice anything peculiar until she took a glance at his palm. This immediately frightened her, so she wanted to run. Alas, Li Qie easily captured her. Boss, should you be bullying this old woman? She looked straight at him and put on a forced smile. This smile was uglier than if she were sobbing hysterically. Alas, she was the one feeling afraid right now. How am I bullying you? I'm only asking for a paper boat. Li Qie smiled. Boss, you can just cross the river, you don't need my crappy boats. She looked as if she was at a funeral. I'm just following local customs. Li Qie answered. The woman took out a miniature boat and said, Boss, here, just take it, you can have as many as you want. She didn't mind giving this walking disaster 100 or 1,000 boats if it meant that he would go away. It would be far worse being entangled with him. Li Qie let go of her and accepted one boat. He smiled and said, Tree Grandma, why are you doing this whole dream thing? Not enough true coins? She honestly responded, Boss, times are changing. It is no longer the era of the three immortals. My reserve is nearly empty and I'll starve eventually. There's no true coin here, so dreams are the only way to get through this tough period. True. He nodded in agreement. She suddenly came up with a great idea and requested, Boss, how about this? Why don't you create a dream for me? If I can eat your dream, I won't have to be a beggar here like this. Please take pity on this old woman. Are you sure you can eat it without exploding into bits? Li Qie chuckled in response. She immediately realized the folly of her request. Who was Li Qie? How could she eat a dream created by such an existence? I apologize for not knowing my own limits. Hunger has done a number on my senile mind. She swallowed her saliva and restrained her appetite, ignoring the delicious feast laid out in front of her. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. It's good that you can control your greed. Li Qie commented. She rubbed her palms together and got cold sweat. Boss, just one sentence from you is so enlightening. You are indeed the greatest hero in history, one never seen before and will never appear again. no need for that, you can keep on doing your thing. Li Qie didn't trouble her any further and moved on. Xiao Hu walked behind him and thought that he was frightening. She could eat dreams from conquerors, but it seemed that Li Qie's dream would obliterate her. In other words, since these dreams were created from thoughts, just as one thought was too much for her to handle. Perhaps it could reduce conquerors and Dao lords to ashes as well. Xiao Hu shuddered after coming to this realization and understood more about recent events. While next to the river, Li Qie tossed the boat into the river and it grew larger. The two of them boarded and disappeared into the fog. At first, Xiao Hu remained cautious due to the raging currents and the wailing specters. A bit later, he came to find that this was unwarranted since the thin boat remained stable. It felt the same as sitting on the ground, devoid of turbulence. So what is this thing? He asked while looking at the boat. The material itself doesn't matter, it is an amnesty order. Li Qie said. An amnesty order? He didn't understand. Li Qie gently touched the boat with his finger. Buzz. An ancient rune appeared in the center of the boat, pulsing with a mysterious power. This is it? Though Xiao Hu was not a supreme genius, he still learned many things under Hallowed Dao Lord. However, this rune and its fundamental structures were different from anything he had seen before. It doesn't belong to this world. Li Qie smiled and stopped there. The boat drifted across the river, unaffected by the currents and the specters. Visual phenomena started popping up before their eyes. Xiao Hu was an experienced traveler with ample knowledge. He had seen some legends only available to conquerors and Dao lords in the past. Alas, the phenomena on this river were all foreign to him. Chapter 53-55, Xiao Hu found himself looking at strange worlds in the mist. Piercing sounds came from afar. It turned out to be a whale of incalculable size. It had an ethereal body with embedded stars, flying through everything without facing physical resistance. It soared playfully in the air without absorbing any external star. As it passed through, the stars became increasingly beautiful and resplendent. Thus, it felt like an ocean washing away the impurities of the sky. Another notable scene consisted of countless stone statues. The flow of time ravaged them but left behind no mark. In fact, time itself started deviating around them, creating diverging cycles. It felt as if they were the start and the end of various eras along the river of time. One more was a heavenly waterfall that could be seen from anywhere. The vast expanse didn't hinder others from appreciating its magnificent nature. Instead of water, it released a constant stream of refined jades surrounded by primordial chaos. Cultivators just needed to be at the base and prepare their spatial pouches to obtain incalculable wealth. If they could somehow move this waterfall back to their sect, it would guarantee an eternal source of cultivation resources for ages to come. How magical, Xiao Hu murmured after seeing the various phenomena. They weren't the only ones drifting, many other boats shared the same journey. Xiao Hu noted dragon lords and conquerors. Some chose to hide their auras while others pridefully showed off their cultivation. Xiao Hu was immersed in the spectacles while Li Qie actually scanned and understood them. He would be able to derive any of them effortlessly afterward. Boom! Suddenly, a blast wave emanating from a dragon lord caused the currents to be more erratic. Other passengers had to hold on tight to their paper boat, not wanting to fall into the water. The target of the blast wave didn't fall off the river and shouted furiously, "So you bastard! How dare you try to ambush me here? Die!" He unleashed a Dao palm strike and knocked another big shot out of a paper boat. The latter fell to the ground and was dragged down to the bottom by the specters. Resistance was futile. Ah! He screamed and struggled, but eventually, only his hands could be seen slowly disappearing into the water. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Everyone took a deep breath and held on tighter to their boat. Everything would be fine as long as they could remain on it. Ferocity. They took a deep breath while gazing at the assailant. On that day back in Lesser Firmament, Ferocity immediately fled after noticing that something was amiss. He was absolutely the first to run, showing no sign of caring about his notorious reputation. He was given the title of Ferocity due to his arrogant and crazy attitude, always acting as if he was the greatest in the world. In fact, he dared to oppose Supreme despite the latter's proven supremacy. However, he still ran like a stray dog before Li Qia, a stark contrast to his reputation. Ferocity saw Li Qia again and his expression changed dramatically. Ferocity, Xiaohu was afraid since his boat was coming closer to this famous cultivator. This time around, Ferocity jumped onto Li Qia's boat instead of running away. This scared Xiaohu even more. However, Ferocity suddenly became docile and prostrated before Li Qia. Please punish me for not showing respect to you earlier, young noble. Eyes widened with astonishment at this sight, the notorious cultivator acting subservient like a servant. Others looked down on this act because nothing was more important than dignity and honor for them. They preferred to die in battle instead of begging for mercy. Moreover, Ferocity did this on his own volition, the circumstances didn't force him to do so. Perhaps I should punish you. Li Qia said with a smile. I will not utter a single word of grievance, young noble. Ferocity said shamelessly. Aren't you being a bit shameless for a dragon lord? Li Qia shook his head. I am far from being the only one who kneels before a supreme existence such as yourself, young noble. Ferocity responded. Chapter 53-56, I can't argue with that. Li Qia chuckled after hearing this. Because I merely speak the truth, young noble. Top cultivators had no issue kneeling before you because they are insects in comparison. I'm an even smaller insect, so I feel no shame in this. Ferocity's skin became increasingly thicker. You are certainly more pragmatic than most. Li Qia said with a smile. Young noble, you may not know this, but I was a vagrant cultivator. It's just that as my strength grew, so did my ego. Ferocity turned red after hearing this. Unlike Li Zhitian, who was born with a golden spoon, Ferocity struggled to survive each day in the past. Those who came from prestigious clans couldn't imagine his suffering. Xiaohu certainly sympathized with Ferocity after hearing this because he lived the same way before meeting his master. Is that why you're here? Li Qia smiled. Vagrant cultivators' knees buckle when they see emperors and Dao lords. They aren't qualified to be in one's presence. The same case applies here. Ferocity said. Xiaohu agreed because when he was a beggar, he never had the chance to see dragon lords, let alone emperors. Kneeling before them was an honor. After traveling with Hallowed, seeing them became a normal occurrence, so he stopped thinking that it was a big deal. Your clever flexibility is both your best qualities and your downfall, the reason why you can't catch up to Supreme. Li Qia said. He had a noble origin, so it's rather unfair. If I had been stubborn, I wouldn't be alive right now. Ferocity responded. He had tasted bitterness unknown to prestigious clan members. Although he was successful now, it was a tough road. He witnessed other vagrant cultivators fall along the way despite struggling just as hard as he did. Pride and dignity didn't save them. Xiaohu, unlike the others, had no problem with Ferocity's act today. Li Qia stared at him and said, It's fine to be pragmatic. Nothing is constant in this world, dignity and honor are what you make of them. However, there are things that must be upheld or you will fall into depravity. Find the original at pori.com. My aspiration for the Tao is strong, but if my heart ever wavers, I will be aware of it. Ferocity understood the message. It seems you understand the core tenets, impressive. Li Qia held him in higher regard after hearing the answer. Then will you take me in, young noble? Ferocity could see that Li Qia had a good impression of him. Aren't you with Divine Alliance? Xiaohu couldn't help but interject. I am only a guest there. I owe Sword see nothing, only working for certain benefits. Ferocity responded, Young noble, I can see that you are missing a servant. May I fill the role? Am I invisible to you? Xiao Hu smiled and said. Ferocity glanced at the youth. Normally, he would make mincemeat of any brat daring to speak to him like this. Alas, the guy was with Li Qie. No need. Li Qie refused. Then I can be an errand boy, make you tea and such. Ferocity asked again. I'm already doing that. Xiao Hu seemed afraid that someone might take his position. The road is large, you can go wherever you want. Li Qie smiled and said. That's good, that's good. Ferocity was glad to hear this since at the very least, Li Qie wasn't chasing him away. Aren't you a famous dragon lord often compared to Supreme? What happened? Xiao Hu said. Just a false reputation. Ferocity shook his head. Whenever people brought up Ferocity, they would talk about his past rivalry with Supreme. Thus, comparing the two was unavoidable, but in reality, there was a considerable gap between them. He went on to say, I am no match for Supreme, who is a role model for all dragon lords. My cultivation is decent, but that's it. It's a shame that I never got the chance to meet Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor, unable to see the pinnacle of the dragon lords. Nonetheless, Supreme leads the way now. Xiao Hu wanted to tease the guy but didn't expect him to be so honest with his assessment. Why didn't you go to Heaven Alliance then? Xiao Hu asked. Two different matters. Supreme only wants those who are ready to die for him. Sword C offered a business deal, nothing more. Ferocity said. Xiao Hu thought that this made sense. How about this, let's trade spot. I'll take care of the young noble and you can just rest. Ferocity sat down next to Xiao Hu and said. No thanks, you're being too obvious. Xiao Hu gave him the side eye. Am I? Let me show you my sincerity then. Ferocity said and took out a resplendent pagoda exuding mysterious light. Isn't this a good treasure? Ferocity wanted to bribe the youth. You think you're the only one who has treasures? Xiao Hu said before casually taking out a precious jewel containing an entire yin-yang cycle. Ferocity didn't expect the brat to outdo him with a random treasure. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.